As 2023. Today we will have round 6. Hikaru will be playing with the black pieces against Alireza Firouzja. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, James Canty. James, great to have you here at the show.
Yo, what is up, chat? I'm here with Big Bach from every single block. You already know what it is, guys. I'm excited to be here today. We got the Bach Master and nobody else, and we actually are here watching the great chess today as he plays Firouzja. How are you guys doing in the chat today? What's up?
Yeah, a very exciting matchup today against Firouzja. The last time they played was in the candidates in 2022. Very exciting game. Hikaru managed to hold that game by the skin of his teeth. So it's always very interesting to see what Firouzja will come up with today. I think he's more of an e4 player, generally speaking, but he can also play d4 or really any other opening under the sun. So James, what do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, Firouzja definitely plays, a little bit of everything. Definitely E4, I think he's going to go for. He used a lot of that in candidates too as well. And he just does well with it. He likes playing E4. But if we say E4, we know we're going to see a very, very, very solid E5. You're not beating Hikaru's E5 a lot of times these days. So you may see maybe even a D4 or C4. He might mix it up a little bit. So I'm going to opt for E4, even though I think he's going to play D4. Weird.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. I mean, if Firouzja opens up with e4, like I said, Hikaru's main defense is the move e5 and against the ruler pass, the Berlin. But we saw against Anish Giri, he responded to the move e4 with the move c5, and after knight f3, knight to c. Oh, sorry, e4, c5, knight f3, knight to c6. So perhaps he has a small surprise prepared there as well. In the meantime, both players are getting ready. James, what can you tell from the body language from both of the players?
They actually are both very comfortable. Firouzja just looks relaxed. He's cool. He's looking around. You know, he's not. A lot of times when you're in the zone, you like focus. You put your hands on your head like that, and you just in the zone. Sometimes you just stare at the board only, right? And Hikaru has that. He's just focused. He's like, what am I going to play? He already calculating almost 16, and it's not. It's ridiculous. You can just tell. What are you calculating exactly, right? That's just Hikaru. That's number 2 in the world right now, current number 2. So that's what he does. And here we go, E4 on the board. All right. See what we
Exactly.
play.
So now the big question is, what is Hikaru going to do? And he sticks to his guns and plays the move c5. All right, so now expect knight f3 from Firouzja. We will probably see knight c6. And then the big question, will Firouzja go into the open Sicilian, or is he going to go for some Rossolimo, knight c3 or c3? Lots of options there. James, what is your call?
Yeah, I'm actually happy to see Hikaru. There it is, knight c6 on the board too. I'm actually very happy to see some Sicilians here from Hikaru. I mean, e5, e5, e5. Like you see a lot of that. You didn't see so much of it from Hikaru lately, but now we are as we see another c5 game here. So I'm excited to see it. From here, he went with the knight c6 route. So Rossolimo definitely is strange. It's definitely hard to play this from the black side. Sometimes we've seen a lot of that in the 2018 World Championship, obviously with Magnus and Fabi. There it is, Bishop b5 on the board, and this is the most annoying stuff from a Sicilian player side. I hate these. But of course, it is better than facing the weird stuff, which is the Moscows and the anti-Sicilians. This G6 though is what Magnus used, in fact.
Exactly. Yeah. So against Anish took the knight on c6. Hikaru recaptured with the pawn. Then he castled bishop g7, rook e1, queen c7. All of that was played. So I'm curious to see what Firouzja is going to do. Is he going to go down that same line? Now, the nice thing for Hikaru, when he played that line against Anish, it was a real surprise, but now he has already shown his hand, so Firouzja can definitely have some preparation, but we still see the youngster spanning a little bit of time. So, James, do you think this line still came as a surprise, or he's just taking his time trying to recollect his preparation?
I think he probably is looking for that preparation there. G6 is a very common move, especially at the highest level here, as we saw Magnus use it. I mean, this was a standard. G6 was very nice, and he used it. I mean, it was actually used by both sides, but there was no losses with this system here. So definitely, know he's probably prepped for it. He just wanted to see which line he wanted to go for. There's some crazy pawn sack lines and stuff like that, but Black is very solid in these lines. It's just like Hikaru was playing more like these days. It's good stuff. Great start already, I think, for Hikaru. Obviously, this is a theoretical battle, but I mean, we're already feeling good here for the home team, to say the least. Bishop takes, you take back with the D pawn. Usually, there's a lot of D pawn takes here. We play E5. He took with the B pawn here. I like the D pawn from what Magnus would play, but the B pawn here is interesting to see. So I'm curious to see how he plays this position. This one is not. I don't know the theory from this one, Bach. I only know he takes C6 theory. So B takes C6 is uncharted for me.
Yeah, so this is what he played against Anish through a slightly different move order. Anish after g6 took on c6 right here, and then after castles bishop g7, we
Wow.
reached the same position. So let's see here. By far and large, the main move is the move rook e1, and that's also what Firouzja plays. And Hikaru in the game against Anish played the move queen to c7. And I think the funny thing is, for a long time, they were following a game that Firouzja played with the white pieces against Pragnananda. So
Okay.
I think Hikaru will repeat the same line, but of course, it's a little bit trickier now that Firouzja can have some very specific preparation for the line. But we have the move queen c7 on the board. Anish played the move d3, but the move c3 also makes perfect sense. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do.
Yeah, I know this seems actually, I mean, the same. The theory I'm very familiar with is the same position, but with just the pawn on d6 or the d pawn on c6. Sorry, instead of bc6. Same position. You play e5, you play d6, and I guess you still can actually do that. So it makes a little bit of a difference here of how the pawn structure is. I can still play d6. I can still play e5, knight e7, castle, bishop e6, h6, and f5, f4. King's Indian styles in many ways. It's really solid and it's really nice to play, but I think the annoying part is facing c3, d4, timely d4 from white here.
Exactly. We have the move knight a3 by Firouzja. I don't know if that is a novelty. We saw Hikaru reaching for a piece very quickly, but then he stopped to pause. So I think he's just taking his time, but I'm sure this move does not surprise him. It's definitely a very challenging move. White just develops the knight and delays as to how they want to use their pawns. And the funny thing is, Firouzja puts his knight on the rim, and Hikaru does the exact same thing. He puts his knight on h6 and is not committing any pawns yet in the center. The issue is, if you go knight f6, white can always go e5, gain that tempo in the center. So that is why Hikaru is stepping away from it. Also, if you go e5, white can play very quickly c3 and d4. And same thing, if you go d6, white can often sacrifice a pawn to shatter your pawn structure. So I like this approach by Hikaru right here.
Yeah, it's very flexible with the knight h6 move. You can go knight g4 and a round back to f6. I've seen this before. I think actually, weirdly enough, Giri actually had a game in the Rosalimo from the black side with the knight on h6, where he actually used this idea of knight at knight g4, gain a tempo at some point, because I think the knight was probably rerouted. Knight f to d2, in fact, I think was the game, and then knight g4 around the f6, or maybe it was Jeffrey John, one of those guys. But it was definitely a game like this with the knights on the rim. It's very flexible. You can also play f6 or f5. Very quickly, the knight can come back to f7 to support these type of things because, yeah, okay, knight's on the rim, but you do have to remember it is on the rim. So eventually you do have to bring this back to the center somehow with either knight g4 to f6 or e5, or playing something like f5, trying to break up the pawn on e4, play knight f7 or knight f5.
Exactly. And we also see Firouzja rocking a nice orange shirt. We know that Hikaru likes to rock the pineapple shirt. So perhaps this is a bit of a joke by the young French Iranian.
Yeah, you
What do
trolling.
you what do you
First off,
make of this
it's
one?
dripped out. It's drip. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, fashion designer, he's gonna have the drip on him at all times. So he has, mega drip sitting there flexing real hard, but he also is trolling Hikaru because, of course, Hikaru saw the shirt. He like, oh, you got oranges, ha ha. You know what I mean? Like he laughed, ha ha. Like very funny, buddy. All right, cool. Let me hit you with the Sicilian real quick, and we'll see what happens because that's definitely a troll move from Firouzja.
Exactly, yeah. And all right, so let's see what Firouzja is going to do. The good thing is he seems to be thinking after the move knight h6. Knight h6 can also be played in this position right here, and white generally continues with c3, then we castle, and white plays d4 here, or plays h3, making sure that we never have a potential bishop to g4. So I would think right here after knight h6, it does make a lot of sense for white to try to build up a big center with c3 and d4. And then the big question is, will black's move of queen to c7 be more useful than white's move of knight a3? Knight a3 does develop the knight, but it's on a slightly awkward square. Firouzja could potentially jump it back into the middle, but it seems though that right now Firouzja is officially out of book. Like he's really stopped to pause. Like you said earlier, he's putting his hats on his head, and that's telling me that he's on his own right now.
And I like that. Even Hikaru, Hikaru was just, excuse me, number 2 in the world here. Now, if you didn't know, so address him as such. But at the same time, I think he felt that and walked away. Mic drop moment. We're like, oh, you out of prep? Cool, bro. And then, walk away and just go look at the other games, asserting dominance in a way or asserting a little bit of pressure on you. Oh, knight a6, that wasn't in your files, huh? And then walks away. That's usually how it goes. So He's walking around probably looking at games right now, getting some water, doing whatever. And I'm gonna let you think about this one, buddy. I'm already prepped. So we'll see what happens.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, by the way, this game is pretty crucial for the standings in the tournament. Hikaru right now is ranked second, just 1 point behind Fabiano Caruana, and Firouzja is in third place. And for those of you who don't know the format, in Norway chess, you get 3 points for a win in classical. If your game ends in a draw, you move on to an Armageddon. And if you win that Armageddon, you get 1.5 points for the day. And if you lose that Armageddon, you get 1 point. And of course, if you lose, you get 0 points. But someone was pointed out in the chat that Firouzja with this shirt, he is looking to be squeezed. Perhaps Hikaru can put the squeeze on him today because oranges need to be squeezed.
I love the chat. Sometimes the chat is like 5,500 elo, and sometimes like 500 elo. And today they's 5,500. Absolutely, that was really good. What did he say? Squeeze. He's looking to get squeezed, bro. Whoever said that, you're a great one. I like you. I like you.
Exactly. Yeah, no, great comment there in the chat. I mean, the chat has been amazing for the last couple of days. They send Hikaru in a lot of energy, and hey, it always works. I mean, look at how he's doing in this tournament. Like you said earlier, he's up to number 2 in the world, and if he manages to maintain that spot, he would qualify to the candidates tournament if he keeps that rating till January 1st, 2024.
Well, I mean, he said he has no pressure, right? He's like, I'm a streamer first, and every time he says this, he does something bigger every time. Right. If you notice, I'm a streamer first, and then official world random champion. I'm a streamer first, right? And then like just winning everything. And he's a streamer first, right? So this being comfortable and me not being a professional player is just, we're not buying it no more, bro. We're not, we're not buying it. But okay, sounds good on paper, big fella. Congratulations.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, it might be something that he tells himself to take some of the pressure off. Like I said, he doesn't see it as his main profession, but hey, for most players, when they are number 2 in the world, that is their full-time job. I mean, look at these other players like Anish Giri, Firouzja, or well, Firouzja right now, he's a fashion designer, but most of these other players, like they spend most of their time studying chess. So I think it's just something for him that takes a bit of the pressure off. He's talked also about this himself, that it does help him to play a little bit better now that chess is not the only thing he has.
Really, of course it does when the pressure's off. I think before Geary has a quote: "When you feel good, you play good." Now, of course, that's not like you got to study chess and you can't do. All right, I feel great, and then like you're not playing good chess. So it happens. But at the same time, he had a great point there. Like when you feel good, you play good. Hikaru, I'm sure, is feeling excellent, feeling great, giving out great content, right? Showing he's playing great chess as well. So good stuff, man. It's good to see. And we still got my man's in the think tank. Boy, he's still here thinking. Bach, what is he thinking about, Bach? Talk to him, Bach. What is he doing?
Well, hey, we do not mind when Firouzja is in a tank. The time control of this tournament is 2 hours for the entire game. And after move 40, you only get a 10-second increment. So, hey, Firouzja, take your time. We don't care. It's only move number 7. But I think he is thinking about something like c3, followed by pawn to d4. Again, he could also move in that play then move h3 to make sure that we never have bishop to g4. So I expect to move c3 here. I think Hikaru will castle, and then either d4 or the move h3. I think if you go d4, Hikaru perhaps could take and now play d5. And again, here the move bishop g4 is always useful. And I think your knight on a3 is very often misplaced. I mean, it cannot move in here, it cannot move in over there. And after e5, perhaps we go for something like f6. Again, this move is coming as well. So I think it makes a lot of sense for Firouzja to keep his options open with something like h3. But here Hikaru could consider a move like f5 or something like e5 as well.
Yeah, that's very powerful. I'm a big fan of the activity that we have from here. Honestly, believe it or not, it resembles a King's Indian defense. Who's one of the greatest King's Indian defense players ever? Raise your hand. Let me look around. Oh, Hikaru is, right? So, of course, Hikaru having a bishop on g7, a knight on h6, which you see a lot of times in the Gligoric, however you say the man's name, Gligoric, but with this variation, Gligoric, there he is, right? This variation of the King's Indian, you'll see it a lot. You actually see that sometimes in the Dragon 2 as well. With the bishops on G7, it's very nice for Hikaru. It's going to be a great day in the office. Some of his best games, the best game of the year, probably. Well, the century may have been a Gelfand versus Hikaru, which he sacked his queen. His queen was on pre for like 3 moves, couldn't take it, or it's like mate or something crazy. So it's a great position, I think, for Black here, having the dynamicism. And it's not even like a King's Indian that's a Finchetto variation, because those are the worst for King's Indian players. This is, with light, even though this was a Sicilian, we do have a lot of pawn breaks here. I think, we already are in the driver's seat here, or at least initiative for preparation from Hikaru. So pretty nice. We still got Hikaru. We still have Firouzja thinking here.
Yeah, so let's see what Firouzja is going to do here. He is now looking a little bit relaxed. We see that Hikaru's chair is pretty well dressed. He's got a nice jacket.
Yep.
And yeah, they've got those nice cans of water. Thanks, Dorks, by the way, for the host with 14 viewers. Also, for everyone who's new here, make sure to follow the channel. If you're not, if you don't have a Kick account yet, make sure to create one. James, do you have a Kick account yet?
You know what? I guess I'm about to make one right now. Okay, let me just sign up. I'm gonna just sign up over here on the side, guys. Hello, chat. I'm gonna just sign up right now. He put me on the spot. I'm always just watching from the home screen, so now I'm making a Kick account so I can be in the chat with you guys. So, all right, cool. Yeah, there's the answer there, Bob.
All right, awesome. So let's see what. Yeah, no, it's pretty easy to create a Kick account. I highly encourage everyone to make one so you can follow the channel. You might also be lucky and get gifted a sub all of a sudden. But yeah, it's looking really good that Firouzja is taking his time here. Hikaru already more than up 10 minutes on the clock. Also, if anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. We have one right here. But wait, sorry for asking twice, but can you calculate for a long time, trusting that you'll get a few fast moves? I mean, that's sometimes what Hikaru is trying to do when Firouzja is taking his time. He's thinking on his turn so that as soon as Firouzja moves, he can quickly make his move as well.
I'm making my Kick account because the chat eating me up right now. Can't you got called? What you doing, bro? Yeah, you're right. You're right, chat. I'm doing it right now.
All right, so Firouzja still in the tank. What happened to the microwave? Microwave is taking a little bit of a break. Yeah, I mean, the microwave is working hard. It's also sending Hikaru waves of energy. But yeah, I
Waves
really
of
like
energy.
James, the work that Hikaru and Lil Jon have put in here. I mean, Hikaru in that earlier game against Anish very comfortably equalized, and right now he's taking Firouzja out of book. And to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised because he played the same line against Anish. Firouzja plays knight a3, and if I look in chess.com, knight h6 is the top move. So how can the youngster already be out of book?
Yeah, somebody else said he's trying to calculate everything right now. He's trying to calculate up to move 32, which is understandable. I mean, you're trying to just see how far you can calculate down these lines, but also what does the position look like, where my piece is at in these type of lines. So there's a lot to think about. Of course, you can go to c3, d4 route. I mean, I guess you could push e5. You're also thinking about where's my knight going to go. I mean, obviously, I think right now, you know what, and I'm sure you had this too, where like sometimes you play in a game, and when you play the game, like here, that you're stopping, and you're thinking obviously after knight h6, and you kind of overthink it because c3, d4 is the most common plan. This is the plan you probably want to go for. Maybe it's the best plan. You play c3, you put the knight back on c2 because it's on a3. Where else is it going to go? Right? Maybe c4, but what does it do from there? You're going to swing around to e3. So c3, knight c2, and then d4. We know this is your plan, but maybe Hikaru already prepped this plan. So now I might be trying to do something different that he might not have thought about in prep. So I have to think about how far does that go down in that line. So I think that's what he's thinking about because he still hasn't moved. I mean, this boy, he's stumped right now. So definitely thinking about something.
Exactly. Yeah. And no, you make a very good point. I mean, it's very logical that the first move you are out of book, you take a good think. But on the other hand, I mean, c3 looks so logical that I don't really see what else Firouzja is going to do. Like you said, the knight can head back to c2, can also still head to c4. But with c3, also prepare to build a big center with the move d4. So I think he should just play it. I mean, d3 also a very logical move, preparing to develop the bishop. And some people are saying in the chat wave check. James, do you know what a wave check is?
I do know what a wave check is. So, of course, Bach, you got the do-rag. Yeah, you have the do-rag emote, I think, in there or something like that. Or Bach with the do-rag. Something about, I remember this is a thing where Bach with the do-rag. So what it is a hair. Your hair is wavy. And, of course, we can do a wave check. I actually do. In fact, if you go to my Instagram, you can go and type in GMHikaru on Instagram. You'll be able to see that, I do got some flow, but not like super waves. Just, it's kind of funny. That's hilarious. So Bach wave check right now is do you have waves in your hair, Bach? But your hair's nice, so it's no wave check on Bach. Like we don't have to hitting with the wave check is here is nice.
Wait, let me look this up. Like, is a wave check if I do this, or is it if I do this?
It's more of a it's like you don't have to, you just show your head. Like you just like, yo, wave check, and you just like, you would take the do-rag off, you take the hat off, and like, and then show the waves in your hair. Show your waves.
Well,
this is great. This is great. I know, Charlie. This is amazing. Bach
I mean,
with a
it's kind
wave
of
check.
fun.
We hooking him up.
It's kind of funny. I never was wearing a do-rag. I just sometimes put my head backwards. I mean, if I do
Oh, that's why they
this,
said that. Yeah.
this doesn't
I
look
was
like a
wondering where
do-rag,
that
does it? I
comes.
mean, it's just a head backwards, right?
I was wondering why they would call where we were. I was in his stream one time, and I was like, why are they talking about him and the do-rag?
It's
I was cracking
clearly
up,
not a
bro.
do-rag.
Oh my goodness, this is so funny. Yeah, so it is a hat. It's a hat, though. It's definitely a hat. That's definitely a hat. Oh my goodness, that's funny, chat. If y'all are on something today. Bach is international, so do-rag works. Bach and Canty on the cover of GQ. Yeah. I was we gotta get our schedule for that. So we are coordinating that accordingly. That's correct.
Exactly. Yeah. No, the chat's being a lot of fun today. They're sending Hikaru their energy, asking great questions, and having a lot of fun with us as
Absolutely.
well.
Well, I mean, we're waiting,
meantime,
like, so, like, you know, he didn't move.
Let's have a very quick look at what is happening in some of the other games. So let's start off with the game of our leader. Where is he? Okay, so Fabiano Caruana playing with the black pieces against Noderbeck. This started off as a Berlin defense, d3 by Noderbeck, keeping the pieces on the board. He goes for this exchange over here, castles, bishop e6, bishop e6, knight b3, and b6. Very interesting game here. I mean, we have almost all of the pieces on the board. White is a very slightly pawn structure, but black has the bishop. So I'm sure we're going to see a big fight here. And there will be chances for both players. So, yeah, what are you expecting in this one, James?
Yeah, this one is, I'm always a fan of the bishops. I do like the bishops here. And I feel like I can always open things up later when you have the bishop here, obviously. Eventually, you know, things are going to happen where trades happen and then the bishops open up. So having the knights are cool, but, you know, for instance, they're short range pieces. The knight on f3 is nice. Knight on b3 is not so nice at all. We may have to actually make some concessions like d4 and try to open up things. But again, when it opens, the bishops are going to be better than the knights. So I am a fan of the bishops here. Yes, it's kind of blocked now if white can succeed in keeping it locked in. So it'd be a great game for white. But if not, which usually is very hard to do, I'm going to take black here in these situations.
Exactly. So, yeah, we have a big fight ahead of us here. Let's see what is happening in some of the other games. In the game between the two Norwegians, Magnus started off with the Sicilian, and Arjan also goes for an early bishop e5, knight d7 by Magnus, keeping all the pieces on the board. d4 takes, and here the move g6. With the move g6, Magnus is telling Arjan, like, hey, I want to keep all of the pieces on the board. Perhaps Arjan is a little bit better here because he can get more space with someone like bishop f1 and c4, set up a bit of a Maraxi bind. But I think, again, Magnus just wants to keep the pieces on the board, and he will count on the fact that he will get chances later.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's not Rossalimo-like, but it definitely is. He's played these positions before. It's more King's Indian-esque, but there is no d4, c4, f4 stuff, right? Like no four-pawn attack. So, I mean, the one thing that we hate, for instance, all Sicilian players, is this bishop b5 check move, especially if you're a Najdorf player. I know you like Najdorf Bach as well. So, like playing Najdorf, d6, they hit you with bishop b5, you're already slightly annoyed. But believe it or not, like black actually scores well against bishop b5 checks. It's just annoying to face. It's not, you know, a huge problem. So I think Magnus won't have a lot of trouble here with bishop b5 check because he is going to get some pieces. He's going to get some piece activity. Nice can come to c5, get the bishop out to d7, or come to c8, play a5, like sort of very King's Indian-esque in a way. But I have an open c file already, so that's even better with these type of positions. So I mean, I think he's okay. I think he's definitely okay. It's going to be a slow positional grind. This is going to take a while for sure.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen, and let's have a look at some of the other games. We also have the game between Gukesh and Anish Giri. This game.
This is a Sicilian. Some type of what? Not? Whoa.
It started off as a Slav where white goes for the bishop pair, and then goes for a quick queenside castles. Whoa. And Anish pushes with b5 and then c5, sacrificing a pawn, but he is probably going to get it back on the next move. Anish, he's a very well-prepared player. He seems to be still in book, having only spent 4 minutes, and Gukesh, deep in the tank, has already spent more than 18. So, again, good preparation by Anish, but what else do you expect?
Yeah, here. So this looks like some Sicilian. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh wow, biggest with a boy. That's hold on. First off, that's a nice subscription in the chat, big dog. I thank you for hitting me with the sub over here at the kick. Gotta get used to the lingo. A kick over here. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sub. So secondly, with this, yeah, that's me, Suzanne. That's me. That is that's mine. I think I have another
that is
account.
your account?
No, that is my account. I don't think I don't know the login to the other one. So I'm just gonna use this one. Like it's whatever. I said I know I made it. It is me, Suzanne. Yes, that's my account. But thank you so much for that biggest 300, guys. You can sub to as well over here on Kick if you haven't. So shout out to you guys, subscribers, and all the people watching. In this position, I think Geary, this feels Sicilian-esque. Some type of, he's a Sicilian player. Or he plays a little bit. He played French, Sicilian E5. But he has the Najdorf course, obviously. He spent a lot of time on that. One of the greatest Najdorf courses on Chasuble actually is his. But with that being said, like this feels Najdorfish, but the pawn is not on E5. It's like on E6. So it's different. It's like some type of Najdorf that you get a feel of this is definitely a Sicilian, but it's not. So I think he feels like he's in his element. Some of the Sicilian lines are very similar here. Knight C4, B4, right? You have all this queen side play, but I am a big fan of this Rook C1 move from Gukesh. It's like a short castle on the queen side. Like it's very funny. But it looks really good, actually. I mean, he is lining up. The C file is the problem usually. But he played King B1, Rook C1. This looks balanced, I say. I actually like black a little bit because I'm a Sicilian player too. But, I mean, white, his king's not on C1. So that makes a huge difference here, Bob.
Yeah, so let's see what Gukesh is going to do. He does have the 2 bishops, so perhaps he can put that to work later. And yeah, also, like you said, thanks to Big Sauce for the support. We really do appreciate everyone supporting the channel. That will make it a lot easier keeping things running, even when Hikaru is not here himself, when he's playing a tournament. But yeah, we have a combative game ahead of us here. Then Firouzja, by the way, he's still in the tank. And we also have this game between Shaq Mamajarov and Wesley So. This game started off as a Queen's Gambit, accepted. So takes E4, E5, Knight f3, Bishop E4. All pretty standard stuff. I think all of this is some sort of theory. Perhaps Shaq has a very slight advantage right now. He has the 2 bishops, but Wesley has pretty good piece play. So James, what are your first thoughts about this game?
First thoughts. I hate that there's a huge pin here on the bishop G5 move here, attacking the knight. Obviously, we can get a knight to E3, knight D5 is our goal, but I can easily step out of this with a queen E6. So I think black, actually, I would prefer just by a hair because of the slight. I mean, I can play queen E6, bishop D7, rook D8. Very okay. Rook D8. We're going to put a rook on D8. Get out of this pin real quickly. I feel like initiative, black kind of has. White has to be very, very accurate right now because initiative. What is initiative is time and activity. So I have active pieces, and I hit you with a tempo right now. I gain some time. So I mean, okay, white is rock solid too, to be fair, right? He does have a very solid F3, G4. That pawn chain is extremely solid. I have the dark square, I have the dark square bishop. My knight is misplaced, but I can move to E3, D5, or maybe I can't go to D5 anymore, obviously, because this knight and rook combo on D5. I move my queen off of E6 or bishop E6. Very level, but I do like Wesley's pieces a little better.
Yeah, definitely. I like his position as well. He's got the 2 bishops. He's got this pawn in the center. So very interesting to see how this one is going to develop. But for Firouzja, he's still in the tank. And
yeah,
it's kind of interesting to me that Hikaru hasn't sat down at the board at all. Like he made that move, knight h6, dropped the mic, stood up, but we haven't seen him. And right now, he is up almost 25 minutes on the clock. So James, what do you think? I think if Firouzja, he might be a little bit frozen, and he doesn't seem to be moving anytime soon.
No, he for real froze. And also with when it comes to like body language, he's sinking. Like when you're sinking in a game, that means you're literally sinking. Like, oh, I'm melting. That's how it happens in a game. When you like start losing, I mean, just check body language of people that are actually not losing, but he started to sink, there. When you feel confident, you sit up a little bit more. You're actually over the board. You walk away, like how Hikaru didn't come back to the board after that. He just didn't come back to the board. And Hikaru is definitely confident, and a confident Hikaru. And I'm number 2 in the world now. Oh my goodness. Like this could be a disaster right now. Somebody in the chat said he's about to flag on move 8. And I mean, in a way, yes, it kind of is like that. Freshly squeezed Firouzja. That's stupid. Like the chat is on fire today. So it really is very, very nice for Hikaru right now. Because of the thinking, obviously, and especially if Firouzja steps wrong here now, and I'm prepped, I'm just gonna whip out my prep, make you keep thinking, and I'm gonna win this one, with the time pressure on top of the preparation. So very nice.
Yeah, and I think it's way too early to say that Firouzja is in time pressure. But again, only 7 moves have been played, and he's already getting way behind on the clock. Also, like you said, he's still deep in thought. He's still deep in thought. He doesn't have like his hand out, or you can tell from his body language that he's not ready to move anytime soon. And again, since there's only one time control, he really does have to be careful falling so far behind on the clock. I mean, we still have a full game ahead of us, still a lot of pieces on the board, so hey, from Hikaru's perspective, we do not mind this at all. I mean, Firouzja, he's facing Hikaru's preparation, so it's going to be more or less impossible for him figuring out the best move while Hikaru has looked at this with the computer. So I think Firouzja just has to make a move here, but again, we definitely do not mind him spending his time.
Yeah, we don't mind him spending his time at all. And I mean, maybe he's trying to figure out something like, hey, just play the best move, which he's done before. I mean, he's been world number 2. He's been over 2,800. So this is not new to him, right? So he could just play some of the best moves here, C3, D4. I mean, we obviously do want to ask, what were you thinking about at this time here? I mean, of course, obviously it helps us on Hikaru's side, but we're very curious. What was the thought process to make you think so long on move 7? This is not critical at all. This is the opening, right? So when the critical moment hits, and we may not be able to think as much time, and that's where we can even strike or use that time advantage that we've collected so far from move 8 here. So it's really difficult for him. I mean, C3, bro, just like C3 at this point. Just make the move. Like, breathe, bro. C3. Just do it, right? Like, literally just do it.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, we're used to 1 hour and 30 minutes being a lot of time, but that is a lot of time when you have the increment. Without any increment, that time can quickly disappear. And also, again, until move 40, you can literally run out of time because there's no increment whatsoever. And after that, only 10 seconds. So the players really have to manage their time well. Also, we're getting word in the chat that Magnus blundered. All right, so B6, I mean, it might be an inaccuracy, but it's too much to call it a blunder. That being said, though, I think Arjan definitely has an edge after, let's say, knight c3 and f3 followed by bishop to e3.
Of course, he definitely has an edge, but I mean, you guys have to remember this is practical, right? We're playing a human. So it didn't go up to like +1. Even +1, a lot of times, there's still chances for both sides. It is not a lot of times like, oh, he blundered back. That's because it's humans. It's practical. So after point 8 here, okay, whatever. Yes, he has space advantage. But I mean, if you look at it from a practical standpoint of like pieces and general play, I actually have both my bishops, the fianchetto. I have my pieces developed, and all I need is one move. Queen c7, I connect the rooks. Of course, may not be the greatest move, but it does connect the rooks. Development is completed, and bishops hit both sides of the board. So, I mean, it is a slight edge for Arjan, but he is playing Magnus, and it's not a bad position at all. I think he just has space.
And we finally have a move by Firouzja on the board. He played the move c3, the move we expected already a long time ago. He stands up, so now we have the battle of chairs. Both chairs are wearing a jacket, and I'm sure that Hikaru is going to get back at the board any second, and I think he's going to go short castle. I mean, that by far and large looks like the most logical move, and that's when Firouzja really has to make a decision. Is he going to go d4? Is he going to go h3? I'm kind of curious where Hikaru is. I mean, I understand that he was away from the board, but where is he right now, right? I mean, he had the time to get some water or whatever when
he probably got some lunch. He went to the bathroom. He went to his room. He like, yeah, I'm about to take a nap. Like, he just did everything. He did not come back to the board yet. Usually, and from tournaments too as well, you're in range or you're in eyesight of your opponent. So, you just look over, oh, is it my move? Did he move yet? All right. Did he move yet? Oh, okay. And then even here, they got the screens up. Oh, did he move yet? Oh, okay. So Hikaru definitely like dipped out to go do something because he is not. There he is. He's back. He's back, guys. All right. Real quick. Had a quick bite to eat. And now played a blitz game. Exactly, chat, right? You went to play a blitz game real quick. Now he's back and he's about to move instantly. Real quick. Let me check. Take stakes, captures. Yep. Wooden shield, juicer. Got it. Yeah. There it
Exactly.
is.
And we saw him reaching for a piece, and I think it's probably the king. I mean, he reached in the middle. Short castles by far looks like the most logical move, keeping all of his options open. Does he want to go e5? Does he want to go f5? Does he want to go f6 and knight f7? All of those moves are definitely possible. So let's see which one he is going to go for. Yes, Hikaru is number 2 in the world, and there we have it, short castles on the board. Now, James, I mean, Hikaru is still way up on clock, but it's a little bit... I mean, of course, it's only 2 minutes, but if you lose 2 minutes for almost every move, getting back to the board, that is a little. Then you can run out of time faster than you might think. And
Yeah,
in the meantime,
and
we
we
have
have a move.
h3 by Firouzja.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, you know what's funny? Actually, in these time controls, they are very slow, right? 2 hours per, you know, you get the time, you get the increment, you get all the stuff. But what's funny is you think for 30 minutes one time, you're like, whoa, that was a long think. And then it gets more complicated and you need to probably think again. Literally, you're allowed like 30-minute thinks in these high, and that's it. Like you're basically almost out of time or you're getting time pressure where you blunder. So you actually do need to use your time as a piece, is what I like to say, or be very, very cautious with your time. Time management needs to be on point. And Hikaru understands that. Look how fast he's moving. He blitzing the game out. He's like, oh, you don't think you're out of prep, bro. You don't know what to do, says Hikaru. He flexing real hard right now because I do this too as well. I'm an opening, like I love openings. So like my opening theory nasty. I love calculations. So, you know, he's moving quickly and this always puts pressure on you. You thought for 30 minutes and then I move instantly. Then you think for 15, I move instantly. You play 10, I move instantly. You get like, it doesn't feel good. And it's also strong moves as well. Hikaru is actually crushing in I think a psychological standpoint right now. Moving quickly, number 2 in the world. There's pressure right now. Definitely Hikaru's in the element. I like his, even though it's an equal position, like I just like the initiative off the board from Hikaru right now.
Exactly. And someone is asking in the chat, does it mess with the opponent's head when you move fast? Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you move quickly, like James was pointing out, you definitely put a lot of psychological pressure on your opponent. And right now, Firouzja really has to make a decision. Is he going to go d4? Is he going to delay that move and play something like d3? And this is perhaps where he needs to have a real thing. But he's already down 30 minutes on the clock, so let's see what he's going to do. But so far, the game has definitely been for Hikaru. He's still in prep while Firouzja's thinking, so I really like how it all is developing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it too as well. The F6 move here, I mean, you see this a lot in like usually pawns are on D4 and E5 with a pawn on D5 already. This is usually when you see this type of setup in Accelerated Dragon. Sometimes you will see this, some moderns, excuse me, and some Frenches. And actually Accelerated Dragon, that happens in like the C3 Sicilian lines when you play move 2 G6. So it's very interesting that I have the same setup here, but F6, I also have a pawn on C5. Like it's a lot of richness here in this position. I think F6 was not a move on the radar, to be honest, but I guess he obviously wants to move the knight back to F7, maybe push G5, G4 at some point. There's so many things to think about, and it puts you back in the think tank. That's a nice move from Hikaru here. Are you going to play E5? Is he going to play D5? Is he going to play G5? Is he going to put knight F7? Is he going to play F5 after first F6? Because I played D4 takes maybe F5. So maybe D4 takes D5, E5. Like what goes on here? There's a lot to think about here, and he's already thought for a long time. We're only on move 9.
All right, yeah, so let's see what Firouzja is going to do. I mean, so far, everything is looking pretty good. I think the move d4 is by far and large the most logical move I think Hikaru will probably take. And now he could either go knight f7, but he can also play the move d5. For those of you who are just tuning in, this game started off as a Rosso Limo Sicilian, so e4, c5, knight f3, and knight c6, bishop e5. g6 was played by Hikaru, castles, bishop g7. Then we saw a trade, Hikaru capturing towards the center, rook e1, Queen c7, knight e3, knight e6, and this is the move Firouzja took. This is the move that took Firouzja out of book. c3, castles, h3, f6, and now Firouzja is thinking. But yeah, like I said, so far everything looking pretty good for Hikaru. I think the move d4 looks very logical. I guess you could also keep it a little bit more solid with the move d3. But right now, I mean, having played the move h3, it's really now or never if you want to play the move d4.
Yeah, absolutely. You're correct. I do believe that. See, now we're never there. So I guess we take. Let's go down this line box. So D4 takes. We go D5. And then what does Firouzja play? Because this is obviously what he's considering too as well. Does he take and isolate the pawn? That's number 1. And there is some Tempe there. Takes, and Queen B3. Maybe E6. This is weird structure, but I mean, Everything is nicely defended. Maybe we develop and still even, but I do like black because of the pawn breaks. And I have the bishop here once again, opening up. Wow.
Exactly. And we also have more pawns in the center. So perhaps what Firouzja could do instead is play the move knight to b5, attacking our queen over here. I don't know where we go, maybe to
Let's
like
go
d7 to
Knight
attack the
C3.
knight. Now knight c3, I suppose, something like knight f7. We could prepare potential e5 break, although it's not going to be easy. Although, well, bishop f4. What
So
about rook
nice.
e8, preparing this, followed by bishop b7? And
E5,
hey,
yeah.
if Hikaru can get an e5 and e4, he will
I'm
really
winning.
start rolling in the center. So perhaps we are looking at a very double-edged game. And given the fact that Hikaru already is up half an hour on the clock, I'm really starting to like his chances. So besides the move d4, what else really makes sense here, James?
I mean, you could try knight c4 or knight c2, but eventually you're going to play d4 anyway, right? That's just going to be the thing here. And I think, he probably is. Oh, there it is. D4 is on the board finally. I was like, maybe he's regretting his opening choice. He finally plays d4 there. And you can tell when he made it, he asserted it there. Like you can tell the little oomph on the end if he was watching the cam there. A lot of times, how players make moves, sometimes it's a bluff too as well. Like you can just move aggressively and like it's a terrible move. But actually, D4 was a move there, and the way that he hit, the way that he pushed the pawn there was like, I'm ready to play this game. That's what I got out of that. D4, he hits the clock, writes it down. And now we have C takes D4 quickly. I mean, look how fast Hikaru is moving here. This is like, you smell blood in the water type of thing. Oh, I know you are not in prep. I've seen this. Let me move a little bit faster than you here. D5, right? Already. Instantly moving. I mean, 5 minutes off the clock here, Buck?
Yeah, no, he spent less than 5 minutes, and 2 or 2.5 of those were spent getting back to the board, and he has played the move d5.
2 minutes back to the board.
The thing about White's position is that White doesn't have to make a decision just yet. By having played the move f6, Hikaru also blocks in his bishop on g7. So Firouzja could also play a move like, let's say, queen to c2, threatening to take now because our c pawn is pinned. However, the drawback of the move queen c2 is that it blocks out the knight on a3. The knight can no longer jump back. The move e5 is an option as well, but black is perfectly prepared for that because we have already played the move f6, so we can also play knight f7 to increase the pressure. So Firouzja has a lot of options here, and I think right now is really the time to dive deep in the tank. Also, we got some questions earlier. Who are these people passing by? Well, those are some of the other players. I think Anish is rocking a nice hoodie, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's the people who are passing by. Those are not the players. So yeah, but again, if you guys have any questions for us about the players, about the game, feel free to ask, and we will be more than happy to answer those.
Absolutely, chat. Welcome, welcome. We are witnessing world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, playing against Reza, Alireza, Firouzja. You know who that is, right? So good stuff today. Strong chess, and I think this is more of a psychological win so far. We've won the psychological battle here. I'm in prep still. I've only, I haven't even wasted 5 minutes, as Bach said. I've only, 2 of the minutes was getting back to the board. So basically, using like 3 minutes this whole game so far. They're already on move 11. He's blitzing everything out. He's very comfortable here, and that's a huge psychological win. Also playing strong moves. Firouzja under the clock here and under time pressure. Yes, of course, he has an hour 23 left, but how many of these long things can you actually do, especially when it gets very aggressive or it gets tactical later? You need to spend more time. You may not have enough time. So Hikaru's doing very well so far.
Exactly. And we got a question in the chat. Do you think Hikaru will pull out the Knight of against Caruana? Well, the Knight of is an opening you play with black. And if I'm not mistaken, Hikaru has the white pieces in that game. So it will all just depend on the tournament situation. Let's say Fabiano is leading before the last round, then he will play solid. I mean, the draw is a good result. But let's say Hikaru is leading and Fabiano needs to win. Maybe then he will play the Sicilian, something like that. So let's see what... but in the meantime, we just have to take it game by game. For now, we have to focus on a game against Firouzja, so we have to send him energy for that one. Someone was asking what move I would play. I mean, Queen C2 to me makes a lot of sense. I mean, you keep the tension, threaten to take here. If you don't do anything in the center, like let's say you play Bishop D2, I wonder if D takes C4 is a move. Honestly, I don't think so because it kind of weakens our pawn structure. And I'm kind of curious how Hikaru will proceed from here. I mean, maybe something like Knight F7, and it's perhaps not insane to still try to build a big center with the move E5.
That is not insane at all, actually. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, we could take and play, maybe Rook D8 and try to bully this D pawn, in fact, do something with it. But also, I think I have the problem with my E pawn. It really is, I guess, when the engine gives you like 4 moves and all of them the same, like, oh, this one's equal, this one's equal, this one's, you can do all these moves. So I feel like it is one of those, but it is about, what route Hikaru wants to do and how he can pose the most problems and him still be comfortable at the same time. So, very interesting. As Hikaru in another think here, man. He is not, I mean, Firouzja, and I think Firouzja is not like, I'm just looking at him at the board. He's not very happy here. That's what we like. We want a dub here, chat. We want dubs up and dubs down. Very good. That's also going to boost his rating as well. So, how many points does he get for this block? Are you able to know? Like, let's just say he wins. What would that be on the rating list?
Well, they're around the same rating, so Hikaru would get 5 points for this win, so that would give him a little bit of cushion on the number 2 spot. Also, in the meantime, thanks Liam for the 1-month subscription. Appreciate it. And we got a good question in the chat by our fantastic producer, Jaren. He's asking, does Black usually choose the opening? I think there's a lot of truth to that. Of course, White chooses whether they play e4 and d4, and perhaps they could take their opponent out of book right there. But it's really up to Black how they want to respond to e4, let's say. Like, do they want to play the Sicilian or the French or, e4, e5? So generally, I think it is indeed Black who chooses the opening. I mean, if Hikaru wanted, he could have also played e5 on the first move, but Hikaru chose to play the Sicilian. And that is why he was able to take Firouzja out of book. But yeah, great question right there. And someone is asking, would there be a benefit/advantage when 2 players play against one another for the 2? Is there something like a team event in chess? Well, that's a little bit odd. Like when 2 players play the same game, like tandem chess is a thing, but that's not really played competitively, right, James?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at that now. 2 people, but first person. Yeah, I'm more into Bug House. I mean, that's a different one. Like for 2 people playing in chess, that's the only thing I've been familiar with in my sense. He did go with Bishop D2 as well here, Bach. Bishop D2 is on the board. Rook C1. Okay, so now what do we do? If Bishop E6, you have E5. I could take the pawn as well. I could go Rook D8. What do you play, Bach? Let's start there.
Well, Hikaru just got back to the board, and we'll see what he will play. I mean, I think Bishop D2 is still his preparation. It's a very logical move. It's a move we have considered. That being said, he gets back at the board, and he sort of gets locked in. He's not moving super quickly. He doesn't have that, ceiling stare where it's like, okay, what did Lil Jon and I prepare here? But I like the move Bishop E6 that you suggested. Perhaps the idea could be that we can take, and now we can put the bishop on the very active D5 square. Again, the idea behind the move Bishop D2 is to develop the bishop and clear up the C1 square for the rook. The bishop cannot move here because then it leaves the pawn on E4 hanging. Can also move here because we take it. So very logical move. And let's see what Hikaru is going to do. And Firouzja senses that perhaps Hikaru is out of book and stands up from the board as well.
That's so funny. Like that's a real tournament thing. Like it's a real psych thing in tournaments. And now Firouzja feels a little comfortable. After he played Bishop D2, he's like, oh, you didn't move instantly? So you out of book. And you know that you're not winning right now. And I'm not either. But at least you're out of prep. And that feels good. So but now that Firouzja feels that he gets to get okay, I'm good. Let me walk around. Let me just stretch a little bit. I had a long think. We're probably going to even up on time a little bit as well. So this is really interesting to see it unfold here, like the psych part of the game, the psychology part. People don't talk about that as much, but Lasker talked about this a lot, and even Gary is like, the psych part is more important than the moves itself. Now, of course, that is like you got to make good moves too, right? But definitely, I understand what he means with the psych part there. So, here we go with Hikaru. As soon as he sat down, when he saw Bishop D2, if he was watching the cam, it was more of a, what is that? Like, he was like, that's not it was like, that one was like, not the move I was expecting at all. Like, so now that's why he is thinking, and he goes into the think tank here, but I'm sure he's going to pull out something spectacular. We do have a few. I mean, we have a lot of moves, and that's the problem with chess a lot of times. You have a lot of moves. I can take on E4. I can play Bishop F5. I can play Bishop E6. I can play Knight F7. Like, I can play all these moves right now. So the answer is, where do we go?
Exactly. Lots of options for Hikaru. Yeah, we see him doing, we saw him early. You're doing a little ceiling stare, but right now he seems to be fully locked in. So I do think that he is out of book. He's thinking his first think of the game. Someone's asking in the chat, is it hard to figure out what move the opponent played when you were not at the board? No, for these players, it's very easy. I mean, they know the position that was there before. So, of course, they know what their opponent played. And I would say pretty much anyone who's like over a certain level. Like James, where would you assign a level when you're away from the board, your opponent moves, that you know the move? I mean, I think even like maybe even if you're like 1500, or even a little bit higher, or what do
Yeah,
you
I mean
think?
that's probably 1500, maybe like 1500 plus. But I mean, maybe sometimes lower than that, like 1200 plus. Like you can just start like, oh yeah, he probably moved here and like come back to the board. That's really what it's about here. You can also it's good. Sometimes it's very good to walk around too and like look up. There was an article, maybe you guys can find it and I post in the chat for everybody to read about the effectiveness of looking away. Literally, like how Hikaru looks away and like looking up at the ceiling, bro. That's a real thing. Actually, it's proven that like it actually shows that you can see things differently, just a little bit differently when you look away just for a second. Sometimes walking away, I'm sure you had this Tupac where like you played a move or he made a move, you walk away, you go to the bathroom, and you're like, oh my goodness, I could do blah blah blah. I could do this, that, and that, and sack the piece, sack the queen, and it's made. I didn't even see that unless you walked away from the board. Then you get back to the board and instantly you see it now, but you didn't see it when you were calculating for 20 minutes, right? So it definitely is a cool phenomenon that everyone is about. Everyone likes that, they want to know about that, I think.
Exactly. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. Bishop e6 is a logical move. Someone asked what happens after queen c1. After queen c1, we can just go knight f7. That's why we play this move f6, creating this little square for our knight.
Beautiful.
And this should be pretty fine for black. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, I think Firouzja might be planning. I think after bishop e6, this is a real positional threat. So I think he should go e5. Now with the move e5, he's trying to take here, and the bishop on e6 would be hanging. So perhaps we have to move it to something like f5. That would lose a little bit of time. Of course, we can also play knight f7 first, perhaps preparing something like e5. But I guess here, rook c1 is a move, threatening to take on d5 since we cannot recapture. But we can play the move queen to b7, stepping out of it. But let's say white goes queen c2 here, taking the pawn. How do we defend this pawn over here? Because if we go bishop d7, white perhaps can take, and a pawn on e7 could be hanging. So some slight issues for Hikaru to figure out, but he does have a half an hour advantage to figure it out.
And he's in the zone now. He went into the thing. Anytime you see this on the cam, guys, with the hands over the head, they are going into the think tank, meaning that they are about to, he can walk around if you like, Firouzja here, and spend a little bit of time thinking about what the plans could be, because Hikaru is going into, the 20 move think right now. Like, this is takes, right? Takes, draw the arrows, and then, takes, and grab the juicer from the wooden shield with a classic right triangle, right? That's exactly what he's thinking about right now. So, it's a lot to think about, obviously. So we'll see what he comes out with. I think bishop e6 though is just the best. Yeah, it looks good. Bishop e6, knight f7, and do his thing.
Exactly. And someone's pointing in the chat, Firouzja staring him down. Firouzja is giving him a little bit of stare. He's like, bishop d2, how did you not prepare this? Yeah, I mean, it's of course difficult. I mean, you have to be ready for a lot of moves. But Hikaru does seem to be out of book. So again, I'm curious which one he is going to come up with.
Yeah, okay. And it's funny. It's a funny question. Like, how could you not prep bishop d2, bro? Or how did he not prep king h1, dog? Like, but okay. So bishop d2 is just not the move he was expecting. He probably looked at, and with prep with these guys goes very deep. What's funny? I remember, and this is when I started to take my prep to like another level. I remember listening to a Hikaru. It was like Geary. Maybe it was an article or magazine or read something about Geary. And Geary was like, yeah, and there's a novelty on move 30. Now, think about what I just told you there, chat. There's a novelty on move 30. That means you have to go all the way to move 30, and then you got to know what the regular was. And now they don't do the regular anymore because there's a novelty on move 30, right? So, of course, when you do like a few things, he probably looked at a few other moves very deeply and just never looked at bishop d2, because you do have to go very deep when you go past these lines. You probably look at rook e1, some e5, this, like, 2-3 hours go by a prep sometimes. You're like, all right, I'm good. I should be good to go. And then he plays bishop d2, and then you're like, oh, I didn't prep this one, right? So it is a lot. It's a lot to it.
Exactly. We've got another great question in the chat. Stanley Marsh is asking, do you think he's actually seeing errors, or he's moving the pieces in his head? Yeah, he's not seeing errors. He generally makes those errors on stream to point out for the viewers which move he is considering. But I think in his head, he is just seeing pieces move. So he's seeing like, okay, bishop e6, rook c1, then take, and then go bishop d5. By the way, bishop d5 would be a wooden shield, like nicely anchored into the board. But again, I don't think Firouzja should allow that, and he should play a move like e5 instead. So it's always interesting, you know, like Hikaru's saying like, okay, what do I want here? I want to get my bishop to d5, and then Firouzja's like, hey, I'm not going to make you achieve that, and that's why the move e5 is a very clever move from white. So let's see what Hikaru is going to come up with. I mean, to me, knight f7 looks logical, bishop e6 as well. It is a little bit concerning that he is in the tank. Well, it seems that white definitely still has chances for an advantage.
Absolutely. I think it's some problems with, I mean, on bishop e6, e5 is quite annoying. Then you have to figure out, okay, do I tuck the bishop? But then the knight on h6 looks kind of gross. Like, what do I do? I go rook e8, I'm kind of being passive. Then I allow rook c1 with pressure on c6. So, I mean, okay, bishop e6 seems passive. So maybe I go pawn takes and then bishop f5. But then, I mean, that doesn't feel right. Like, he's really trying to figure out what's the right way of doing it. Bishop e6, e5, what happens here? Yeah, just bishop f5, I guess, and just move out of the way. Bishop e4 may be anything, but rook c1 seems quite annoying too. Rook c1, maybe queen d7. Problem is my c5 square. Now, luckily, the knight's not on c3, which is huge here. Oh, but maybe he goes like knight b5, knight c3, knight a4. Like, what a crazy way to get the knight around to try to get the knight to c5. If the knight gets to c5, this could be very, very, very bad for black. So this is a thing to think about as well. How can I stop this plan? Because it really isn't. We don't have control over the c5 square yet. So we do have to figure all these things out. And there is a lot to think about. That's why he's in the think tank.
I don't think he sees juicers during the game, but yeah, here we see why the move h3 was so useful for Firouzja. Hikaru never has that move bishop to g4, putting pressure on that knight, which is crucial for holding white's center together. Defending the pawn on e5 and also the pawn on d4, but as you pointed out, James, the knight on a3 certainly is misplaced. I mean, maybe it will swing back to c2 and before e3 later on, but it can never go to a4 and c5. So bishop e6, bishop f5, looking very logical. Bishop e4 can be played, putting pressure on this knight over here. But for Firouzja, he can always just take here and go into this position, which should be approximately even. Black has the bishop pair here, but the bishop on g7 is a little bit passive. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. Bishop e6 makes a lot of sense to me. Also, the move knight to f7. So we have a very fighting position here, and I think can really go either way.
I agree as well. And someone in the chat said, can they eat during the tournaments? Yes, you can. You absolutely can eat during your classical games. They have usually, and I remember when I was younger, we had nationals. A guy was eating, a kid, we was kids there, but my man's eating a burger at the board. Okay, Chad, don't eat a burger. Don't eat anything big meal at the board. But snack, that's fine. Even then, you go outside, like you just walk around and go eat something, but and come back, but he was eating a straight up burger at the board. Don't do that. Okay. That's not the right etiquette, but they can step away and you can eat as well. And it is important, I think, to actually eat the right way. Remember, Magnus used to love, what was his favorite drink? If you guys know, orange juice. He would drink orange juice a lot, but orange juice has a lot of sugar in it. So around the 5 or 6 hour mark, that sugar starts to kick in. This is why I'm a big fan of fitness and taking care of your body and also just eating correctly, right? So when you are there at the tournaments, eating right, things that can give you energy is very important. So you can do this, so you can have that energy later on in these very long classical games. You don't crash 5 or 6 hours in. Very important.
Yeah, so it's important to have the right nutrients, something that gives you energy for the long term. And James, that reminds me, I once played in a tournament where someone did not eat a burger at the board, but they ate fish, like fish with their hands.
Man, get this man. I'm about to knock it out of his hand. I'm about to literally get that out of here, man. What is that?
And I don't know. I mean, I remember someone telling me, and they were like, he was eating fish. Effing fish at the board, and his hands were getting all greasy.
Oh, and he touching like, the pieces. You want to draw, bro?
I don't know, but everyone was looking at him like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Oh man, bro! And did you win that game?
It was not against me. I heard it was a story I heard at a tournament I played. It was not against me, but it's pretty unusual. Let's put it that way. Yeah, in Norway, that is okay.
In Norway, that is okay. Wow, that's interesting. And, I was just in Norway too, as well as in Oslo, doing commentary out there, and it didn't seem everything was fine. Like, don't do that, Chad. Don't do that. Okay, that's terrible, bro. That's just so gross. What are you doing, right? Fish at the board there, bro. Wow. Well, Hikaru in the think tank here, though. So we do have Bishop B2, his last move, right? Doesn't happen.
Yeah, bishop
Yeah.
d2 was the last move by Firouzja, and now Hikaru going for a deep think. He's already like 13 minutes or so in the tank, but I think for a lot of people in the chat, they might not have played an over-the-board tournament. They might have only played online chess, so they might not be fully aware of all the etiquette there is in an over-the-board tournament. But generally, it is considered to be a little bit rude to be eating at the board because it could distract your opponent if you're making noises and whatnot. So generally, you should stand up for a little bit, eat your snack, and then get back. Definitely do not eat fish. That's a
I
little
don't
bit
do that
odd.
one. Yeah, and if the rapper makes a lot of noise, like there are kids, oh my goodness, the kids are the worst. And I have a lot of patience with kids because they're kids. So, and I also have two sons. So, like, I have patience. So, here, sometimes the kids will grab the rapper and it's just making all the, and then they drop it. Oh, let me pick it up. And it's just like, oh my goodness. And it's so hard to concentrate in a way. And like, sometimes you'll see it like, can you go outside? Can you not do that? I'll see that from opponents a lot. They play the kids, so it's just different, man. Now, don't do that. It's the bag of chips, exactly like a bag of chips, and like literally you hear only the bag and hard crunching
Yeah,
of the
but
chips.
exactly. But to be fair, I mean, we all were kids. I mean, when I was a kid, I also got some complaining. Maybe I was eating at the board or something. So, don't want to be too harsh on them. But yeah, let's see what Hikaru is gonna do here. Yeah. So let's see what is gonna happen. But yeah, generally, I mean, it's kind of funny. I don't know if it's a rule that you cannot eat at the board or it's just etiquette. So I don't know if your opponent can ask you to step away. I mean, I had a friend who was playing someone, and he stood up from the board and he was eating a granola bar or something, and his opponent asked him to step away, which is a little bit odd. I mean, again, maybe it's some sort of etiquette, but I don't think you can actually enforce that, right?
You're right. I don't think you can actually enforce it. I've never seen anyone enforce it, but it is more of like just etiquette, like, yo, bro, you're distracting me, basically. Even twirling a pawn. I had a world open where I actually did good. I scored like 6, which is nice in the open section. Like I scored 6 points. But I didn't win anything. Like people with 6.5 was like higher, but I still did a great tournament. And I like was twirling a pawn in one round, and it was like above the board. So now I twirl always under the board, like I always twirl pawn, obviously a twirl piece. And you see players do this all the time, but you twirl under your arm or under the board because I had an opponent even tell me, hey, bro, can you just not do that? And he lost the game too. I understand. He was just mad. But at the same time, it is actually distracting if you're sitting there twirling. Wow, they may be trying to calculate and they can see you doing that. So it is just more of an etiquette thing.
Yeah, and Wandering Bishop is asking in the chat, when does bad etiquette cross the line to being actionable in terms of complaining? I think, like you said, James, it's actionable in case it is undeniably distracting the opponent. So if you're twirling a pawn or something in the field of vision of your opponent, I think they have a very reasonable complaint to tell the arbiter or the opponent, like, hey, can you not do that because it's distracting me? So yeah, I think it's just or if they're making noise, right? If they're making noise, then it's also just distracting the opponent. So I think then you also have a very solid case to tell the arbiter, or just tell your opponent, like, hey, can you stop doing that? And if they don't stop, then getting the arbiter involved is generally the way things go.
That's right. There we go. There we go. Jaron in the chat. That's funny. That's funny. That's messed up, Jaron. Wow, kids, right? You just gotta say it's just a kid, right? It's a kid. That's funny. Oh man.
I have a tick where I bob my head and my opponent, a child, started bobbing his head to mock me. All right, maybe that kid was called Hikaru. No, of course Hikaru is not a kid, but he likes to do the head bob, especially when he knows he's got a good position.
Yep, got him. Yep, got him. Yep. Like Queen B7 walked away from the board. There it is. Queen B7 hits a B2.
I'm slightly surprised because Queen B7 is not a developing move, but perhaps his idea is that in case White plays Rook C1, he wants to take an E4 and then go C5, attacking the Rook on E4. I don't know if it's going to work. It also, by the way, it does attack the pawn on B2. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do here. I mean, perhaps he's going into the tank again, but I think, James, it is time to take our first break of the day. But don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back with more action of round number 6 of Norway Chess. See you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of Norway Chess 2023. James, Firouzja is still in the tank, and Hikaru is up 27 minutes on the clock. Which move do you think he is finally going to play?
That's a great question here. I mean, there's so many moves, and one thing that you have to realize here is like how clever Queen D7 is from a practical standpoint, right? Like I have a threat. I do want to keep two pawns in the center if I'm black here. I want to do that. I want to keep the tension, as they say. So pawn takes E4, and then that C5 move you highlighted, which is really nice there, is really annoying to me, which means I have to do something now because that's the threat. So I have to do something now. Also, I mean, B2 is actually kind of hanging. So, I mean, if I take B2, you're going to have to move, let's say like in a French type game, take on B2, you go knight C2, I go back to B7. I just stole a pawn. Yeah, okay. You may have some compensation, but you're going to have to prove it. And I did steal a pawn from you, and I got the bishop pair. So if you try to get the pawn back, we open up the game. Cool. I got the bishop still, which favors me. So long term, that's nice for black too as well. So you have to think about both of these. I can take on E4 and then play C5, or I can take on B2. Lots of thinking there. What a clever move from Hikaru, I think. So with that being said, I have to do something now, and I don't know what to do yet. So I'm still thinking myself, in fact, Queen C2 maybe, but I mean, that is no, because then he can take, and I can't take with Queen, and if he takes with Rook, then Bishop F5. So like this is really, difficult. Maybe I have to like clarify things, but then that is a concession if I take on D5.
Exactly, yeah. And someone said in the chat, maybe Queen B7 is a move to let Alireza think. Well, I think with this move, Queen B7, Hikaru wants to let Alireza cook. I think that's really his idea right here. But yeah, let's see what Firouzja is going to do. He could offer a queen trade with Queen of B3. It would double white pawns, but he would get the open A file and perhaps put some pressure on this pawn over here. Hikaru, again, he's got the bishop pair, but this bishop on G7 currently is a little bit blocked in. The bishop on C8 also is not super active, so I think, if anything, maybe Firouzja has a very slight edge, but he will have to play accurately here to prove it. So let's see what he's going to do. But yeah, Hikaru has that idea of, let's say, taking on E4 and playing C5, and this is where he could really try to use his bishop now that the position is opening up. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do, but definitely the half an hour clock advantage is playing a role here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's like, oh, it's so much time. Let him think. Oh, it's so much. And then 8 minutes, then he's under an hour, and you're like, wait, he was just at an hour and a half? It wasn't that long ago. He had an hour and a half on the clock. Now he's at an hour and eight. Then he's going to be under an hour. Then he's going to be at 30 minutes, and then he's going to be, in time trouble. That's just how fast it goes. And it may not seem that fast, but an hour, 2 hours is not actually a lot of time, especially in the chess world, for so many things to think about. Chess lover in the chat, what's up, bro? I'll see you, man. We'll be streaming tonight, man. We're doing our thing. I'm back in the city. So yeah, what's up, Bach? When the last time you streamed here? You did. You streamed. You be streaming on Kick now. I see Bach is everywhere, Chad. Bach is on Kick. He's on Twitch. He on tour right now. He's not even at home.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I also stream on Kick from time to time, especially during Arena Kings, because they pay you out in kick subs, and the split is just better there. But I haven't streamed on Twitch in a while, but perhaps soon again. Wait, I'm on the front of Chess Live. Are you? Oh, that'd be awesome. I mean, I had no idea. Yes, right now I'm in the Netherlands, and someone is asking in the chat, what is the longest classical game we both have played? I guess I will start off in terms of hours. I think it was a game at Tata Steel Chess. Now, Tata Steel has this extremely long time control, like 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves, and another 50 moves for the next 50 minutes for the next 20, and then an additional 15 minutes. And I think that game lasted like 7.5 hours. But James, what is the longest game you've played?
Big fella. I've had a 7, but not 7.5. 7.5 is really pushing it. But I did 7. And this was at a Norm tournament for IM Norm, and I actually lost the game, but then I crushed an IM in the next round. I was so mad. They gave me 30 minutes to eat and like just collect myself after losing a 7-hour game. I think it was 128 moves, lost the game. And then next game I crushed an IM in 18 moves. I was hyped. I was all right, cool. That makes up for it because I was mad, all that energy, and it's like I just want to take it out on somebody. So, and I was just won the game. I didn't care. In fact, what's funny, as Hikaru says, literally don't care. That game, I just was like, you know what, I'm just gonna have fun, whatever. And I like had a great game, in fact. So a lot of times having that pressure off of you does feel good, and you play great chess. So yeah, it was tough. It was definitely tough. 7 hours for me.
Exactly. Yeah, losing a 7-hour game, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, you put in all of that time and then you lose and you're like, okay, wait, what did I just do with my life? Like, why did I spend 7 hours to lose a board game
Oh
and to
man.
lose points of my rating? Like,
Yeah, I was so
why
mad,
did I
bro.
do this?
But then I got them all back in the next game. I was hyped. I was like, all right, cool, man. You feel better if you can have a good recovery. But if not, I mean, really, this game is a lot, man. It's a lot of pressure there. Sometimes, unless you don't literally don't care, like literally don't care. Army says in the chat. Very nice.
Yeah, but yeah,
Hey,
no,
Carl, he's still
indeed. I mean,
thinking,
if
bro.
you
Bach, he's still thinking. Firouzja's still thinking. Chat, Firouzja's still
exactly.
thinking.
Yep.
We talk about
But
everything.
yeah, like if you win a 7.5 hour game, I mean, it feels great. I mean, you put in all of that work, and finally it paid off. But if you lose after all of that time, it's horrible. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And yeah, Hikaru's got a big lead on the clock. He's up 33 minutes. I don't know. And Firouzja, I can't tell from his body language is he's gonna move if he's gonna move soon or not. I mean, he seems kind of locked in. So let's see what he's going to do. But as someone was pointing out in the chat, the clock is a piece. That being said, I mean, 1 hour is still a lot of time. So it's different in a rapid game. In a rapid game, if you think for a little bit, you easily drop behind on the clock, and then it is a real issue. But here, it will take a while before the players will get into actual time pressure.
Absolutely. It's not real time pressure, but there's that psych time pressure. I'm down time. Sometimes they move a little fast when like you should have been patient for another 5 to 6 minutes. Sometimes you get very low on time, but then you can like find it, you found it, and you won't let go of it. And then you can be able to maybe eke out a draw or sometimes even win the game. So it is a lot of time left here, but you obviously want to be Hikaru here because of the time edge we do have. And if we continue on the path we have so far this game, we're going to have a huge time edge when he won't have any time basically at all, him being Firouzja.
All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Firouzja still in the tank. Hikaru doing a confessional. Wait, is that true? I don't see him in the confession right now. Confessional booth. So perhaps he did that earlier. I didn't think I missed anything. I don't know if the chat is trolling us. I think both of them are locked in. But we're gonna check. I mean, if he did a confession, it would be great to pull that one up.
Yeah, he was thinking so
I
much, and I thought that I was gonna take, and then he was gonna play here, and I was gonna take, but then take, and then it was gonna take, and then it was gonna be a juicer and then a classic right triangle, and I got the pawn, and I was gonna win the game, chat, obviously.
exactly, yeah. Wait, people are saying he did a confessional. Wait, I missed it. I mean, again, we're gonna check. But yeah, I think right now the position is still a little bit better for Firouzja on the board. But as we said many times, on the clock, he is running some risks. I mean, if Hikaru can keep playing the position and if he can create some chances as well, perhaps he can let him cook when Firouzja gets low on time.
What I like to say is letting rook, like letting rook clear the way, chat, letting rook, don't touch the man, letting rook, aka letting cook. Okay, he's cooking right now. He's trying to cook. What was the somebody said? Cook the orange earlier because he had the orange shirt and
Oh,
stuff
I
like
see
that.
on the Chess.com stream that Hikaru did a confession. So perhaps we can try to pull this one up. Let's see if our producer is able to do that.
Let's
Okay.
see.
All right. But yeah, it might take a little while. So yeah, in the meantime, let's see what Firouzja is gonna do. I mean, James, we talked about some moves in this position. Queen b3 makes sense. Perhaps rook c1. You can also take here at any moment. Is there another move that makes sense to you?
Well, I like to keep queens on the board. Queen b3 is not a move I'm trying to do. I mean, it just becomes closer to obviously draw. Unless I'm playing with the black pieces, believe it or not, queen trades I'm fine with black. But with white,
Mhm.
I'm not trying to trade queens because I don't want to actually draw. In fact, the rule top level chess win with white, draw with black. Now, of course, you do want to win with black if your chances are there, but obviously, right, that's just kind of how it goes. Win with white, draw with black. So I like to
Mhm.
keep queens on more with white than I do with black.
And
So
and I
I
think
don't want to play queen.
Hikaru's confession is up. So let's
Let's
try
go.
to pull it up. And we're back, everyone. So those were Hikaru's thoughts that he shared in the confessional booth. Always very insightful to hear what he has to say, but I think, Kanti, that is what he said after the move knight to h6. So perhaps that also explains why it took him a little bit of time to get back to the board when Firouzja played the move c3.
Right. In fact, as you said, it was like, yeah, 2 minutes was away from the board because he was in there doing that confessional. And you know what's funny? After all of this, and we watching, he's still thinking, bro. Firouzja's still thinking. We watched the whole video. You can go. Hey, you want to go to the movies like Spider-Man? The metaverse just came out. Whatever it was, that was a good movie though. In fact, by the way, just to plug that. But at the same time, like I mean, you could go watch a movie right now. I mean, Firouzja is still thinking. We saw all of this, and Firouzja's still in the tank. I mean, this is a huge edge for Hikaru right now. Yes, of course. Okay, it's a lot of time. Are we gonna keep saying that though? After 30 minutes, and he thinks again for another 30-minute thing. We're on move 12.
Exactly. And someone's also asking, is this interview after or before the match? This was during the match.
That's gross.
So again, Firouzja going for a long thing. He took 25 minutes for that move. So Hikaru was like, well, let me go in there and share some of my thoughts. He probably was getting bored at that point. But yeah, like you are pointing out, Firouzja, this move is again spending 25 minutes. He is cooking. I mean, he's down 42, 43 minutes on the clock. So Hikaru definitely having a big edge there. And yeah, I mean, you could really do whatever. I mean, you could cook dinner. Maybe he could record his recap. Maybe go into the confessional again.
Again, like, hey, man, what y'all doing? Hey, I just want to say, love all you guys. Okay, go follow my YouTube. What y'all doing today? I'm going to respond to everybody personally because I got the time to do so right now. So it is kind of ridiculous. I mean, in a way, Firouzja definitely in the think tank here, and it's showing. Hey, Hikaru has a huge psych edge, huge time edge now. This is really bad for Firouzja. If we think any longer, I think in another 10 minutes, this is going to be really, really bad. I mean, obviously, there's still time left, and anything can happen, but with this time edge is huge because you have to move faster. You meaning Firouzja, I have to move faster, or I'm going to keep losing time, which means moving faster is more inaccuracies.
Exactly. And right now, the players have only played 12 moves, so Firouzja will have to make another 28 to reach the time control by doing some quick commands. I think that's like 2 minutes per move, actually a little bit less. So he definitely already finds himself into a bit of time pressure. As you said, he really has to speed up from here. Otherwise, I mean, who knows? He's going to make some mistakes later on. So let's see what he's going to do. Again, I think these ideas with Queen B3 make a lot of sense. Also to get the queens off, take some of the risk out of the position, since he is potentially going to end up in time pressure. But he's just got to go here. I mean, after 25 minutes of thought, you have diminishing returns. Like you have your initial thoughts, then you check them. But at some point, you have some idea of what you want to do. But then if you keep thinking, you don't really produce any new ideas.
No, that Queen B3 move at this point is probably, a good practical choice. You could still think and try to do something else, but with Queen B3, it does trade the queens, take some pressure off. But then I also have now, gave myself a very weak pawn on B3, and Black still has the bishop pair. I am just not into that move practically. Queen B3, I'm just going to probably take on D5 and maybe hope for the best there and maybe play around these pawns here. The thing is, okay, if I take on D5, you take back, and you get E5 in, you actually have hanging pawns. Okay, yes, you got 2 pawns in the center, but they are hanging pawns, and hanging pawns is different than nice protected pawns, understanding the pawn structures here. So, I mean, hanging pawns could be bad at some point. Obviously, hanging pawn structure is not the strongest, so we could try to provoke some weaknesses or something, but, I mean, it is better than just, hey, tanking for another 20 here. We got to do something about it.
He's got to move him. I mean, at this point, he's already spending close to 30 minutes. So let's see what he's going to do. I think what also makes a lot of sense is perhaps to take on D5 first and then go Queen B3. And the queens come off. This pawn is hanging. Knight B5 is coming. To be honest, this does look a little bit annoying for Hikaru to deal with. And but we finally have a move. He goes for the move E5. I don't think that is a move we mind at all. I mean, it keeps all of the pieces on the board, keeps a lot of tension, and hey, we have a big advantage on the clock. I mean, how many? I mean, it's like 45 minutes.
Yep, 45 minutes. And I think after that move, he made it quickly, and he sat back at the board and thought. And you know what that is? I've done it so many times too as well. And I've seen this actually, like in body language here. He did not want to play E5. He didn't want to play E5. I believe he wanted to actually play something else, but because he's thinking so long, he played e5, and now he's thinking on Hikaru's time. Really quickly, oh snap! All right, let me keep thinking. But like I'm kind of panicked in a way. Like I'm just thinking a long time. And now Black just has no problems really. We developed the bishop, as you said. Bishop f5 looks great. Bishop e4. Now, of course, as you pointed out with the bishop f5, pawn takes pawn or ef, and then ef again. The problem is my bishop, but okay, I can actually open it up maybe later after bishop e4, knight f5, take on f3, maybe knight takes d4, knight h4, play f5. The problem is going to be our bishop on g7.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I think, at least practically, this is definitely a mistake. I like this approach much more by taking on d5 and going queen b3. Like I said, I mean,
right.
with the queens off the board, the time advantage is less of an issue. Also, play becomes a little bit more concrete with a very quick knight b5 coming. And honestly, I don't see how Black is not losing a pawn. This one is hanging. After knight b5, this pawn is hanging. You also have ideas of knight c7, perhaps rook f7. But then there's knight d6. So I think this definitely was the way to go for Firouzja. After e5, Hikaru's got some good options. Perhaps he can take here. And I think if Firouzja takes with a knight, perhaps we can take this pawn on b2, taking the knight over here, and a pawn on d4, although there's still knight to c2. You could take with a pawn, but here we get a very interesting and double-edged position, where Black has the two bishops. Also now they have some pawns in the center, which could push up with like c5 and d4, maybe knight f7, bishop e6. So we'll see how this game is going to develop, but I think the move you pointed out, bishop f5, also makes perfect sense. But it does allow Firouzja to simplify the position a little bit by going for this trade. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do, but at least he's got the time to figure it out.
Yeah, and having the time is really like having an extra piece in a long time. I mean, you can just figure it out. You don't have to wait. I don't have to move fast. I mean, I don't have to move quick. I can just think. I can use the whole time advantage if I want to, but I'll figure it out here. Now, of course, bishop f5 just seems like the move, but also pawn takes pawn. So yeah, maybe just clean it up. Takes, and then bishop f5. What's wrong with that? Take on e5, we take on e5, isolate it in a way, and then play bishop f5. Same idea, bishop e4 with an open f file. This is probably the cleanest.
I like this one as well, taking bishop f5, or I mean, knight f7 is an idea as well, although white could potentially play e6 here. But I like c5, but I don't see how I defend the pawn after rook to c1. I mean, I don't want to go c4, because after c4, white can establish a nice blockade on these squares with bishop c3, knight c2 to d4. I want to get the pawns, the c5 and d4, where I can move my bishop in between, go knight f7, or just keep the pawns right here, right now, because it prevents a knight from jumping back into the game. But I definitely think if Hikaru wants a double-edged game, he should take on e5, and then he has a lot of options. Perhaps, again, like you pointed out, I like the move bishop f5, because here, let's say Firouzja makes some move like b3. Here we can go c5, and we can meet a rook to c1 with rook c8. And here, I think Hikaru's definitely got the advantage. When he's got these nice pawns, the bishops are getting pretty strong, and knight f7 is an idea as well to put some pressure on the pawn on e5.
And he's still in the think tank here. We also have the chat going with spam. We have the spam in the chat, and you already know what happens when you guys spam the chat. I mean, it's just proven, statistically proven that he wins, or it's more power, more energy given to Hikaru when you spam that. So great job from you guys in the chat on top of the time advantage we have right here. So it's not looking good for Firouzja, but again, it's not over, but it's definitely looking good for our boy.
Exactly. Sending Hikaru the power of flower always works. I mean, he just soaks it in and he makes the right moves at the board. I mean, we saw yesterday him scoring a great win with the white pieces against against Ariantari. But I think here right now, I mean, he's got great chances to get another win against Firouzja. I mean, up 40 minutes on the clock, a double-edged position. I mean, what more can you ask for with the black pieces?
Yeah, that's correct. What more can you ask for? And they say, win with white and draw with black. But you have the Sicilian, which that helps you. You know, there are some force lines, but there are ways that you can play without the force lines. Obviously, knight c6 being one of the great Sicilians, where a lot of times there are not as many force draws as you'll see in other Sicilians. He didn't want to draw here. He came to fight today. He definitely came to fight. He was like, "Oh, I want to draw. We cool." He played e5, and he did not play e5. Move one. He played c5. Chat. And after being world number 2, I mean, hey, I feel good. You know what? Let's go for a win. And that's what Hikaru says today. So he's going for the win with the move 1, c5, having already a slightly better position preferred, but also having, a lot of time.
Well, let's see what he's going to do. He's sitting in the board. He's looking very focused, shaking his head slightly from the left to the right. Yeah, I mean he's wearing his lucky shirt. It always brings him luck. And Firouzja currently stood up from the board. Firouzja having two cans of Norwegian Mount Water, and Hikaru only having one. So Firouzja having a very slight edge there. But again, Hikaru has the edge on the board, or well, not on the board, but specifically on the clock.
Right, specifically on the clock here. And yeah, he has the Norwegian water. That's funny. Yeah. Got an advantage there on the water. So we'll see. But I think Hikaru actually is they might be even there because he had one before. He was drinking another one. He like put the other one maybe away or something. But hydration advantage. There you go, chat. Nice. He has the hydration advantage, but we have an advantage on the board.
Oh, wait, actually, if we look very closely, James, so look at that white bishop that he took. If you look to the left of that bishop, there is his other can. So actually the score in terms of cans is equal. Do you see it?
Ah, I see it. I see it there. Yes, that is correct. I knew I saw a second one. I was like, no, I think that's so. So in fact, it's about even there, which means, I mean, if it's even, I mean, where is Firouzja even winning today?
Exactly. No, I mean, it's even in terms of the cans. The position on the board is even, and Hikaru has a big advantage on the clock. So overall, he's got the edge here. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I really like this move, pawn to c5. It makes the position double-edged, and that is exactly what we need here. Keep in mind, you guys, there's only one time control. There's no added time after move 40, and we have the move knight f7 on the board. That is a fine move as well, putting some pressure over here. But Firouzja could take an f6, and that makes the position a little bit more dry. So that is the downside. I think Firouzja definitely should play it. I mean, e6 is possible, but after 98, I think this pawn, if anything, is only a weakness. I mean, Firouzja could also let Hikaru take here, but again, then the position becomes extremely double-edged, and that's kind of what we're hoping for here, given the fact that Hikaru's got such a big edge on the clock.
Absolutely. I was thinking about yeah, e6 is weird because of knight d8, right? You just give with the pawn here. But I mean, also what if he keeps attention, which I think that's probably most likely is actually keeping attention. You could take, but then like I think I'm always taking black there, knight d6 to e4, bishop f5. Like, I mean, how you're not losing this. You're playing for two almost at this point. It's very nice for black. But if I keep the tension, there is actually some things that maybe could be annoying to us. Like, how do we, gain some space here from black? In fact, if he keeps the tension, so for instance, let's say like rook c1, maybe b3, because that is kind of hanging. I don't really want to give that up. So like maybe b3 or something.
Well, I think now's a good opportunity to take an e5 again, and in case white takes,
Takes.
here perhaps the move bishop f5, followed by
Nice.
c5 or bishop b4, and this can very quickly get out of hand for white. I mean, this is really
Wow.
what you're hoping for in this Russell Lima, so I think that would be great. Again, I'm a little bit disappointed, perhaps, that he's allowing this option of pawn takes f6,
Mm-hmm.
which, I mean, after which black is fine, but the position is just a little bit more dry. I mean, there's no more of that weakness on e5.
That's correct. The weakness is not there. I love how black looks there. I've actually just personal experience having accelerated dragons and kings Indians in this position before. I've scored well here. It feels good. Like, okay, cool. I have nothing. I'm not losing. Yes, c6 is weak, and the knight on a3 is a huge difference. If it's on c3, then you have knight a4, knight c5. But because it's on a3, that changes everything. So I get these extra tempi, which is going to give me, time being a lot more than a piece at this point, feeling really good after takes, maybe move the knight to d6, bishop f5, knight or bishop to e4, open up the bishop eventually with f5. Maybe even after takes, I can play bishop h6, trade off the bad bishop. Takes, put the knight on f5, or bishop f5, bishop e4, knight f5. b2 still hanging, right? So, yeah, I mean, it definitely still dry, though, but definitely looking better, I think, on the dry end. Who's the better of the dry end will definitely be black, I think.
All right, so let's see what Firouzja is going to do. I mean, he must realize that pawn takes f6 is not the most ambitious approach, so perhaps he will not go for it. But even there, given the fact that the position is even, doesn't mean it's going to end in a draw. Again, Hikaru's got a big edge on the clock, and we know that he knows how to put it to work. I mean, he's got so much experience in blitz and rapid chess, so he will definitely try to let Firouzja cook right there. In the meantime, we see Anish, he keeps pacing back and forth. He really wants to join. Yeah, he really wants to join the stream. He just keeps walking in front of our camera.
Yeah, in fact, pacing is that's great. Yeah, pacing is a thing. Actually, it's very important to actually walk around and pacing and you thinking. And he actually does that a lot. Like every tournament, he has arms folded, like he magician or something, or Aladdin. He literally does this all the time. Same way, folds his arms and then he just paces every tournament. every tournament, and it works for him. It definitely works. Oh man, he's in the zone.
Exactly. And someone's pointing out Anish trying to get his 10,000 subs. Well, the annoying thing for Anish is, even if he would get 10,000 steps in, he wouldn't have his phone on him and there he goes again, blocking the full camera. Again, or no, wait, I think that's Shaq. I think that's Big Shaq.
Big Shaq
blocking the camera.
Oh yeah, be very careful. That man is dangerous, right? So Shaq blocking the camera here too as well. Everybody walking around. Man, these games are exciting today, huh? People walking around every move type thing today. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, everyone is stretching their legs. And someone's asking in the chat, how many moves until move 40? They have to make another 27 moves. So Firouzja still has to make a lot of moves. I mean, 48 divided by 27. He's got 1 minute and 0.77777 minutes per move. I mean, that's like 1 minute and 40 seconds-ish.
I kind of think it's possible. I mean, okay, it's possible. It is possible. Let's not ever say that. But it's very, very hard for Firouzja, especially, Hikaru is in form. He's in stride. Like, momentum, I'm number 2, right? I'm feeling good. I'm having a great tournament. A momentum is huge. So you play better. You're feeling good. I got momentum. I'm doing this. There's no real pressure. And I'm down a lot of time here as Firouzja here. So all these things come to play, especially when you're at the board. I mean, really just all hits you at once. Sometimes you don't calculate as accurately. And there's a lot going on. 47 minutes. I mean, we start talking another 10 minutes here. He's really going to be, I think, almost an hour down on time, right?
Yeah, no, he's down right now like 45 minutes. So big time advantage for Hikaru. Let's hope he can keep the tension in the position, and then perhaps he can let him cook when he gets low on time. But yeah, so far everything looking great for Hikaru. Let's check in real quick in some of the other games. I mean, the game between Arjan and Magnus looking pretty fine right now. Perhaps he could strike in the center with the move d5, but we have all of the pieces on the board right here. That's kind of what Magnus was hoping for. Then we have the game between Gukesh and Anish, looking pretty fine for Anish. Is up 20 minutes on the clock, but probably a draw, both sides having 2 rooks, a knight, and a bishop. But let's check in real quick in the game between Fabiano and Noderbeck. I think first Fabiano was doing pretty all right, but right now the bishop got traded for the knight. And, Fabiano is pushing all these pawns on this side of the board, but it's really difficult to really make anything happen. So, James, what do you make of this game right here?
I do like black because it feels like we have some type of attack. Feels is different from actually doing it, of course, with a calculation. But I also know, too, as well, sometimes, as hard as it is to try to get it out of your head, sometimes psych part does play a role. And I think right now, Noderbeck actually does have a slight psych edge on Fabi, beating him in the Chess Kid Cup in 2 matches. In fact, beating him again in tournament, it's happening. So, of course, Fabi losing to him sometimes. Now, of course, Fabi is just like, if he gets over it fast, boom, he'll be ready to go here. But Noderbeck is playing well right now, and, it's tough to break it down here. I do like Black's position, though. I think he has a good position. Knight C2, we got to move.
We got a move by Firouzja. So knight c2, now we could perhaps consider the take on e5, but I like the fact that Firouzja is delaying the trade on f6. I mean, I think that tells us that probably he will not go for it at all. I mean, he wants to keep the tension in the position, which is definitely the critical position, which is definitely the critical approach. But it also gives Hikaru some chances. Someone is asking in the chat, theoretically, can you flag in classical? You certainly can. I mean, if your clock is ticking down and you do not make a move and it hits 0, you lose on time. And now, especially in this game, given the fact that there is that the players have time for the first 40 moves, there's no increment. It's very much possible. I mean, if you leave yourself, let's say, 5 seconds for 10 moves, good luck. So yeah, Firouzja definitely has speed up. He has played his move, but yeah, again, he has to make another 26 moves in 46 minutes. So not an easy spot he finds himself in. Let's see, James, what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, maybe he can take an e5. Also, bishop f5 makes a lot of sense.
Chat sometimes is 5,500. I forget sometimes. All right. So chat was asking queen b2. Why can't he take on b2? And actually, I'm trying to actually figure out too, bro. Like, where actually is the move, right, guy? Like, okay, what do you actually? I was looking at bishop b4 and knight b4. I was looking at both of these, and I can actually get away with queen a3 and after rook b3, I go queen a4. Everything defended. So with all of this, I was like, I can do this and get away. This is what you see in the French defense a lot. Is the French type stuff where, like, In the French, they nab the pawn on b2. They come back, and if you do not punish me, guess what? That's a juicer, and I'm going to win this game somewhere. So queen b2, and I don't really see how you're trapping the queen.
I don't think there's an immediate way for white to punish black, but I think the queen is just a little bit offside. I mean, let's say white plays a move like knight to b4, attacking this pawn. First of all, the pawn is very awkward to defend. And actually, even if you do with a move like knight d8, there might be something like rook b1, queen a3, and maybe rook e3 attacking the queen. You have to go here, and here you lose the pawn anyway. So I don't think it's a good idea for Hikaru to take it. It ruins the harmony in his position a little bit for just a pawn that doesn't really matter. I think he should keep a central approach. Perhaps he could trade here or play a move like bishop f5. After bishop f5, this becomes a real possibility because you take the pawn and attack the knight. But also, I mean, you have moves like bishop b4, putting some pressure on this side over here. So I don't think he should take the pawn. Instead, he should just keep developing.
I 100% agree. In fact, I mean, yes, b2 is a pawn, but the activity, in fact, as Gary says, right, the activity, Gary Kasparov says, the activity trumps material most times. So having, yeah, you can grab the material, but you're not as active as I will be after you take this material, which I may even get the material back because I was active. So bishop f5 makes a lot of sense here. I mean, it's a great move. Bishop f5, bishop e4, also hits c2. Now, queen takes b2 is a Yasser move, right? Yes, 1987. I took every single pawn I could take.
Give me your pawn.
Oh, I'm the president of the Pawn Grabbers Association. I'm going to take every pawn there is. So, you know, he's going to take that all day. But bishop f5, I am going to play like, that's what I'm going to play. Bishop f5, like then queen b2 or something like that.
Exactly. So let's see what he's going to do. I don't think it's the right idea to take. Again, I like a move like bishop f5 or maybe a5, making sure that white never has to move knight before, or bishop to b4. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, he's up 40 minutes on the clock. Everything looking pretty good, but let's hope that he can keep up a good pace. Again, to me, the move bishop f5 looks the most logical. You could also take, but I guess Firouzja takes with the pawn. And let's say we go, well, if you go c5, perhaps b4 is a nice move. If you go c4, white is carved out the d4 square and gets a nice blockade in the center. And if not, I mean, if you play a move like, let's say, bishop f5, perhaps white can start with knight cd4, followed by b4, and gets the control that they want.
Yeah, that's not a fan. I'm not a fan of that at all, in fact. So bishop f5, we just got to play bishop f5, and we live, right? Sit there. It makes a lot of sense. It's an active move as well. And of course, what it says is keep the tension. That's what they say, keep the tension. So I want you to take, not me to take. Now, of course, obviously, if you win a material or you have a good reason for capturing, then you capture. But bishop f5 is just principle here. And we'll see what happens, though. Hikaru is going to play probably bishop f5 or something else he's going to come up with. And then we'll ask him in the interview, like, bro, what was this? Like, what were you thinking? He's like, oh, yeah, this takes. And, I mean, obviously it was this. All right, cool. Perfect, bro. Yeah, perfect.
All right, yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. But yeah, to me, I mean, bishop f5 looks very logical. Now, some of you guys might be wondering, what is the idea behind the move a5? Now, I think the idea, again, is that in case we take and play c5, white has that move b4. So, like, let's say after the move a5, white plays something like rook c1. Perhaps here we can seriously consider the take and then go c5, because white can no longer play b4, weaken our pawn structure, and here we have a very nice structure. So, I think that perhaps is the idea, but after a5, again, white could take here and solve the tension in the center. The bishop could potentially come out a6, although I think it's somewhat unlikely. I think it's more likely that the bishop is going to develop to f5. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. To me, I mean, bishop f5 looks the most logical, just developing another piece.
Absolutely. Bishop f5 seems like just a move, and I'm sure he's considering it, but because he hasn't played it, he's definitely considering something else. And that something else, I mean, he might even surprise us. Queen b7 surprised us earlier too as well, because it was a nice practical try. Obviously threatening pawn takes then c5 and also hitting b2. So then after knight c7 or knight c2, I mean, really nice move here. We're going to see bishop f5. You know what? You know me, Bach. I mean, g5 is very committal, but like, what if g5? What if he plays g5, Bach? Like g5. With the idea of maybe like h6, f5. Like, this is such a ridiculous move. Engine doesn't say it's not that bad either. But g5, like, what is this? Maybe knight h2, right?
I mean, g5 is certainly possible, but I think we're very far off from playing something like g4 and having it be effective. So, like, maybe you want to go like h5 and g4, but it takes a long time. And I think if anything, it only weakens black. And also,
Exactly.
I mean, if you go g4 right away, I mean, you do pin the knight, but white can perhaps just take over here. And
I'm taking with
then
the bishop, yeah.
93, although,
Bishop
you know, you do
h5?
have a pin on the knight.
I mean, exactly. It is something. He's thinking about all these lines here, just like that Gukesh game with Bishop G2. And he thought all that time and didn't take the pawn, but it's crazy here what he's thinking about. I mean, I can't wait to see what he does, guys. Bishop f5 or g4. What do you think, Chad? Is he gonna play Bishop f5, a5, or g5? What do you think, Chad?
And we have bishop f5 on the board. I mean,
There it is.
again, to me, it looks like the most logical move, just developing the bishop. And there it is. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do. I mean, Hikaru, I like the fact that he's taking his time, but still keeping a very significant edge on the clock. I mean, he could also dive into the tank, but it's good that he keeps his edge. I mean, think about it this way. Let's say from now on, they will spend the same amount of time. At some point, Firouzja will have no time, and Hikaru will have a bank of 40 minutes on the clock. That definitely gives him great chances to win the game. And now let's see what Firouzja is going to do. Is he going to take an f6? I think, again, that would take a lot of the risk out of the position, but also, I mean, it makes it less likely for him to win this game. And it's not quite in his style. I think it's more in his style to keep the tension. So I think he might keep delaying it. But if he keeps delaying it, perhaps Hikaru... Oh, never mind. There we have it on the board.
He takes it real quick, like, no, yeah, we're gonna definitely play this game out, my guy. So how do we take this back? Pawn takes, bishop takes allows maybe something on e5. But that's a hard maybe because queen b2 is very possible. We do open our bishop up, but we could take with the pawn and just restrict everything. They are both possible. I actually like taking with the pawn.
Yeah, taking with the pawn is generally the typical response. I mean, you do keep your bishop locked in, but you take control over the e5 and g5 squares. Like I said, if you take with the bishop, the pawn on e7 remains backwards, and white gets a nice outpost on e5. So I think we will just have to take with the pawn. The annoying thing is that the position remains somewhat dry, a little bit even. But hey, there's still plenty of play left. We have the two bishops. We have a very slight imbalance in the pawn structure. And perhaps here, you know, it is not crazy to start pushing these pawns with g5 and h5 and maybe g4 at the right moment. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. But I'm pretty certain he's going to recapture with the pawn. He's away from the board. He's not doing another confessional, is he?
Nope, he's back now. He's back at the board, wrote the move down. He's looking and thinking, nothing body language wise. Okay, he's just calculating.
And yeah, I think we will see pawn takes f6 very shortly. You take with the bishop, like someone pointed out in the chat, would give Firouzja a bashing on the e5 square. I mean, I think what Firouzja will do is something like bishop c3, defend this. Now the knight could jump into e5, also knight e3, and it feels like white is just a little bit better. So e takes f6 is definitely the right move, and I'm sure Hikaru is just going to play it after a minute or two.
Absolutely. Yeah, pawn takes it seems right. Bishop takes seems I mean, it looks good. It opens the bishop up principle wise, but it does give just black a weakness on the e7 with the e7 pawn. Can't really push it, can't really use it. d4 is not really that weak. Pawn takes seems the move. Yes, of course, you know, the bishop's behind the pawn, but we can eventually end up moving that pawn. Just going to take some time, but we do have the e4 and c4 squares I think are really nice for us as well. Maybe put a rook on the file and like play this game, you know, out. It's going to be equal still, but I think I like black definitely for sure with the bishop pair. And we have even seen a grind with Gukesh with that very even game. In fact, Gukesh was almost like pushing for more with that isolated pawn. But I mean, Hikaru just played well. And that time edge, remember, the time edge is huge. You know, you forget about that. We analyze in the position, but we also forget about this time. Every time you look at this position, you know, like Alireza's down a lot of time. In another 10, 15 minutes, he's going to have 30 minutes, right? And that's going to be very, very low. And then we're only on move 15 here. We're not even close to 40, Bach. We're not even close to move 40.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I think, again, he's going to take with the pawn. And we got a great question in the chat by one of the mods. What is Hikaru going to do with his dark squared bishop after recapturing this way? It's a very good question. I mean, he could move his bishop potentially, let's say the e4 and f5. That would be nice. But the drawback of pushing f5 is that it does weaken the e5 square that Firouzja could try to use with his knight. That is why, ideally, you want to have your pawn on f7. If you have your pawn on f7, your bishop is open, and you're not weakening any of these squares. So I think he's going to recapture this way. I think first, I mean, he's probably going to bring this rook in, maybe bring the bishop back to f8 or to h6. it's not going to be easy. I mean, maybe maybe it is an idea to go like bishop e4 and f5, but it won't be easy to carry it out. But for now, he's just got to recapture. I mean, taking with the bishop is not really an option, I think. So he should just take with the pawn and keep time on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. He's using some of the time here. Obviously, goes into the think tank a little bit. He's really thinking about bishop takes. That's interesting because like he really is. What you got?
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, someone's asking in the chat, how much time do they get after the time control? Only 10 seconds of increment after move 40.
Yeah, I forgot. You know, I'm used to like 30 minutes after move 40. You know, so you get time added. I forgot there's no time added. You just get increments. So, yeah, this is dangerous now. This is dangerous. I forgot about that. I thought you actually get time. You make it to move 40. Now he only gets increment. It's not real time. So, this is actually very dangerous. Oh, 45 minutes. That's a lot of time. Yes, but I mean, Hikaru is still up a lot of time. And it's not like he's going to have 45 minutes in the next 20 moves. In the next 20 moves, they'll be at move 35. Right, still not at move 40. Where is he? Alireza's time going to be? Where is he going to be in 20 moves from here? And his time management. So we have to consider that as well. So it is very likely that there will be a mistake from Firouzja, and it's up to Hikaru to actually, capitalize on this, which the world number 2 is definitely good at doing. So I think it's tough. It's definitely tough for real.
Yeah. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, pawn takes f6 by far the most logical move. So by that standpoint, I don't really like the fact that he's taking already like 5 minutes. I do expect him to play the move eventually. And sometimes what happens is that he might be thinking about pawn takes and he's like, okay, well, what do I do afterwards? But that is, that's the thing. Like, you got to make your move and think later, like, hey, what do I do? Because I think bishop takes isn't quite the move. I mean, it does keep the bishop open, but the e5 square remains weak. And I think Firouzja definitely has the edge here. So I think this is the move. But it's not easy to come up with the right plan afterwards. But he's just got to, keep up the pressure on the clock. Of course, he still has a significant edge, but right now it is only 32 minutes, while before it was like 45. So he's just got to move here.
He's just got to move out. We're going to see what that is. I think he's probably thinking about bishop to see maybe, okay, what problems can he pose? And it may actually make Firouzja think a little more. Because you got a lot of options. After bishop takes, there is, I mean, what is Black's plan? Like, if you think about that, he took with the pawn. Okay, perfect. So this is what we were all thinking anyway, but he did take a little bit of time just to see. So now we have pawn takes on f6 here, which was a natural move, what we thought would happen. A rook can come to the e file, a knight can go to d6 and e4. We go bishop e4. Like, we have a lot of squares here as well. So good stuff.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. Rook c1 by Firouzja. He keeps sacrificing the pawn, but I don't think we can take it. Because if we take it, there will be knight to b4. But I think Firouzja realizes that he is under pressure, and so he speeds up. Now, Hikaru got up after his move, but let's see. He should be getting back soon, I would think. I don't think he could have gone very far. So let's see which move Hikaru will play. I mean, the move a5 makes sense to me. Making sure that the knight cannot hop to the b4 square. You can also preemptively defend this pawn with something like rook f to c8. So let's see which move he's going to go for. And there we have it. He's back at the board, and he's got another Ken. Right now, Hikaru's got 3 on 2. He's got a nice advantage right there.
Nice advantage. Nice aqua water advantage there. Hydration advantage is what somebody said in the chat. So that is great. He has a hydration advantage. And actually, hydration is very important. In fact, drinking water, even at the board there, is good because the brain is like, what, 60, 70% water, something like that. So it's good to understand, hey, drink the water. Definitely get some water down. Right. Of course, you are going to have to use the restroom a lot, but at the same time, right, like just pace it. You need water management. You know what I mean? So be important there to for your hydration. But a lot of that is going on with Hikaru. Hydration gambit working, and it looks like the time gambit is working as well. Everything, I think, edges Hikaru.
Let's see what he's going to do. I mean, someone asked in the chat, why not rook a8? Rook a8 also makes perfect sense, but after that, it will be much more difficult to get the move a5 in, which always takes some squares away. I also like the move rook fe8, and I think, again, coming back to that question as to what we should do with this bishop, I think generally very often we're going to move it back to f8 or wait for white to play something like bishop c3, and then we could go bishop to h6. So, it's not impossible that something like this could happen where maybe they decide to make a repetition like this. Although, if Firouzja does this, I think Hikaru should just keep the game going with the move bishop to f8. So I expect him to move the rook maybe here or here, but let's see what is going to happen. But like you said, I mean, in a game of chess, you're burning so many calories. I mean, and you really got to refresh your brain with a bit of water.
Speaking of refresh, in fact, I'm actually going to fill up some water here too, guys. This is a great time for us to take a break here, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with, of course, this game against Alireza Firouzja chat. So stick around. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Norway Chess Round 6. Canty, so while we were on a very short break, Hikaru played the move a5. I think it makes a lot of sense, takes away the b4 square for the knight. And how do you think Firouzja is going to proceed right here?
That's a great question. The question is queen takes b2 actually a possibility
Oh,
now?
wait, I see that. Sorry to interrupt. I see that Hikaru did another confession. Perhaps we can try to pull this one up as well. But yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, actually, we definitely have to see that confession for sure when that's available. But secondly, I mean, is queen b2 is now maybe a threat here because we don't have knight b4 anymore. So I mean, that was your whole idea. So now I can take on b2, maybe even a2, and this pawn is actually passed. So when pushing this a pawn, it could be a danger. It could be quite annoying to deal with.
Right, so let's have a look. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering what could be a move that does hang the pawn. I mean, white has to make some sort of improving move.
In fact, right.
But let's say white goes
It's a
bishop
secret.
c3, right, to defend the pawn. Maybe here bishop h6 could be annoying, attacking this rook over here. Guess you go knight to e3, but here rook e8, hitting the knight on e3 is annoying because I think if you take over here, the complication should work out in our favor because we take the rook on c1 at the end. So not easy actually for Firouzja to defend it. But let's say he goes. Oh, we have the confession of Hikaru ready,
Let's
so
go.
let's listen in. And welcome back, everyone. So we heard Hikaru's thoughts right there. He was talking about this position right here after the move f6. Firouzja finally played the move d4. Like he said, he was expecting that and takes d5. But here Firouzja took him out of book with the move bishop to d2. Anyway, as we were listening to his confession, we have another move by Firouzja. He played the move b4, very interesting move. He wants to carve out this b4 square, so in case Hikaru takes, he probably wants to capture with the knight, attacking this one over here, also defending the pawn on a2. So perhaps Hikaru should play the move a4, because Firouzja is also threatening to take the pawn on a5. I don't think Hikaru should take over here, because it feels like here Firouzja, I mean, he can always win the pawn back, and if anything, white should be a very little bit better. So, James, what do you think? I think a4 is probably just a move.
Yeah, a4 is definitely the move. I was actually looking at the liquidation line there with bishop takes c2 and trading everything. A takes b4, takes, literally takes, and everything is all, I mean, kind of equal there. But actually, white has a slight initiative because they take first on b4, hitting the rook, but then maybe we go rook b8, and then they got to move the bishop. And like, okay, you know, white got active, black got active. I mean, this could be draw like something like that. And got to be careful. White has slight initiative, seventh rank, a little weak. So a4 actually is probably the move here. My question is probably where I go next. I mean, c4 is kind of weak, but he does have 93 to try to control some squares there. Maybe we can go bishop d3 in some cases and try to take over that c4 square. So a4 looks like the most logical move for sure.
Yeah, and a4 looks like a good move. And like you said, the c4 square has now been carved out for Hikaru. So perhaps he can go 96, plan the 9 on c4, or on b5. He can move his rook to e8. I definitely see some potential chances here for him. I mean, he's got this light squared bishop, which is currently unopposed. He can always put it on e4. Or, James, what about this? Maybe bishop d3 to c4, planning in the bishop over there.
Absolutely.
Then he can maybe go f5
Ooh,
afterwards. I like
I'm a
that
big
plan
fan
as
of that.
well.
Big fan of that because of, I mean, I also wanted the knight there too as well. I was looking at like 96, 93, bishop d3. Because, I mean, of course, you want to stop me from going to c4. I'm just going to plant the knight there. But bishop d3 also makes it stay there anyway. Or I could do it immediately. Bishop d3, bishop c4, as you pointed out. So I think black is definitely for choice here. I mean, we're doing very good. And we also up time. Remember, I was like, yo, wait till we get under an hour. Now we under 40 minutes. I mean, next I'm like, hey, we got 10 minutes till Hikaru's 50, right? That's going to be really tough to face if that keeps happening. And if Hikaru keeps putting pressure, obviously the engine likes black too as well. But of course, from a human standpoint, actually a4 now played on the board. And look at him. He's like, I don't believe in that move. Like you can tell. You can see it from the facial expression. It was a, that's not correct. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. And he plays a4.
I think that's a mistake. Yeah, that's what he
Exactly.
likes to say.
That's right. I think that's a mistake. A4.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what is going to happen right here. Also, James, I still like your earlier idea of the move g5, expanding a little bit on the king side. Perhaps maybe h5 and g4 can become an idea later on. But yeah, I think generally he's going to put this rook over here, maybe 96 to c4, or plan that bishop over there, bishop e4, a move as well. So I really am starting to like his chances. I mean, he still has quite a hefty time advantage. That being said, though, it is dwindling a little bit. I mean, before he was up like 45 minutes on the clock, then, you know, like 30-ish, and now it's 28. So still pretty significant, but Firouzja really has sped up over the last couple of moves. Definitely the right thing to do, because otherwise he was just going to get low on time way too early. But let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, to me, a4 definitely looks like the right move. I mean, I don't think you want to take this, makes it way too easy for white to get their pieces out.
Yeah, I think a4 is going to be it. I think a4 is just going to be the move there. Or if not, he obviously allows b takes a5. Yeah, so you see, I guess he's thinking about the moves after a4. But a4
right, but that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? He should go a4 and then think what is happening after, because again, like this doesn't look like the move. I don't think you can let white take, because they actually, you know, will take. Then I can go to b4, but also maybe knight a1 to b3, defending this pawn over here and jumping into c5 later. So I really think he's got to go a4. Now it does look up the queen, lock up the queen side, but he gets a little bit of space there, and that could be an asset later on.
Absolutely. You guys, so move this over here.
So let's
All right,
see
yeah, a4.
what
War.
exactly. And yeah, no, also another idea of the move g5 is to stop white from playing bishop f4. Bishop f4 makes a lot of sense because it stops us from moving our knight here. But I think we will move our rook to e8.
And just trade. We also can eventually maybe take the pawn on take the knight on c2 and take on b4 at the right moment. Of course, obviously we don't want c6 to hang, but maybe we get like a3 in, and then we're talking about having ourselves almost a passed pawn. And a3 is going to isolate that pawn on b4 so that you can't even defend it anymore with the pawn. So a4 is a really big threat, I think. You know, a4 seems just like the move.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. But I think, yeah, a4 definitely is the move. But Hikaru's spending his time. I think eventually he's going to play it. He's just spending a little bit of time now. I do think bishop f4 is a good move by Firouzja, stopping this. But here, perhaps something like g5, bishop h2. The drawback of the move rook fe8 is that perhaps white can take and go knight to e3, attack the bishop over here, and also attacking the pawn on a4. So I'm not quite sure if that is the way to go. So perhaps we should delay that. But then the question is, like, how do we get this bishop in? Perhaps rook fc8, clearing up the, let's say white does something like this, clearing up the f8 square for the bishop. So then our knight can go to d6 anyway, because we want to go here or here to put some pressure on that pawn.
Very possible. In fact, I've seen this a lot in the King's Indians too, which I'm sure Hikaru has too. You back the bishop up to f8, and obviously you trade it with bishop d6 or knight to d6 as well. Kind of London system-esque with the bishop on h2 and knight f3 and h3. You see that a lot in London, but the pieces aren't the same as the London. Weaknesses to c4, e4. So big fan of Hikaru's position. We're just trying to see what is he going to play. Chat predictions. What do you think is he going to do? Is he going to take it? Is he going to play a4? What do you think Hikaru is going to do? I don't think he's going to take it at all. a4 is my choice. Is he going to push the pawn or not, Chad? Or no?
I really think he should play a4. So again, I'm a little bit surprised he's taking that much time. I mean, and his time advantage is still there, but it's slowly but surely ticking away. Again, taking on b4 doesn't look like the right move. I mean, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows that this is the right move. I mean, it keeps white's pieces restricted. The pawn on a4, it's not really a weakness because it's well protected by the rook. There's no easy way to attack it. This knight over here is all of a sudden a little bit stuck. So I think that's definitely the move. So I think he should just play for it and pass the ball back in Alireza's court.
I wonder if he's looking at maybe knight d6 first and then allowing a b takes a5 and something like knight c4. I mean, it's not necessary, though. It's like not necessary to play this way. I mean, you can just nurse the advantage. In fact, or nurse the position, like how he just played so good against who was it, Gukesh. I mean, that game was just like white was like slightly probably better. I mean, like maybe 0.6 or 0.7 at the highest. Wasn't really much. But then Hikaru ended up winning the game later in the game, which was very nice. He just played good moves, improve my position. A4 does that. You expand, you improve a little bit, and you just play it move by move. And I think that's a really nice idea. A4 definitely a move. Knight d6 is unnecessary, but definitely is a move probably that can be played.
All right, so let's see. Hikaru currently in the tank. So, like, let's say we play a4, right? I mean, does Firouzja also have any other moves besides bishop f4? He could go knight e3, challenging our bishop to on a 5. But here, we could also put the bishop on d3. Perhaps put it on b5. And here we really start to have some nice outposts. I mean, our knight could move there. Perhaps f5 at the right moment. Maybe rook f8, slowly but surely increasing the pressure. So I think he's doing great, but he just has to keep moving. I mean, he's still way, way up on the clock, 23 minutes to be exact. But again, it used to be like double of that. And there, finally, we have the move a4.
A4, he plays it. There it is. Chat, A4. He plays it. And of course, Alireza knew that was coming too as well. He thinks a little bit, but he can't think that long, buddy. He is going to be approaching very, very fast time control. There we go. Okay, play for real quick. Well, we predicted this already. All right, so here we go. Think tank wise.
Exactly. Bishop f4 by Firouzja, a very logical move. Stopping our knight from jumping to d6 and also stopping Hikaru from playing bishop to d3. Now, I think he should probably play g5, taking this bishop away, gaining a little bit of space on the king side. But we talked about this earlier, James, where the psychological edge was with Hikaru. As soon as Firouzja moved, he moved. And now Firouzja's trying to do the same. Like, as soon as Hikaru moves, he makes his move. I think also because he's under time pressure and he wants to try to catch up on the clock.
Yeah, he's trying to catch up. And a lot of times you can actually bluff yourself by moving quickly, thinking oh, yeah, this was right. This is what I calculated. But actually you miscalculate because of time, being pressured. You're feeling a little pressured on the clock. And as the time ticks, you feel that pressure, you move just slightly too fast, you lose the game instantly. So G5 definitely a nice move. We do gain some time. We do gain some tempo there. We can consider G4. We can consider rook E8 after that and then go with the plan with bishop F8, like we looked at before. Maybe even attacking the B4 pawn there as well. Trading a pair of rooks, taking on B4 and C2. And we might be having some winning chances, especially with this pawn on A4 that could be passed at a potential point if we can take on A2 as well.
All right, so let's see what is going to happen. I mean, I think g5, again, makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think, again, like Hikaru, after move a4, while he was thinking about a4, he was thinking like, okay, what happens after the move a4. But I think that's the wrong approach. Again, he should just make his move and then think later. Same with that trade we saw earlier on f6. I think also he could have perhaps played that a little bit faster. Right now is a real moment to think, though. I mean, white perhaps wants to go knight e3, challenge our bishop on f5, but again, g5 looks pretty natural, kicking that bishop away. So let's say white goes here. What are we going to do in this position? Perhaps bishop b4, maybe
Beautiful.
f5 could be an idea. I think black is definitely doing okay here, but the position is still very much double-edged.
Yeah, double edge, but with an edge more towards black, 100%. As we have the time, we have the bishops in the position. B4 could be a real potential weakness. We can also lock things down with A3. Got to be careful because of rook E3, but I mean, if we can defend C6, take on C2, take B4, win A2, we maybe even like be able to queen at some point. I mean, we can even reroute the knight at some point, like we looked at before, rook E8, bishop F8, knight D6, things like that, etc. So really strong positioning for black. I think he just knows where to put the pieces, and that's very important in these type of games, especially when you have time too as well. He pressures Alireza a little bit more on the clock and time trouble, and he's going to make a mistake. I can feel it. It's definitely coming.
All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, bishop 4 has been played. Hikaru still up 20 minutes. Again, g5 looks by far the most logical. And indeed, because Hikaru has got the bishop and the knight here, and also this bishop, he really doesn't have to be worried about pushing pawns in front of his king. I mean, he still has plenty of protection. I think, though, like ideas of h5 and g4 are probably, at least for now, a little bit too ambitious. He can also maybe move his bishop out of the way, although f5 is still not very feasible because it will always allow the move knight to e5. So the big question is, how are we going to improve? I mean, I still think it's an idea to go rook f8, although this pawn can be hanging in some variations. But perhaps we wait for white to play this move, knight e3, then we go rook f8, because now white cannot trade. And if we can get in bishop f8 followed by knight d6, we will definitely start cooking up some things on the queen side. In the meantime, I saw Hikaru reach for a piece, but I couldn't quite figure out which one. Do you have any idea, James?
I actually missed out on the cam. I was looking at the board and slightly the chat just to see what we got going on. And now I'm looking back at Hikaru. So let's see. Yeah, he's thinking. Do not see him reaching. Yeah, so he went back into the tank. He went back into the tank here. He was like, maybe not. Maybe not. Which happens. Sometimes you're about to make a move and then you look at some, wait, what about this? And then you do something else. So he's thinking about it right now.
All right, yeah, no, I think g5 makes a lot of sense because also after 93, our bishop can always move back to g6. It's also a move in Hikaru's style. He likes pushing up his pawns, like his g-pawn, his f-pawn, his h-pawn. So I think he will play it. Again, like it would have been great to keep the time advantage a little bit longer. He's looking to the side. He, by the way, got another can. He pulled up a green can. So I think he likes the green cans a little bit more, right? And
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, the green cans are without the bubbles.
Okay, I like the sparkling water myself. A little bit of sparkling there. As we have bishop f4 to move up g5.
I was just going to say I'm still a water guy here, but yeah, what are we going to say?
Still water and sparkling. Chat. What are you in the chat? Are you sparkling? Do you like that still water? What flavor are you going for? I actually like the flavored sparkling waters. And we have a move, rook d8.
All right, rook fd8 has been played. Okay, so let's see what Firouzja is going to do. Firouzja could play the move h4 to stop Hikaru from playing the move g5. He can also play a3, fixing this pawn over here. I guess Hikaru's idea is to go knight at d6, move that knight over to the queen side. Let's see what... okay, so green can is... Aha, it's sparkling citrus flavor. Okay, nice, nice. Let's say Firouzja goes knight e3. I guess we go bishop d7, maybe?
I mean, yeah, we could. Yeah, bishop d. What's wrong with bishop e4 again?
Bishop e4 certainly also is a move, because I guess we can be knight d2 with bishop to d3. That's kind of what we want. And here also, there is the idea of playing pawn to f5. So perhaps I like this one. Yeah, I like this one even a little bit better because it's just more active. And I think right now...
I also want to take b4 too, like in knight d2. I'm just like, I'm going to take b4, bro. I'm literally about to take this.
I mean, if Firouzja doesn't protect this one, I mean, at some point it will start hanging. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, a3 looks logical to me. Making sure that this is nicely protected. And then, I mean, also h4, stopping us from playing that move g5.
Yeah, rook d8, rook f8 was not on the radar for me. I mean, I guess he wants the bishop f8, I think, and just trade maybe the bishop swap, maybe bishop d6 type route. You can't really get to c5 with the knight. Yes, c5 is a weak square, but you can't really get to it. Bishop f8, bishop d6, or knight d6 next.
Yeah, let's see what he's gonna do. Firouzja deep in the tank. He's taking his time. I mean, lots of plans to consider here for both sides. I mean, let's also have a very quick look at some of the other games. I think this game between Gukesh and Anish is headed for a draw, looking very even. But who knows? Maybe there will be some chances for either player. This game between Tori and Magnus looks fairly even. Right now, Tori can take this pawn on a6, but Magnus should have enough counterplay with the active bishop over here, this bishop as well. But is Magnus going to create some real chances here? In the meantime, Firouzja has moved. He has played the move pawn to a3. Probably a good move. Making sure that the pawn on b4 is always protected.
Yeah, I think you were kind of worried about pawn a3 from black as well, because it will isolate the pawn, make our pawn a lot, more passed. It's scary at that point. We can take on c2 to get rid of the knight, which is one of the attackers of the a3 pawn. You would see a rook e3 to try to take it, but we can snap off c2, take b4, maybe try to get a2, and we have ourselves a real pass pawn there. Now, of course, a4 is slightly weak, but also a3 will be slightly weak if we get a knight to c4. So maybe we see bishop f8 now, or bishop e4. I don't like the fact that c6 is very weak, but it can be defended quite easy.
Exactly. Now, all of those are certainly moves. What an idea could be for Firouzja as well is to go knight d2, knight b1, and knight c3 to put some pressure on this pawn on a4, which actually can be quite difficult to defend. I mean, how are we going to defend? I mean, queen a6 is a move, but it's a little bit clumsy. That could allow potential rook to e7. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, I expect his idea behind the move rook d8 is to go knight d6, but maybe Firouzja just takes it. He just takes, goes like knight e3, attacking our bishop. Let's say the bishop moves back. Then like knight d2, knight here, and knight c3. And it will not be easy. I mean, again, we have the two bishops, but the position isn't really open, so it will not be easy to make use of them at all.
And that's correct. Yeah, I had a game with Fishbane. I did something like that. I had to play black, and I drew the game, but I played knight b8. I felt so good just making a backward move like that, just for a positional thing to make it to go to a different square. And that's a very nice plan. In fact, knight d2, knight b1, knight c3. Quite annoying to face that unless I have like a knight on b5. But again, he might just snatch it off. Knight d2, bishop f8, knight b1, bishop d6, takes, knight c3, and then I have knight b5. So yeah, I can get rid of it, but I mean, now we're heading towards, more very equal territories there. And then maybe you might even choose white. I can't really penetrate on A3 or the D3, the third rank. C5 and C6 are still weak squares for me. It is something we have to figure out.
Right, so let's see what is going to happen. I know you guys missed the microwave, but it is not here right now. I mean, it's taking a little bit of a break. And as someone has pointed out in the chat, that they have to make another 21 moves until the increment. So that explains why Firouzja is really trying to speed up. He has 36 minutes on his clock right now. Hikaru getting down to 52. So let's see what he's going to do right here. I mean, perhaps bishop f8. I still think it makes a lot of sense just to gain a little bit of space on the king side with the move g5. But the question is, what do we do in case Firouzja moves the bishop back? Let's say to h2 or g3.
Bishop h2, can I put pressure if I go g4? Takes, maybe you go queen d3. Okay, so that's nothing. And if I go h5, is that too much? Maybe you move it anyway. Bishop g6, go back. Maybe knight d2, bishop g6, or bishop h6? Whoa.
Well, here we would hang the pawn. So I guess
yeah, so bishop g6.
Maybe right? Bishop g6, knight b1.
Correct. And rook e8. I mean, this isn't.
Knight c3. I don't know why. Yeah. White's moves are a little bit easier here. It seems like just go for the pawn on a4.
Yeah. Not fun. Here. Not fun. F5. Whoa! What are we doing? Just going all out here. Takes, and take on a4. I mean,
well, I think really our idea is to go f4 to block out White's bishop on h2. Like, how do you bring this bishop back into the game?
Wow.
I mean, look at these bishops right now. I mean, they're wide open. The knight can now swing in because the bishop is no longer controlling that square. So I think Hikaru should definitely try to expand a little bit on the king side. Perhaps it's a little bit too risky for Firouzja to move this knight all the
I can
way
definitely
away
see
from
that.
all of the action on that side of the board.
Yeah, quite risky is the word here. In fact, yep. Definitely possible, but very risky. And it is going to take a lot of calculation and time that he doesn't have a lot of here. Hikaru's still up time here, even though we have 51 minutes. He's using his time wisely. And live position is still there. What do you think he's going to play? Bishop f8? G5?
I think G5, but I don't know. Like, he has spent quite a bit of time over the last couple of moves. I don't know, like Firouzja's moves have seemed to become a little bit easier. So it's not an easy situation that he finds himself in right now. I mean, I'm not quite sure about this move, rook fd8. I think Firouzja, if he can, he will just trade off his bishop for the knight. So I think probably just expand on this side of the board. Wait, he said touching his neck. I thought Hikaru touched the piece.
Hikaru touching his neck, it means he's nervous. Okay. All right. Now, it doesn't seem like he's nervous yet, but he does seem like he isn't. They're both focused. In fact, even Firouzja with hands on head, another focus pose there. He's in the zone, but he needs to be thinking on Hikaru's time. He needs to move quickly, or else, we get a more of a time edge, which it is closing in. I mean, like 14, 15 minutes here. And we go 96 on the board.
Yeah, we have 96, by the way. Also, thanks, Derek, for the 3 months. And 93. 93, clever move by Firouzja, because now our bishop cannot go back to d7 because it would hang the knight on d6. So what do? I mean, bishop c8, now Firouzja can take. And again, this pawn is still pretty weak. I mean, even something like rook c3, queen c2, triple action. And yeah, I mean, black has some weaknesses over here, so really not an easy position.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this because the bishop is not the greatest. I mean, we have pawns on light squares. We got a lot of them on light squares. We would like it to be on, the A6, F1 diagonal, maybe be on E4 as well, but that's the target there. So we just got to be careful here. Obviously, 93 on the board. I mean, bishop C8 is not appealing at all. Bishop E4 takes 92. Yeah, that's a different move order. Wow. Well, we can go bishop D3 there, right?
Right, but white can also consider things along the lines of, let's say, taking, and then knight h4 with idea to trap the bishop with f3. I mean,
crazy
looks
move.
pretty scary.
Crazy move. Is there some tricks like F5, no F3, G5? No, he takes on
Or
F5.
maybe something like
tricks
this
here?
to
This
sack the piece.
Wow. And it takes and then play F4 or something. Like there's definitely something there. As we see, the engine didn't move much. So yeah, bishop E4. Okay, but bishop C8, man, if you could go forward, you go forward. Bishop C8 is so hard to play there. But of course, chat spamming. I like it, chat, and we need that energy over to Hikaru. So spam it, so we can see what happens. Let's see if we can get that power tool. 93, bishop C8 or bishop E4.
Maybe bishop e6. I mean, bishop e6 certainly is possible. I don't think white is a good discovery. And the next up, I mean, we would love to get in the move knight b5, but again, I think white will just take this knight off the board,
right?
Go rook c3, and it's looking tough for black. I mean, what are we going to do here? Like, let's say we make some random moves. Like, let's say we go here, white goes queen c2, attacking this. Let's say we sit with something like this. White brings in this rook over here. And really the idea for white is going to be to go knight d1, knight b2, and gobble up this pawn over here. And it's not easy to see what we are going to do in the meantime.
Yeah, there are some real problems. Maybe we have to like use the bishops, like attack the rook, bishop h6, then double the rooks, and play rook e2 and play for initiative. I mean, but I mean a4 is hanging there at the end too, so you got to be careful. Yeah, you have to just probably play for some type of initiative. Yeah, you can hang a4, but I have my rooks on the 7th or. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough because I mean it is a pawn, but I do have some compensation that I need to prove.
Exactly. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Firouzja really speeding up over the last couple of moves. Hikaru now only up 10, 11 minutes on the clock. I mean, you could still protect the pawn with queen b5, but I don't know. It's not really heading in the right direction. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, not easy at all, but guys, he needs you now more than ever. So keep sending in that energy because it always works. It always works.
Always. It always works. Why did he take so long if it was all prep? That's a great question. In fact, prep only goes so far. You will be able to prep at some point, and this is why preparation only goes so far. Like you do have to still work on other assets of the game, which is calculation, in-game, tactics, right? Lots of this. But yeah, prep is part of it. Definitely prep. But when you got to prep, then you got to think, calculate, plans, ideas.
Exactly. So Hikaru's trying to come up with some plans right here, but again, it's not easy at all. Let's have a very quick look at some of the other games. So we have the game between Tari and Magnus looking pretty even, Steven. I guess something like bishop to c3. will be played here by Aryan, neutralizing the pressure from Magnus on this long diagonal and the attack on the b2 pawn. So we also have the game between Gukesh and Anish. Looks pretty even, maybe a little bit better for Gukesh. If he takes over here, the pawn on a6 is also a little bit weak, but likely a draw. Then we have the game between Fabiano and Noderbeck breaking in the center with b4 and d4. I don't know, if anything, it looks a little bit better for white. He's having more space, so Fabiano has his work cut out for him. And then we also have the game between Shaq and Wesley. I think this one is just headed for a draw. They're going to simplify on the queen side, and then all the pieces are probably going to come off.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also blockade the pawn quite quickly. B4 has already taken. You move the queen over. You defend with the rook, blockade, take on e6. You know, we shake hands very soon, and then we're going to have an Armageddon there. Nice.
Yeah, Armageddon coming up right here. I think Wesley will take out the rook. If you take out the queen, this leads to probably... Oh, wait, this is a blunder. Rook d8 check.
Ooh, what a check.
And hey, that is why you always play h3. You create that square. So rook takes b4 already on the board. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. So let's go back to his game. Right now, he's only up 9 minutes. I guess bishop e6. What do you think, James?
Yeah, I liked bishop e4, but I can't get it to work. So, I mean, bishop c8 is annoying. Bishop e6. I guess we're going to have to go with bishop e6 there. It's just the most active that, like, doesn't go all the way back. Bishop e7 obviously hangs a piece. Bishop e4, I'm not all the way sure. And bishop c8, I just don't like. Like, I'm just disconnecting the rooks. I'm just principally wrong. It just feels wrong. And obviously, you know, calculation is everything there. If you can calculate through it and get all the way through, okay, bishop c8. But bishop e6 definitely just seems probably like the move. Takes, right? We're going to take on the d6, rook takes. And then what if he goes for this plan? Like knight d2, knight b1, knight c3.
Yeah, we'll still take a little bit long for Firouzja to get that plan in. Perhaps, you know, he just starts with doubling up the rooks on, or like tripling on the c file to put a lot of pressure here. Although with bishop d7, we have everything covered, at least for the moment. Someone asked in the chat, what about knight e4? Well, after knight e4, white can take here, and the pawns are super weak. White goes knight h4, and I think it just collapses right away. I mean, queen h5 is coming as well. So we really cannot let white take in a5 and ruin our pawn structure. We really have to move the bishop, either here, here, or to c8. So let's see which one he is going to choose.
Very important to see where he's going to choose here. As wow, that time edge is no more. I mean, okay, we're up time, but it was nowhere near what we had before. This is a very close thing now. But this is what you do when you have a time edge. You can think when you need to, but obviously you will give it up at some point. We were up a lot of time. Now we're not. We're just only up a few minutes here. I think Firouzja feels a little bit better about the game. But okay, you know, Black's still doing well. It's quite even, practically.
Right. So let's see which one he's going to go for. He's scratching his head. Yeah, not an easy position. Let's hope he can hold on. But it feels like Firouzja is taking more and more control. And I think especially if he just takes this knight, it's really difficult for Black to create counterplay. I think it would be a mistake for Firouzja to leave this knight on the board. Then knight b5 will come. This pawn over here is pretty weak, and I think Hikaru is doing perfectly fine. But this really just secures the advantage for white. And we have Hikaru making a move. He played the move bishop to e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 on the board here. We can also tuck it if we need to f7, just to get off the annoyance of the e file where the rook is hitting that whole e file there. So loose pieces, lose games. So you got to be careful. Loose pieces drop off or whatever. So knight e4, knight b5 looks good. We also have bishop f7, and kind of just reminiscent of the Gukesh game. It was just the play there was just improving. It was just improve, and then somewhere in there, Gukesh just went wrong. And that's exactly how chess goes a lot of times at this high level too, as well, where it just happens. You just go wrong somewhere later on. Here it's just even so far still. Bishop e6 and on Firouzja now. Does he take on d6 or allow us to keep this knight?
And Hikaru just did another quick confession. So
wow.
Let's see if we can pull it up soon. I mean, it will take some time to get it ready, but we will for sure try to get it. But yeah, bishop e6 has been played. Firouzja could move his knight first, by the way. Like, let's say move, like, I don't know, knight f1, attacking a bishop, then we will have to move it again. But I think it just makes a lot of sense just to take the knight off the board. I mean, you don't want to make a move like rook e2 or whatever and then allow the knight to b5. I think here, like, really has nothing to worry about.
Okay. Yeah, knight b5 looks good. Yeah. I mean, black's is definitely fine here. Of course, c6 is annoying. C6 is very annoying, but we do have this bishop here once again. Take some accuracy. So bishop e6 on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like the right move.
I
And
just hate that my
yeah, I
bishop on
think
g7 pawn.
Firouzja, I think he will just trade off his bishop for the knight.
Take take. And then the problem is his bishop on g7. We have to put like bishop h6 probably at some point. Put some pressure on that whole diagonal.
I think so too, yeah, after this trade. But it will not be easy to time it, because if we play bishop h6 too early, it might run into knight g4. We don't quite want to do this. But we have the confession ready, so let's listen into what Hikaru had to say. All right, so those were his thoughts. Yes, he was talking about the position right here after a4, I believe. And yeah, like he said, he would love to get the knight to d6 and b5. Of course, that's why Firouzja played the move bishop f4, stopping that. And yeah, it's hard to evaluate. Hikaru felt like if he gets the two bishops, he should be fine. But it does seem like white has a slight advantage. White has the two knights against the two bishops, but our bishops don't really have any good scope. I mean, this bishop is a little bit blocked in by this pawn over here. This bishop is blocked in by this pawn. I mean, we can put this bishop on h6 potentially, but it's just one diagonal. And in the meantime, the pawn on c6 is weak, the pawn on a4 is weak, the pawn on b4 is nicely protected. So I think Firouzja definitely has the edge here, and I kind of hope that Hikaru will find the right pace again, because right now he's burning a lot of clock.
Yeah, there is an accelerated dragon line from the c3 Sicilian after e4, c5, c3, g6, d4 takes, and then you go d5 and e5. And this line, it's very similar. You actually get positions like this where actually white plays an early f4, and then they end up locking up the game, and they take on f6, and you get these type of positions where, in fact, even after bishop b5 and they take on c6, you do get the same structure here, where if a knight gets to c5, you're done for. But it's very hard to do that here for Firouzja. It takes a lot of moves. So I think black practically is still fine. You do have the bishops, but we don't have the right scope as we would like. F5, you do want to get F5 in, but then that's going to make the bishop even worse on E6 than it is right now. So but then you play bishop H6, and as you pointed out before, if the rook goes to C3, like we're hitting a whole diagonal with nothing on it. The bishops really don't have scope or anything to attack. So that is the problem that he's facing. Even though we have the bishop pair, we can try to create some chances with H5, G5, but that actually is quite risky as well, as we make a lot of holes around the king. So it is weird to see what happens here, these next few moves, because c6 is quite annoying. But as Hikaru pointed out, he's like, yeah, I just don't see how he's going to do it. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that does make sense. He needs some pawn breaks or some pressure somewhere where like we have everything kind of defended.
Exactly, and actually there might be one idea for Hikaru. It would be great, sorry, if he could play something like bishop to c8. Now you might think like, wait, why are we moving this bishop back? But idea is to move this queen out of the way, let's say queen to d7, and if I can, I would love to get the move in bishop a6 followed by bishop b5. I think that would solve a lot of the problems, because the bishop on b5 defends the pawn on c6 and the pawn on a4, then we can perhaps activate our other bishop over here. Also, the bishop really controls a lot of squares on this diagonal. So I think getting the bishop over there would be great. Firouzja, of course, is not going to allow it. He would play something like rook c5 so that bishop a6 can be met with queen takes a4. So the question really is, how could Hikaru try to set that up? I mean, honestly, I don't know, but it would be great to get the bishop here if we can.
Absolutely. And it, of course, it even points out like right now, we do have a move. In fact, rook e2 happened on the board. So with this rook e2 move, I mean, queen d7, rook c6, sorry, bishop c8, rook c2, queen d7. Yeah, and then we get bishop a6, bishop e5. It is possible. It's a long route, but very possible indeed after rook e2 played from Firouzja here. All right, so bishop c8, rook c3 or rook c2, queen c2, rook somewhere, bishop a6, bishop b5. There's no way to really stop it. We do have e5 and g5 on lock. And the c5 square is your only point, which you can't stay there forever because of bishop f8. And I move the rook. I either trade or I attack what is there on c5. So, you know, good point here. Good game so far. Good point in the chat says, what's up, chat? What's going on? Spamming, I like it. We got energy going towards Hikaru in this last home stretch, as he said before. It's still up time. 4 minutes. I mean, it was up like 44 minutes, but still up time. So that's good.
Hikaru doing a little head bob there. I feel like he's ready to move. Bishop d7 is a move as well to free the queen, but where is the queen really gonna go? Doesn't really have any good squares, but again, if we could get the bishop here, we would be doing pretty well, but I don't see a good way to get it there. But I also like the idea of moving the rook over, going bishop to f8. People are sending in a lot of power. We really need it right now. Hikaru is still up 4 minutes, but again, I mean, his time advantage is shrinking and shrinking. I mean, he used to be up like 45 minutes, and now it's only a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's only a couple minutes here. So at first, it definitely feels better. You can even see like he just feels like more relaxed here. But you do not relax ever against Hikaru here. 4 minutes, okay, 37 and 33. And we're already on 22. So, okay, still some time left before move 40. 18 moves here, 17 or something like that. So
another idea for Firouzja could be to go 91 to d3. So maybe we play something like bishop c8.
Right,
91. And now I think we move the queen. Although I kind of want to do something like this. So the moment white plays 93, we go bishop a6. And white cannot take here because the knight is hanging and our rook is protected. And even though white can, let's say white moves the rook, I don't know, like here, white gets the knight on c5, but we get the bishop on b5. So I think we don't really care about that. And here, I think we should be doing fine. After something like f5, maybe we can go like queen f8 to f6, put some pressure here. Again, getting the bishop to b5 is really critical. If Hikaru can manage to do that, he should be fine. But of course, Firouzja will not make it easy.
Yeah, there's also ideas. That's nice. Queen f8, queen f7, g5, h5. And like, yeah, you're doing everything on the queen side, but then I'm doing everything on the king side, and you've already wasted time. The bishop defends c6, the rook defends c6. The knight on c5 only looks great, hits nothing. So this is a possibility that could happen. You see this a lot in Rossalimo anyway, too, as well, with bishop takes c6. King side attacks actually do happen from the black side attacking white's king. It is possible, but it does require the right criteria. As we're still waiting. Wow, and this is the closest they've been besides when they started the game in time.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see what he's going to do. But yeah, I think Firouzja definitely wants to go for this idea. That's why he moved the rook there. Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes what happens when you get the time advantage in the opening and then it shrinks in the middle game. I mean, it would have been great for Hikaru to keep it, but yeah, of course, he had to spend his time as well. I think bishop c8 makes sense, but perhaps not an easy move to make, to realize that you can reroute this bishop. But, you know, he plays the move queen b6. So I wonder if Firouzja goes 91. He has that idea in mind of bishop c8. And here, like, let's say white goes here. I guess we go here. White can take, but, you know, this pawn is hanging as well. We might have some possibilities in this position right here. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do. I guess maybe a rook c2 right now. Do we move the
Yeah.
rook, move the bishop around right here?
Bishop c8 anyway. I mean, why not?
Guess why it goes here. Just
What is he
stops us
doing?
from
Rook
going.
c5, bishop a6 anyway.
But then they
Oh,
take an
a4.
a4.
I think on a4 is the idea. Okay. Once again, that's really annoying, huh? Bishop f8, right? Okay, like you pointed out, bishop f8, queen c2, bishop b7.
Mhm.
Then we move rook e6 and rook c3. Rook c8, bishop a6, but we still can't take. I mean, he's also going to take on a4 every time we move. Wow, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, maybe bishop h6 in there after rook e6 too as well. Put the bishop on d7.
All right, so
Kind of
let's see what
annoyed by that
Firouzja
rook
is
c5
gonna
move.
do. I mean, he could move this rook over here. He can also try to reroute this knight. I mean, he can play something like queen d2, followed by knight d1, knight b2, putting some pressure over here, and then knight d3, moving that knight over there. But does this give us the time to go bishop to c8? Let's say knight d1, bishop a6, and we get this bishop over here. And again, if we get that, things are really not that bad. So Firouzja in the tank now. Let's hope we can build up a slight time advantage. Hikaru currently up 3 minutes, so let's see what he will come up with.
Yeah, let's see what he comes up with here. He's going to think, and of course, as he let us know in the confession booth, he just wasn't happy here. He said he probably should have went with the bishop takes, which this. I mean, it makes sense. Like I've seen that before, but it also is hard. Like it's pros and cons. If you would have taken with the bishop earlier, you got the open bishop, but you do have the weak e pawn you got to deal with all game. But maybe there's play around that. Taking with the pawn, I mean, this bishop is still behind g7, and we captured on f6 a long time ago. It feels like at this point, so. It was at what 6 moves ago or something like that. So 5, 6 moves ago. So taking on f6, the bishop's still bad. We have queen c2, by the way, hitting c6.
Right,
Not
so
really
let's see what
hitting it.
Hikaru is gonna do. I mean, maybe bishop h6. Although I guess maybe white can move this rook over here as well. Again, it's super difficult to get that bishop to b5. I think, yeah, the thing is Hikaru, he regretted right here that he didn't take with the bishop, and perhaps that negatively influenced him for the next couple of moves. Like sometimes if you regret a move you made in the past, you might not evaluate the position on the board as objectively. I mean, the moves he made were fine, like taking with the pawn and all of this. It's just right here that the move rook f8 wasn't quite the right move. He had to play g5. Again, to me, it looks very logical, kicking that bishop away, gaining some space, but Hikaru chose this one. And, he has the two bishops, but they're not doing too much. It's really difficult to come up with a good plan here. So let's see what he is going to do.
Yeah, there's like no targets. That's the problem. White is actually really solid besides the d4 pawn. But I mean, with the pawn on h3, it's actually really helping, obviously, the defense because the knight can stay there on f3, defending that pawn 100%. If I play anything with the f pawn, I'm going to have to try to get f4 in very quickly. f5 blocks the bishop in completely. It looks very bad. Unless we were able to reroute it once again to c8, a6, b5, then we could play f5, put a rook on e8. But again, bishop h6 is problematic because queen a4. So really some problems here, which makes sense why he's using his time the way that he is. We may see Hikaru actually go lower on time here, which is possible as he's trying to figure this thing out. But I mean, practically, he is just fine. It's just more of like holding and maneuvering and improving. This is more of a slower game now.
Exactly. And the drawback always of the move f5 is that it weakens this square on e5. So like, let's say we play f5, we might attack this pawn over here, but Firouzja could just move his queen back and go knight e5. And I think the real issue, again, as you pointed out, is the fact that we have no targets. This pawn on a4 is weak, the pawn on c6 is weak, and everything for white is very nicely protected. I mean, the pawn on b4 is protected, the pawn on d4. These bishops are kind of useless for the moment. So now is the time for Hikaru to show his skill. We know how good he is defensively, just hanging on here, keeping the game going, making sure that his position doesn't get any worse. But it's not easy because Firouzja's got some pretty clear-cut plans, and Hikaru is lacking such a plan.
Yeah, and sometimes they say a bad plan is better than no plan at all. But in fact, I mean, Hikaru can actually create a plan out of anything. We do have the bishops here. He understands, like, yeah, I mean, it might be slightly worse, but again, I have the bishops, and if things open up, those are going to be razor sharp. We'll see it happen as well. We already have a plan of like trying to get the bishop to b5. It is quite difficult to do. I mean, is there ever a way to do it without the rook? I mean, the rook's hanging. We have to put like, but then you can't move it. That's probably not a plan. We can even go for it. He went bishop d7. Yeah, it's understandable. You just can never get bishop a6 in. So bishop d7.
Yes, so bishop d7 has been played. I guess he wants to clear up the e6 square for the rook. Makes a lot of sense. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do. I mean, knight e1, d3 is not available because it hangs the pawn on d4. He can move this knight around, but the moment he goes knight d1, that could allow bishop f5 for Hikaru, and at least he's getting a little bit active. Also, bishop h6 comes with a tempo, attacking the rook, so I don't think that's quite what you want to do. I mean, you could double up the rooks for what it is worth, and maybe launch some sort of attack on the king side with like queen e2 and knight g4. All of a sudden, you have two rooks here, and the knight is jumping in. So let's see what he's going to do. I like the fact that, Hikaru, at least he's staying up a little bit of time, like 1 or 2 minutes. Firouzja reaching for a piece already. He's really speeding up here. I mean, we know how good of a blitz and rapid player he is. So let's see what he is going to do.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for a move here now. Bishop d7, of course. I think Hikaru will be fine with a draw here. And you take black again, go to Armageddon. Like, it is what it is. Perfect. And because he just didn't seem happy anymore with the position, even though he had the time edge. So I think a draw, he'd be totally fine with that. But also he will be looking for his chances if there's a slip up here. But I think it's really easy, honestly, to play from white here. You can play many moves. You can try to milk this position. And you do have the knights as closed. And closed positions tend to favor the knights, but these knights don't really have moves yet. So we have to be careful. We being Firouzja here. Rook c to e1, just maneuvering, trying to improve. Put a rook on a file. Rook e8, is there knight d5? Is that something he's going for? I just instantly
Rook
looked. Probably doesn't
e2.
work though. Takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably doesn't work for some reason. I didn't really calculate everything out. Just looked at the tactic. Yeah, something there. Rook
But
e2 should
you
be good
could
though.
go for a move. Oh, by the way, it hangs this pawn over here. I mean, and
Takes
c5. Oh,
e5.
it's
Takes is
c5.
spicy. Yeah, you have to take on
Takes.
a4 and then takes on b6, and we just like, why did we do this?
Exactly. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, maybe he has to go rook e6. He has to at least neutralize the pressure along the e file. Perhaps queen b5 can be an idea, followed by rook here. Although, the moment you put your queen in b5, white could be looking at knight d1 to c3. So really not an easy position that we're in right now. Like, let's say knight d1. I suppose we trade. White takes. It's going to be difficult to activate the piece like bishop 5, maybe queen a6. If we trade off all of the rooks, the pawn on a4 might just become indefensible, like if white moves this knight over here, since we don't have rook anymore to defend it with. So, tough position for Hikaru. He has to hang on, but it's not easy.
It's definitely not easy. I think it really comes back to, like, I remember, I mean, maybe you can even, like, I don't know. I wish there was a way that you can like Google structures and like see, the win percentages from structures. You can see there's openings and stuff like that. It's harder to do. I know you can like pull up, ChessBase has some things that you can like do. It's like really difficult to figure out, oh, in this position, like what's the win rate, stuff like that. It's hard, but it is difficult, of course, obviously, with I have the bishop pair, but the pawn on c6 is weak. My bishop on g7 is blocked in. I can't use the bishops because it's a closed position, and I don't have the pawn breaks I need for this. So it is difficult, but he does find, if anybody's going to find difficult moves, it's definitely going to be Hikaru. And he finds rook e6.
Yeah, Hikaru is super good defender, perhaps the best defender in the world. Rook e6 looking like a good move, trying to neutralize the pressure on the board. And Hikaru gets off from the board, takes a sip of his Norwegian mountain water.
Ooh.
But with all that being said, and now you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Both players are getting lower and lower on time. So we're going to see some action, but right now we are going on a break, and we will see you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of Norway Chess 2023. While we were on a very short break, a couple more moves have been played. We left off after the move Rook e6 by Hikaru, and Firouzja played the move Knight to d1, offering the trade of Rook, so Hikaru took. Queen takes, and now the move Bishop to f8 by Hikaru, and Firouzja played the move Knight to b2, eyeing the pawn on a4, but also potentially setting up the maneuver Knight at d3 to c5. So, James, what do you make of this position? Hikaru, by the way, has an edge on the clock again, 6 minutes. And what do you think he should do here?
6 minutes is better than no time edge at all, especially as the time gets lower. And then we're really like, oh, 6 minutes is a lot of time compared to 2, right? So definitely an edge. We like to keep that. I do think black is just totally fine here as more pieces come off. I mean, I still like black because we do have this weakness on d4, but I do not like the weakness on a4, as we pointed out before. That one is really an annoying pawn to deal with. Maybe we just go with like a bishop d6, or I mean bishop f5. Maybe we could try rook e8 first, just to see what happens on rook e8, and then maybe take queen b5. Like, but you have to be precise, I think. And I'm still trying to figure out what I really want to do, because I don't want to be passive and just defend this pawn on a4 forever. But I also want to do something, and I need to be objective as well. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, the drawback of the move rook e8 is that now the rook is no longer defending the pawn, and white can play something like queen d1, and after takes, I think this pawn is just dropping off. So perhaps we have to activate our bishops. Bishop d6 is a move. Bishop f5 a move as well. Maybe queen b5 at the right moment. And I'm kind of curious, let's say Firouzja goes knight at d3, maybe queen b5 to force the trade of queens. Looks pretty reasonable, but Firouzja could, of course, keep the tension for a little bit with moves like queen d2, queen d1. So let's see what he's going to do. And Hikaru looked straight into the camera and gave us a nod.
Oh,
all right,
wow.
That is, I guess, he knows you guys are here. He knows you guys are here.
Oh, that's more spam, more spam. He like, I felt that. Thanks, chat. Felt that. Need more spamming in the chat. Wow, missed that. Actually, I was looking at the game and missed that whole cameo there. Queen b5 immediately.
Queen b5 has been played, offering the trade of queens. I think it would be a mistake for Firouzja just to trade. I think that would really take Hikaru out of the woods. We don't really have much to worry about here. I mean, white gets their knight at c5, but it's just sitting there. Like, we go something like king of 7, bishop f5, and we should be doing completely fine over here. But I'm sure Firouzja is going to keep the queens on with something like queen to d2. And then the big question is, how are we going to continue? But exactly, he knows you guys are here. He needs your energy, so keep sending it in, and there we go. By the way, in the meantime, the players have another 13 moves to make until the time control, so potentially some time pressure, but for the moment, still plenty of time.
Yeah, still plenty of time here. I like queen b5 here. Of course, trading is just going to let us off the hook there. We defend a4. We can even put a rook on c file, or we can go back and forth. You're trying to take the c file, I'll take the e. So we're going to get something. The bishops actually defend a lot of the squares that the rook, the white's rook could infiltrate on, but it does allow c5 to be a square. For instance, a knight d3 over to c5 could be annoying after we trade on the queens. So we have to be quick. Everyone has to be quick here, but I think we're the worst. I think it's over now. And if we do not have a trade and maybe queen d2, okay, then maybe we improve like bishop d6 or something.
Exactly. Someone says, I got my hands up like Hikaru to give him the spirit bomb. Yeah, that's all. Wow. That always helps as well. But perhaps after queen e2, which has just been played by Firouzja, we can also play bishop f5 to stop white from playing knight d3. Although white could perhaps play something like knight h4, attack our bishop, forcing him to go back. Although wait. We still have this idea of moving the bishop to a6. Don't forget about that one. Perhaps that could be an idea, although white does get in the knight to c5.
Yeah, it's quite an annoying move. Nice c5, and then we have to ask ourselves, do we take? Which, I mean, that's probably not good because it does weaken the dark square. So what do we do? Queen c4 or something?
Queen back?
Back. And try to make bishop b5, but then I might just snap the bishop there. Knight takes a6, rook takes a6, and I mean, maybe a rook e6. It just feels quite annoying that I am starting to go into some of these squares here. I guess you are holding. Bishop f8 has the dark squares on lock too as well. My rook is misplaced on a6 too as well. From a human standpoint, it doesn't feel good from black's point.
Yeah, not an easy position. So let's see what Hikaru is going to play. He could also sit with something like bishop to d6 and perhaps then trade of the rooks. Rook e8. Although I guess Firouzja will take, go knight c5. We play, I don't know, something like bishop f7. And then after queen c2, how do we defend this pawn over here? I mean, I think we don't. I mean, we don't want to take the knight. This looks quite miserable after, let's say, pawn takes followed by knight at d4. We have some weaknesses on the king side over there as well. So I don't think that is the way to go. Hikaru is thinking. He's up 4.5 minutes on the clock. So let's see which move he is gonna come up with. But yeah, I mean, we definitely have an exciting, potentially a time scramble ahead of us right here. I mean, they need to make another 12 moves and then only 10 seconds of increment.
Yeah, only 10 seconds. It's not a lot of time here. I always forget it's only the increment. There is no extra added time, as you would see usually in Move 40 in most tournaments. So it's difficult. You have to get used to that 10-second increment here. They both play high level blitz and bullet chess, so we do know that it's going to be enough time for them. Question is, where are we going to go after this? Queen to D2. We got to make sure we improve our position by moves like Bishop F5, Bishop D6, maybe even a slight like a waiting move, King G7, but that's probably not the move there. Just throwing out few moves that we might have. Rook E8 again is not going to be good because A4 is super weak. So, but also the knight on B2 doesn't look the greatest. And if you move it, maybe we can go Queen C4 almost to B3. There is a Rook E3 there, but we got to be careful. So it's possible. Lots of possibilities on there.
All right, so let's see
Bishop
what
D6.
Hikaru is going to come up with. Another way to play this position is to play Bishop F5, Knight H4, Bishop D7. Now you might be thinking like, wait, didn't we just lose 2 moves? But I think the idea is that after 93, we can consider Queen C4 because now we attack this one over here. And in case White goes Knight F3, here we trade the rooks, and the queen is a little bit more active. It's stopping White from going here. Perhaps there are some chances to hold here, but definitely not easy at all. So let's see what Hikaru is going to come up with. He's got 24 minutes on his clock, while Firouzja has got 21.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, again, we're holding that time edge we had. We was up 40-something minutes. Now we only have 3, but still, who's up time? Okay, now 2 something, 2 minutes and some change here, but we are up some time. If he's going to make a move, probably. I think he wants to hold the time edge, which is great. So he's going to make a move quite quickly, I think, in the next minute here, just to keep that time edge. A lot of times psychological, like even if like we go under by like 2 seconds, Firouzja's like, yes, time win. First time I've been up time this entire game. So a lot of times trying to keep that momentum on time, on the clock is important.
Exactly. And we got a question in the chat. Does Hikaru want to get rid of the rooks? I mean, on one hand, you do because it would alleviate some of the pressure. On the other hand, you need this rook to defend the pawn on A4. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. He's got some tough decisions ahead of him right here. So let's see what he is going to do. And Firouzja, in the meantime, has got a very easy plan of 93 to C5, which would put pressure on the bishop. Still putting pressure on this pawn on A4. So not an easy one for Hikaru. So let's see what he's going to do. But I mean, right now, only up 2 minutes. He keeps thinking. Firouzja, in the meantime, looking very focused. Hikaru, I don't know how many cans of water he has right now. And he's played the move Bishop to D6. I guess now Firouzja is going to play Knight D3.
Bishop D6 definitely played here. Yeah, Knight D3. I mean, it just seems like the move. Then we trade the rooks off. And yeah, I mean, this is more likely, I think, now to be 2 results, meaning like, win and draw. More likely draw, especially if we trade rooks on the next move or rook E8 being that is. Yeah, we can't get
let's
through.
See. I mean, I think Firouzja is just going to play Knight D3. With that, he'd go Knight C5. And what is Hikaru going to do? Is he going to trade off all the rooks with rook to E8? I mean, if you let this knight land on C5, like where does your bishop even go? Like C8 would allow rook to E8. I mean, you can go to F5, but then there's always G4 or Knight H4. And our bishop doesn't have a good square again. I mean, bishop E8 is possible, but it also doesn't feel quite right. I mean, it could allow rook to E6. So tough position here for Hikaru. Not easy at all. And I feel especially that Firouzja's moves are easier to play. And that is what you want in this rapid game that it has now become.
Yeah, easy to play. Like you said, comfortable. I mean, rapid check. Whoa, something happened.
Oh, I just refreshed the board.
Oh, you refreshed. I was like, why did you outbar move like that? Okay. Yeah, so Bishop D6 on the board here. I mean, we still have play. Like Rook E8 can be a thing, trade. There is not any pawn breaks for us. Like really, whoever controls pawn breaks like can control the game. But even White doesn't have any pawn breaks either. Like C5 we can't do. And there's a move, by the way. Knight H2.
Knight H2? That's a weird move.
Very strange.
I guess he wants Knight G4, which, there is some merit to this move, but I mean, H5 is not really an option. White goes Queen H6, and I feel like it's just collapsing. Although maybe it's not, but it looks extremely loose.
Risky.
So let's see what we can do. Like, let's say we make a move like, I don't know, King G7. I guess White goes here. Is it so terrible to give up our bishop for the knight? I don't know. Like, take, maybe here to trade off the rooks as well. I don't know. Like, maybe it is, but it's not too bad, at least I feel.
not terrible. And then we can play rook e7, trade him off. And I mean, hey, your knight isn't that great. It's on a terrible square. And if you move it, I mean, I can even go queen c4, queen b3, which is a nice idea for me many times in these type of positions. Because I do have the pass a4 pawn that can be passed, potential pass pawn a4. It is advanced. And if we go queen takes a3, obviously we will have a pass pawn behind it. So rook a7, looks good there, I think. Knight h2 is definitely a surprise, something that I think Hikaru was definitely not looking at all, but that's okay. We do have easy ways to calculate this. We just go king g7, or we can even play, a multitude of moves. Let's actually refresh and see what else happens after knight h2.
Oh, no move has been played just yet. This is the position on the board. Hikaru is thinking he's up 2 minutes on the clock, but again, it used to be a lot more time. So, but I think it's really important for him that he somehow at least he doesn't fall behind. It would be great to stay like 1 or 2 minutes ahead, keep a bit of an edge there, and perhaps that could become a factor later. But for sure, he shouldn't drop 5 minutes behind, because then he can get under real pressure. So let's see what he's going to do here. I don't think we have to be too concerned about knight g4. I wonder if we can go king f7. Queen h6 is an option, but then we go back, and white now cannot move their knight in. So this should be quite okay, I think.
Yeah, 20 minutes. In fact, this is probably the closest that the edge has been. And a little smirk there from Hikaru on the screen as he's about to make a move here. Yeah, it's funny. I think the little sight game of I just have to be up every time. I still have to be up time, whether it's a few seconds. I mean, obviously he can think longer, but that will be the first time that Hikaru is under, having less time than Firouzja. A whole game he's been up time.
Exactly. In the meantime, we got a big raid from Adam Grabawiczki. So big shout out to him. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. This might be your first time watching chess, but we are covering Hikaru's tournament in Norway. He's currently in second place. He is the number 2 in the world, and he's playing the number 3. So big matchup right here. But welcome, everyone. Make sure to hit the follow button. I'm sure he will appreciate that when he gets back. Yeah, again, thank you for the raid, and let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Meantime, the time situation is really evening up. They both have around 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Let's see what Hikaru is going to play. He's got to play another 12 moves to reach the time control.
Okay. What do you think, Bob? What are you going to play? I like king g7 myself, too, as well.
Yeah, I guess here or here. I mean, let's say go king f7. Let's say white goes knight g4. We could perhaps just trade the rooks here. I mean, is queen h6 really that frightening? I mean, let's say trade. Queen h6. I wonder if I have ideas like queen e2. Sacrificing this one, but hey, with the bishop on d6, I now do threaten checkmate. So that is definitely something to consider. Let's see which one he's going to go for.
Chat, what do you think here? It's on you, chat. We got the spamming of the flower, which is great. What do you play? King f7, king g7, rook e8, bishop f5. What are you playing here, chat?
Auden is saying in the chat, I don't know if he would call it the real-time control, considering the 10 seconds per move. I mean, they're trying something out. They want the game to speed up at some point. I think it makes sense. Chess has always been very traditional, where you have a lot of time. You reach move 40, then you get a lot of time again. But here, at least, it's hey, if you run out of time, you really have no time. You only get a 10-second increment. So I think it definitely makes some sense, at least to try out something new, right? I mean, otherwise, every tournament is pretty much the same. So I like what they're doing over there in Norway. And by the way, James, you were recently in Norway covering the Champions Chess Tour from over there. How is it over there?
Jeg in Norge means I am in Norway. I have been using a little bit of Duolingo. So, of course, my Norwegian is garbage. My Spanish is okay. I'm actually getting better at Spanish. I'm on a 24-day streak on Duolingo, learning every single day. Norway was actually really nice. In fact, the food is great. They actually have a chess bar, Bach. And actually, Magnus goes there too as well. I was met up with Ariane Tari. Eric Hansen's birthday was there. So I was chilling with Eric Hansen there and Daniel Nerditsky. And it was also David Howell there. So we had a lot of fun there, man, at the chess bar, literally drinks and just chess. And Magnus is a frequent goer there as well. People play chess there for real. They respect chess a lot. They like it, and it's pretty awesome. So Norway, Oslo, Norway, that is a huge vibe. Shout out to that. So
that's awesome. Yeah, that's really what Magnus has established there over the last 10 years, if not longer. And in the meantime, Hikaru plays the move queen to b8, attacking the knight on h2. But I wonder what he wants to do in case of knight to g4. Perhaps, just king up, and now he could meet queen h6 with queen h8, but it's feeling all a little bit passive.
You gonna put your queen on h8 there, Bach? You gonna do that, bro?
I mean, maybe that's what Hikaru is going to do. Again, it looks passive. The ball's back in Firouzja's court. So let's see what he is going to do. I mean, Firouzja can get the knight here. He's under some pressure, but it will still take some time to get that.
Yeah, Queen B8, nice move here. You see this a lot. I mean, in like just an active move, right? You see this a lot in openings with, like, I think Semislav seeing there's certain lines of the knight of Sicilian with E6 with move 6 H3. Queen B8 is just a nice move. It definitely is a good move to play. It hits the knight on H2 as well. By the way, wow, was this the first time? Yeah, he was under time, in fact. Hikaru actually below on time here. Queen B8, but okay, who cares, right? Still playable position here. This, I think, is leaning more towards a 2-result game, or meaning, excuse me, a draw here, where we might see an Armageddon, which is totally fine, but definitely feels like this one's going to be more of an Armageddon game. Knight G4, can we get away with Bishop F4 first? Is there anything there? Is that possible?
Let's have a look. So Bishop F4, I mean, it's a move, but white is not even, although white actually can take, and has to move Queen E2. And if
get out of here.
Queen E7.
Oh, that's dank. That's dank there. Woo, woo. Heat, trying to play with tricks, and you get mated. Wow.
Exactly.
You had to see it, though. Bishop F4, so you can't play Bishop F4. You have to go either King F7 or taking.
Exactly. Yeah, either take the knight or play something like Queen D8.
Right.
Hikaru, like you pointed out, he could take the knight and play something like Queen C8. You don't want to go F3 because this permanently weakens all of the light squares around the white king. But, you can play something like Queen D1, defending this, attacking this. Not easy for sure here for Hikaru, but maybe something like F5, breaking open the king side, and, you want to get some counterplay going. So that could be an idea. He can also just choose to defend the pawn with, let's say, King F7. Queen E8 a possibility as well. You don't want to go King G7 because this allows Queen H6 check, and that would be a knockout.
Right, that's gonna hurt there. Everywhere you go, you're in trouble. So, all right. Well, Queen B8 on the board. Assuming we're gonna see Knight G4. That's why he played Knight H2, to put the knight on G4. So he's gonna play Knight G4, and obviously the knight is hanging right now, so it's a very good chance, very likely, he's going to play Knight G4. I'm sure Hikaru already calculated it. What is next? King F7, or taking on G4, or Queen D8, or F8. A lot of possibilities here. Chat says juice him, right? Because he got the orange shirt. Juice him, right? With the shirt. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Exactly. And now Hikaru is the one up a minute again on the clock. And I'm a little bit surprised that Firouzja hasn't played Knight G4 yet. I mean, it looks really logical. That's why he played Knight H2. He could go Knight F3 back. And he's played the move Knight F1. Huh.
Okay.
Does he want to go to E3? I don't really get the idea. But hey, he keeps pieces on the board. He puts the ball back and Hikaru score. Let's see what he's going to do. I mean, still not easy to come up with an active plan here for black. Perhaps something like Queen B6, making sure that white cannot go Queen C2. But let's say white go here. What is really going to be our plan? So not easy for Hikaru to just make a quick move here.
No, you know what's funny? There's not a good pawn break for either side. I mean, pawn break would be pawn C5 or pawn B5 if I'm able to play it correctly. These are not working. So, I mean, we can't, and the king side's locked up, 3 versus 3. Bishops, yeah, we have bishops, and you have the knights. You have one square, you can put the knight on C5, and then I can even snatch it up, and then bishop versus knight. Okay, what do you really have? And let's say I give that up. I think this is definitely going towards Armageddon.
All right, Hikaru's played the move king to G7, but now Firouzja can play the move knight to D3, get that knight to the desired C5 square. So maybe Hikaru had to consider a move like Queen B6 or Queen A7. Make sure that white cannot play it just yet because it would hang the pawn on D4. In the meantime, Firouzja has blitzed out knight to E3. The moves are coming in faster and faster. Both players do not want to drop low on the clock easily. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Again, maybe a move like Queen A7, making sure that this knight cannot hop in. Or, he can maybe start expanding on this side of the board. Maybe he can try to create some counterplay, even though right now it looks difficult.
Yeah, it definitely looks difficult here. I mean, we expanding shoot G5. That's going to be aggressive there. Maybe if the time gets lower, you mean, and the rook's not active yet. I mean, the A4 pawn, that's risky. That's very risky, but it is very possible. The knights don't have any good jumping squares. My queen can swing over. We got a move coming. Is that H5?
Yep, he's listening to us. H5 on the board. Okay, now I expect Firouzja to play knight D3. Looks super logical. Maybe knight C5. I mean, this is an idea down the line for Hikaru. I think right now it's a little bit too ambitious. I think his main idea was to stop knight G4 from Firouzja. He just didn't want to deal with that anymore. And again, he's still up a little bit of time. Let's see how this game is going to develop. Firouzja definitely still having the edge. but the players are only getting lower and lower on the clock. And keep in mind, you guys, there's only a 10-second increment, so we can expect mistakes at some point.
In fact, Synchro says, "Can't you start putting some bread down on moves?" So me and Irina Crush, in fact, we was putting $100 a move, so she owed me. I was up $400 at one point, PayPal on deck, right? So I ended with 200, so she still owed me that 200. But it is $100 a move, so we play with the chat too as well, chat. So make sure I'll give y'all my PayPal. So and Bach can do the same. So $100 a move here, chat. $100 a move. H5 happened. We're gonna go from here. It's H5 white to move. Let me see. I don't know what Firouzja is going to play here, so I'm not even going to put nothing down. But I'll put something down on Hikaru's move. Just I don't know what Firouzja is going to play here now. What is maybe 93? What do you think, Bach?
I think 93, moving the knight to c5 looks very logical. He is giving up the tension on the a4 pawn, but that's one of the main reasons why he moved his knight here. It's not the end of the world if white gets the knight here. We could potentially take it at the right moment, but it is really annoying. It starts pressuring our bishop on d7, which we might have to move on to e8 or to c8. So it looks very logical to me, moving the knight to an active square. So let's see what is going to happen. Firouzja now down 2 minutes on the clock. So I'm starting to like Hikaru's chances. I mean, they still have to make another 9 moves through time control. So let's see what they are going to play.
Yeah, and I think even having that 9 moves of time left, you probably don't want to be too risky and just push like g5, g4, just like going for it, because when that time comes back, I mean, even though you do get some increment, you do have to move very, very fast. And like you got to think about what you're doing. Time's getting lower, and the king is very weak if we push g5 next. It's possible, but it has to be at the right moment. Also, again, that a4 pawn is so weak. I'm very annoyed by just the weakness on a4, unless he moves the knight away to d3, and he gets up. See, Hikaru on the cam gets up and walks away, flex real hard. Might be taking a bathroom break. We're going to get some more water here, but he definitely feels a little comfortable.
It's a little bit surprising that he gets up from the board with only 16 minutes on the clock and almost no increment. Firouzja taking a long time here. I mean, he started off with like 17, 16 minutes, and now he's taking like 3 to 4 minutes right here. But again, 93 to me looks very logical, moving the knight over here. I don't really see another way to improve his position. I mean, he's moved his knight from f3 to h2 to f1 to e3. I don't think there's much more you can do with that piece. I mean, you could go knight ed1 to c3. That is an idea. Perhaps that's what he's looking at, putting a lot of pressure on this one on a4. But hey, the moment you start doing those things, perhaps we can start pushing pawns on this side of the board and create some counterplay on the king side. Firouzja seems a little locked in. I mean, he cannot afford himself too much of a think here because he will just drop too low on the clock.
Yeah, he definitely has to, move quickly. So at 12 minutes, oh, there we go. I think that's the move, 93. There it is. All right, cool. Here we go, chat. Here we go. 93 on the board. Hikaru comes back real quick, looks, writes down the move, no facial expression, nothing. He expected it. Doesn't look surprised. He goes into a think. Okay, and black to move. So we got lots of moves here, chat.
So let's see what he's going to do. Someone asked in the chat, do they get any additional time? Yes, starting from move 40, they will get an additional 10-second increment for each and every move, which is not a whole lot. So yeah, Firouzja still has to make another 8 moves, Hikaru another 9, and then they will get some extra time, but again, really not a lot. So let's see what Hikaru will play here. I mean, Firouzja, he's really a blitz-in beast as well, so it's not like, oh, if Firouzja gets long time, Hikaru's the better player. I mean, they're still very much evenly matched. So let's see what Hikaru will do from here. I mean, Firouzja still has some 9 maneuvers, and it's not easy to come up with a good move for black. I mean, I think g5, it doesn't really do that much. I can go queen d1 first of all, attacking this pawn over here, keeping an eye on this one as well, but also knight to c5. And I think generally when this 9 moves to c5, perhaps we just have to take it, but that's not really what we want to do. So let's see what move Hikaru will come up with here, but we will definitely expect some action here in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, so we're going to see some action. And Alireza gets up quickly. I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I'm just going to use the bathroom because this is the last time you're going to be able to go, especially if you're drinking water and you're playing the game, and sometimes you can't concentrate because you got to take a leak, right? You got to go to the bathroom. So drinking all that water, staying hydrated is very important. So he went to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom, run real fast, go to the bathroom, come back, because that is going to be the last time that you're going to be able to do that. in this game. 12 minutes left on the clock here, and he has to move fast too as well. So you got to like run
Well,
and do
I
it.
think Hikaru should now move quickly. Like, hey,
Yeah,
Firouzja left the board. Let me make my move, and by the time he gets back, he might have lost like 2 or 3 minutes. So
that's correct.
just decide on a move and go with it.
Chad,
But
like wash your hands. You know what? Yeah, please
exactly.
wash your hands, Chad. Make sure you're doing that because that I've seen that at chess tournaments, and I'm like, that's my opponent. Oh, I ain't shaking your hand, boy. You know, I'm about to let me put some gloves on, touch these pieces now. Definitely wash your hands here, Chad.
And Firouzja gets back. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the other games real quick. The game between Mamedyarov and Wesley So ended in a draw, so we will see an Armageddon there real soon. The game between Aryan and Magnus, I think, is headed for a draw. I mean, Aryan can now move the queen, let's say here. The rook moves. Aryan will take here and all trades, and it's just going to be a draw. A disappointing result for Magnus. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, he's playing his countrymate, who's 200 points low rated. Now he's playing with the black pieces, but I'm sure he wanted to win. This game between Anish and Gukesh headed for a draw. It seems maybe Anish can do something like 97, threatening to take the bishop. If the bishop moves here, let's say check. And although I guess you have to be a little bit careful because you can take the bishop with something like knight f3, but white starts pushing these pawns. That being said, probably still a draw. And then we have Norbert against Fabiano, where, wait, is Fabiano all of a sudden? Fabiano's getting the initiative, it feels.
Oh, he definitely I mean, if you just look at it from, okay, who do you think? What's going on? You're like, wait a second. Look at White's king. Look at Black's queen. Look at Black's king. I mean, you already know who's on the attack here. You don't even have to ask. You just know Black has an initiative. Active rook on c4, queen on h8, x-raying the king there. Is also, okay, it's Norderbeck's move. He needs to move now. I mean, this is strange. This is very strange. You're going to have to play something, yeah, h5. You have to play like something like h5 to defend. Now it's Black to move here. Can we play g4?
G4 does have its drawbacks. Maybe rook g1, although
Knight
yeah,
G5.
I don't know. This game is definitely
chaotic. Here comes some tactics, boy. Here comes some tactics. Whoa.
This game is heating up for sure. I mean, it can really go either way, especially since both players are getting low on time there as well. And the Armageddon between Mamedyarov and Wesley So is going to start in 15 minutes. But let's focus our attention back on Hikaru's game. He's still thinking after knight at d3, and right now he's a minute behind on the clock. I don't see an easy move for him. I mean, knight c5 is going to be Firouzja's next move, very likely. And then, I mean, you don't quite want to give up the bishop. You also don't want to keep this knight on the board. Some tough decisions ahead here.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out. I mean, $100 a move here. I mean, I'm gonna lose 100 real quick. I mean, you got Queen B6, Queen A7, Queen F8, right? I mean, these are all moves I was thinking. I mean, maybe he does go for G5. Maybe go H4. H4 is not a move because Knight G4 we just don't allow that. Yeah, Queen C8. I never saw that one coming. I've never saw that one coming. Okay, sacking possibilities. Can he really do that? Bach and Knight F1? Can he really do that?
I think, well, let's have, I think in case Knight C5, we just go for it. I mean, takes. White's king is wide open. We have all sorts of threats over here. And at least it would change the momentum of the gaming. After Knight F1, I think we just give a check and we have a perpetual. If you go Knight at G3, we take, and White cannot play Queen G2 because they'll leave the rook hanging. So I think for sure he will go for it. Now, the big question is, how can Firouzja stop this sacrifice? He doesn't have King H2. He could go H4, but I don't know. Maybe now
E5.
Still don't feel like
wow. You feel like me, man. I'm just aggressive at all times. G5, and the box not even really aggressive like that. Especially make sure I get a chessable course. Nimzo Indian on chessable. That boy is fire. Definitely went through it myself. There's some nasty lines in there for sure. But also box more of a like universal player here. But the G5 move is super aggressive, boy. Oof. That's some sharp stuff. That's scary.
I do appreciate that you like my course.
Oh yeah,
but let's see what Firouzja is gonna do here. I mean, I wonder, is bishop takes h3 a real? I mean, it is a threat, I think, because after takes, you don't have any good ways to defend. And hey, at least it gives Firouzja something to think about. He's in the tank. Both players around 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's hope that Firouzja is the first one to really go down on time. I mean, both of them still have another 8 minutes to make until the time control, which is like 1.5 minutes per move.
That's it, 1.5 minutes per move here. And he's like, yo, you gonna sack? No, he's gonna sack. Then you start thinking, no, he's really gonna sack. He's really gonna sack. And then you start thinking, and then you get your downtime, and then you probably just let him do it and take the perpetual after Knight F1. Definitely very possible there.
Yeah, so let's see what he will do. I wonder in case of knight f1, do we sack anyway? I mean, takes. Although I guess rook e3 saves the day, and there's check, knight g3, h4. I think even here, it's not completely crazy to go for it anyway, although maybe queen e2, stopping queen g4, and here, what do we really have is the big question, but Hikaru could perhaps set it up even a little bit more, I don't know how, maybe like rook a7. He's at least keeping the tension, Firouzja dropping down to 10 minutes, so let's see what is gonna happen.
Yeah. See what happens. Queen c8 on the board. We're just kind of seeing what's going to happen. Maybe sacrificing. I mean, we do know we want to sack. So, what do you guys think in the chat? What do you guys think? Is he going to sack on h3 or not?
I think Firouzja will probably stop him from doing so under good circumstances. I mean, it would be silly to allow bishop takes h3, like let's say we're going knight to c5. But I really like the fact that Firouzja is thinking, and again, that time is not coming back. I mean, only in move 40 he will get the 10-second increment. The thing is this, can't he? H4 is a good move, but as I was going to say, if this is a rapid game, it would be easier for the players to keep moving. But this started off as a classical game, and it's easy to stay in that rhythm while they really have to speed up at this point.
Yeah, they definitely have to speed up at this point here. H4 now is played on the board. So he was like, yo, he believed in the sacrifice. So that's what that says. He believed in the sacrifice, 100%. So he played H4. But now what do we do? Maybe queen d8? I mean, queen d8 now he has like
this? What about like queen c7? And in case of knight c5, I want to take and go like queen f4.
Like it.
Although,
wow,
this might allow some weird stuff.
That's crazy.
I don't know if this is correct. Perhaps, we just go rook e8. But the pawn on h4 at least could potentially give us some counterplay. Although it's not easy to see how we are going to do it. But the sacrifice was a legitimate concern. That's why Firouzja moved this pawn over here. And I don't think g5 is the way to do it. So now the ball is back in Hikaru's court. Let's see what he's going to come up with.
Yeah, h4 played. Okay. h4. We got queen c7. I do like this idea of queen c7. But, I mean, it's obvious that this is going to be a long game. I mean, we have a lot of moves here. He kind of just shuffled around, if you noticed it. Shuffled our pieces. There have been no real pawn moves besides h5, obviously. h5 was played, but then that was met with h4. Now we need to really move our pieces around the way that we can. Maybe bishop f5, but I don't like giving up the bishop here really for no reason. What about queen h8 to play queen h6? But that doesn't do anything really. Like when you get the queen to h6, queen c7 and go rook e8. I mean, that's it.
In the meantime, Arjan has blundered.
Whoa,
let's look at well, he's made a serious mistake. In this position right here, I thought the game was just headed for a draw. Had Arjan played something like queen c1, making sure that the bishop was no longer pinned, he wants to take here. But he went rook to c1. Looks like it's doing the same thing. We're attacking the rook, but Magnus played here. And you actually cannot take, because Magnus goes rook d1 check. And if you take, your queen is hanging. And perhaps this is still what Arjan should have gone for. He went bishop to f1, but after queen f4, now Magnus is significantly better, because all of a sudden his pieces are much more active. So really unfortunate for Arjan. He seemed to be very close to a draw. But let's go back to Hikaru's game. He has played a move after h4. He played bishop to e6, and now knight to c5 by Firouzja. I guess his idea to keep that bishop on the board. And there it is with bishop f7.
Bishop f7 played as well. Absolutely. Yeah. If we would take on c5, then we have the bad bishop versus good knight there. And then maybe you can put the knight on c2 and then back over to d4. And we just have problems and like a nagging edge kind of for white there. At the bishop f7, I mean, we are just kind of chilling. g5 is definitely now more appealing. I mean, I have a piece around it now, at least. Queen c2, they're moving quite quickly. Moving quite quickly now, as we will see. a4 is hanging. Do we take on c5 or not is the question.
I don't think we take. I like to move rook a7.
I love it.
In case Firouzja takes, I think we go queen a6, attacking the knight, and we get the pawn back. So we will see a bit of a cat and mouse game here. Hikaru will probably not directly defend it with a move like queen a8, but he will keep defending it indirectly, so that in case Firouzja takes, we have someone like queen a6 or queen a8 and get the pawn back. But the question really is for Firouzja, how is he going to improve the position? I mean, maybe a move like g3, but that would allow someone like queen h3. And, Hikaru is looking at some sacrifice, maybe a potential g5 break. Not easy for white to keep everything together and not allow any counterplay, especially as the players are getting lower and lower on time. And Hikaru, again, has a very slight edge on the clock and have to make another 5 moves to get that 10-second increment.
He walked away. Maybe he went to the bathroom here real quick. I mean, you got to be careful because it is, Hikaru leaving. Exactly. He's like, he's leaving? He ain't got no time on the clock? Of course, obviously. he has a little bit more time. It is Alireza's move here, but it is good to understand that you need to go now. If you're drinking a lot of water, hydrating, you have to go to the bathroom a few times. So wash your hands, Hikaru. Yeah, of course. Definitely make sure you wash your hands there and then come back and finish this game so you can focus on not having to use the bathroom. You can focus on literally just the game itself here. So, or going to the confessional as well, right? Maybe he's going to the confessional, but going to the confessional and you in there talking for 2 minutes and you come back and you got 4 minutes on the clock. He's like, I was only going for 2. It felt like 2, but then it was more than that. So you got to be very quick here, very quick. Alireza glancing at the score sheet there. Maybe he's thinking about something he could have done earlier on, Bob.
Well, I think he's looking at the score sheet. He's like, how many moves do I have to make until I get that 10-second increment? But a little bit surprising that Hikaru gets up from the board. I mean, 9 minutes is not a whole lot, but I'm sure he will be back soon. Like I said, maybe he had to go to the restroom real quick. And here's the thing. Someone asked in the chat earlier, does Hikaru have winning chances? I think very much so, because the players are getting lower and lower on time. Maybe objectively, Firouzja is a little bit better, but it's really hard to prove it. And yeah, I mean, what move is he going to play? I don't see an easy move for him. In the meantime, Hikaru gets back at the board. And yeah, with 6 minutes and 45 seconds, let's see what Firouzja is going to do. But if he ever makes a mistake, Hikaru could all of a sudden get some counterplay.
Yeah, absolutely. With the rook active, I mean, rook e7 and then getting the queen, especially if a knight move, we get the queen active to g4 with the double attack on h and d4 pawns. Quite possible, quite possible. Time's getting lower. 6 minutes here for Alireza, around 6. That is a time edge, and the time edges are more as the time gets lower. We see a little bit of anxiousness, I think, from Firouzja there, just switching positions of thinking and just trying to figure out what am I going to do. My time is getting lower, and you keep thinking about this too. Sometimes you make a mistake, sometimes you don't, but definitely one thing is true is that he is down on the clock.
Exactly. And someone asks a great question in the chat. Is it tempting to move faster in that situation when the opponent is away from the board? I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, if you see your opponent leaving, sometimes it's a good idea to make a move, because then by the time they get back, they've lost 2 or 3 minutes. Now, the difficult thing for Firouzja right here is that I feel like all of his pieces are quite ideally placed. He's got the knight on c5, the queen on c2, the rook on e1. But here's the thing, like, how do you improve? Again, g3 allows queen h3. We don't quite want to do that because black would start sacking again. You also don't really want to move the knight, because if you move the knight, you allow queen g4. This also allows some counterplay for black. So what do? I mean, maybe you go queen c3, but that is why Firouzja's thing. He's like, how do I improve? How do I improve? And Hikaru's sitting there thinking like, okay, take your time, buddy. I don't mind. I don't mind. Like, the lower on time you get, the more likely you are going to make a mistake. And Firouzja now getting down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did the same thing with Gukesh. In fact, he just played Gukesh. Gukesh even had, I mean, sometimes it felt like Gukesh had a slightly better position because the pieces were strange for Hikaru, but then he ended up getting queen b7 in and eyeing up everything, traded some pieces off, and then just in-gamed him. And it was very nice to see when he was able to win that game. There was a very powerful game. And here you're starting to see, reminiscent of that. It looks sort of the same here. We're just improving. Black can improve quite quickly. In fact, rook e7, queen e8, right? And then maybe move the king somewhere else, maybe king h6, g5, bishop g6, just slowly doing stuff, which is possible. a4 is still on pre, though. We do have to be careful on knight takes a4 ideas there. We have a lot of options, which makes Firouzja spend a lot of time to take care of these options that I do have. It's hard for white to improve, as you mentioned.
And we have a move. The move rook c1 is on the board. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. But he does this so well, where he hangs on in the position. He's just patiently waiting for his chance. And hopefully something will come as Firouzja gets lower on time. And he plays quickly, bishop to f4, putting pressure on the knight. If the knight is gone, he could get his queen to g4. I guess if Firouzja goes here, he'll just move the bishop back. And he's like, all right, it's your move. Show me how you want to improve. And maybe given the time and situation, maybe Firouzja will just take the repetition. But let's see what he is going to do. It looks a little bit risky to let black take here. It might not be the end of the world. You can also play something like queen d3. And Hikaru perhaps at some point can move this one in as well. They can stop writing if they drop lower than 5 minutes. That is correct. Now, normally you can't when there's increment, but that is when there is a 30-second. I mean, he goes 93.
Oh, he's going
Wait, what
it.
about takes and like
for
queen g4 or rook e7?
Yeah, he's definitely going for it. He's allowing some real counterplay here. He wants the action on the board. Bishop e3 is going to be forced here, and then after pawn takes, yeah, bishop takes queen g4, and then shoot, I like black for real. We got rook e7, h4 is hanging. I was thinking that, but then rook e7 or rook c6. Okay, that's interesting.
Right. So I think we have to make sure that we
They
don't
take.
lose any pawns, but I think we have to, although we don't have to take. We can also go bishop d6 because if you take, there's rook to
Ooh,
c7.
ooh.
We lose a pawn, but look
You
at
get
this. We
one
win the
back.
pawn on a3 in the process. And here, black should be doing fine with the passed a pawn. So Hikaru's got some choices here, and he does have that 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, looking at the time here, like 3 minutes is not a lot of time when you have 50 and 47 minutes, and then 40 and 43 minutes. Now 4 and 7 minutes, we starting to see the small time edge really start to kick in, and it's going to affect Firouzja quite soon here, especially if he keeps up the quick moves, which Hikaru is in the zone. As you can see, he's very stoic right now, moving. He's bobbing his head a little bit, okay, thinking about it. He's calm. He's very, very in the zone, right? Calculating, takes. You know how he does, and he's looking at it. I think he is going to take on e3 and then move the queen, but then queen g4, queen f2. That's kind of annoying. c6 is hanging. C6 is
Exactly,
hanging.
yeah.
Maybe we don't take. Maybe we just go back, like you mentioned. Bishop d6 is probably just good to reset, gain, always repeat, right?
Mm-hmm. And as someone pointed out in the chat, this is where Hikaru really excels. Exactly. When both players are on the clock, that's when he can still play at a very high level. And there we go, bishop d6 on the board. Firouzja, I don't think he should take rook c7. Will lead Hikaru to equality. Now Firouzja might repeat the position once. I think Hikaru will play the move bishop f4. I think really the issue for Firouzja right now is that his clock keeps sticking lower and lower, and there's no easy plan. But he's really got to be careful. Like 3 minutes and 40 seconds is still quite a bit of time. You can still calculate some variations, but if you're down to your last minute or your last 30 seconds with only that 10-second increment, we are definitely going to see mistakes. And it's also up to Hikaru to keep some time on the clock. So I'm very curious to see how it will proceed from here. But look at Firouzja already dropping below 3.5.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop d6 on the board. He's going to have to move. And a lot of times when you get lower on time, you do get anxious and nervous. You move around a lot, try to stay focused, but sometimes it's very difficult. Yeah, he's looking around. You can just tell you're getting a little rattled here as he is down time. 3 minutes is huge when this time is what you're given, what you're left with, right? In 2 minutes here, I'm up 3 minutes. I'll be 4 minutes to a minute. Still enough time to get things done on Hikaru's side. So he might just repeat. He might just repeat. But the question is Hikaru going to repeat? I don't think it's not a problem to repeat it all. We do have Armageddon draw odds, and we have black again, and this works very well for us anyway. So, I think it'll be fine. Knight to c5 on the board.
Knight c5. Let's see if Hikaru is going to go for the same move, bishop to f4. Would also be nice to make a move that would surprise Firouzja and that would make him think. Firouzja still has to make another 2 moves to reach a time control and get that 10-second increment on the clock. So let's see. I'm a little bit surprised. What do you think, Kenty? Firouzja is still writing down the moves. He doesn't have to. Because he's below 5 minutes. Hikaru stands up. I don't know why. Wait, I mean, this is by far not a valid claim. So I don't know. Wait. What is he doing?
Yeah, I know. He just looked. I think he looked up. I think he wants to see if he's gonna take the draw, what's going on the other boards as well. If he wants to take the draw, I was like, I mean, I guess I could take the draw. I
don't want to take a draw. Firouzja's playing for a draw.
Right. And there it is. And you take the draw, and there it is.
Firouzja offered him a draw. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering, like, why does he get up? Okay, so draw, not a bad result at all. We were definitely under some pressure, but he manages to hold on. I think even though both players were getting low on time, probably it is a fine result. And now they are going to move on to an Armageddon. So James, Firouzja will have 10 minutes and the white pieces. Hikaru 7 minutes in black. Who is your favorite in this one?
Definitely taking Hikaru all the time. I mean, even if it wasn't Hikaru, I'm always taking the black pieces in Armageddon. That's just me. I don't care what's going on. I always like to take the black pieces because I get the 2 for 1. Like I win, I win. I draw, I win. If I even find a sacrifice that leads to a perpetual, I'm gonna win this in Armageddon. So I'm definitely like that. And Hikaru does very good in Armageddons as well. So I think he's a good favorite to do so here.
Exactly. And yeah, I wasn't quite sure if they could offer draws. I think the rule is that you can offer a draw after move number 30. 30 moves have been played. We are move 38, and that is why a draw could have been agreed here. All right, so let's have a look. I think the Armageddon might have already started. Yes, and there it is between Shaq and Wesley. All right, so things looking pretty good for Wesley right now. He's having a lot of activity here, but he's down 3 minutes on the clock. James, what do you think about this one?
This was spicy. B4 is hanging. What is this? The bishop on G2? Like, whoa. Man, what is this? D3 with like the B2 rook is like on the attack too as well. This is wild. I mean, whoa. I'm actually just trying to figure out what's actually going on first. So well, B4 is hanging. I don't really want him to take it. So I'm trying to find a move right now. He's going to take it. Maybe I just castle. I mean, what the heck is this? I was looking at E4, but what about en passant? Like, it feels like E4, en passant, take with the E pawn, and then bishop B2. I have E4 still and the rook hanging. It's like crazy
Oh,
stuff here. He just castled. Okay.
that's right. Yeah, we just have castles on the board, castles by Wesley as well. I like the fact that he made that move quickly, slowly but surely cutting into Shahriar's time advantage. Now he's only down 2 minutes on the clock. And hey, Wesley's got easy moves here. This pawn is hanging. And yes, when we will have Hikaru later for an interview, we will certainly ask him some questions about the game and perhaps about Firouzja's shirt as well. And H5 by Shaq, I guess we will see G5, or do you think Flexley, as you like? Oh, there we have it.
There it
Do you
is,
think
Flexley
Flexley is
stuff.
going to take the pawn?
Whoa, there's that E4 move. Bro, they blitzing
Wait,
themselves.
what happened? What happened? Candy, what is
Woo-wee.
this?
I know. I mean, I can feel the conversation here. Me and Shaq got the same type of style. We just hyper aggressive, is what I like to call it. He played G4 so much. He's one of my favorite players because he plays G4, just launching it out there. He beat, Aryan Tari in Armageddon with just G4. Hope for the best, right? And I love it all day. So E4 is the same way. It's sacking in exchange here after Bishop B2, Bishop B2. We also have E4 coming at some point. So I thought that was pretty nice with this, E4 idea. Bishop takes B2. Like, I thought it was pretty fire. So, I mean, but it is complicated. After Bishop B2 takes, and then Knight takes B4. They would take with the D knight, and I'm still trying to figure out what to do here. Maybe Queen B3 or something to try to play Queen C3. Because other than that, I mean, I have some conversation obviously, but it's wild. It's definitely wild.
Yeah, so I like the fact that Wesley doesn't give up his bishop because that would really weaken his king, but he just takes the pawn on b4 anyway, right away. So let's see what Shaq is going to do here. By the way, Hikaru's Armageddon is going to start in 15 minutes, so don't go anywhere. His classical game ended in a draw, but it's all going to come down to the Armageddon. But good thing for Hikaru is that he's keeping that number 2 spot, at least over Firouzja. I think Fabiano wins. He might leapfrog him, but hey, he's staying ahead of Firouzja also in the standings. So that is good. In the meantime, 94 has been played by Mamedyarov, takes, and now Rook takes b4.
I like how he complicates games. Like, he just makes it messy and tactical, and I'm a big fan of doing the same like tactics. But I mean, you are playing Wesley, who's very precise. Knight C2, that's a precise move. But then I take, whoa, man, there's so much going on. Rook takes B5, got to be played. Maybe we trade queens now? Traded. Move the rook, played. Like, dang.
Wesley moving very quickly. He is down on the clock, though. He's down to 4 minutes against 6:40 for Shaq. Now, keep in mind, there will be a 1 second increment after move 40, but hey, it's only 1 second, so not easy to handle the clock there at all. Let's see what Shaq is going to do. I mean, Wesley is attacking the rook, and even after you trade, Black would have the threat of rook to d1. Rook d5, wow, did not expect that one. Let's see if Shaq can still create some chances here.
He's definitely trying to create them because he has to win too as well. As Armageddon here, you got to create those chances. Like, it's not going to be the move that you thought I'm going to play. It's going to be the second or third. We have to make sure that we do these moves precisely and also make some chances because Black draws, he wins. Black wins, he wins. Bishop G4 from Wesley here, attacking the H5 pawn. It does look pretty nice for Wesley, but I mean, okay, there are some chances still from both sides. A7 can actually be hanging at some point. We also have the bishop pair 2 as white here. Chances for both sides. Rook b7, 7th rank.
Exactly. Someone asked in the chat, did Hikaru lose points from this draw? No, actually, he gained 0.2 rating points, so he is extending his lead over Firouzja just a little bit. He's now ahead of him by 0.7. 91, I love that move by Wesley.
That's a sick move,
he wants
bro.
to go knight f3 or take the bishop. And I think Wesley's got, I mean, it's still way too early, but Wesley, given how solid of a player is, I think he's got this in the bag. But let's see what he is going to do. That being said, though, he's still down 2.5 minutes on the clock, which is definitely significant.
Ooh, okay. But bishop f3. Wow, yeah, that's pretty good. Man, Wesley is very precise with this type of stuff. Oof, maybe bishop a3, just develop. And it takes, you actually, wait, no, do you lose material there? Bishop a3, bishop e4, rook d8, rook d8, knight e4. It's like equal, okay. Oof, have to be careful. Wow, what a move.
Bishop f3, nice move by Wesley, offering the trade of bishops. So let's see what is gonna happen. I mean, I think Wesley getting some nice trades in here, but still plenty of pieces on the board. The spot on a7 is somewhat weak. So let's see what Shaq is gonna do here. Not an easy spot for him. His time advantage is dwindling right now. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds. So let's see what he is gonna do. Rook d7 played. I guess we take that, or do we take the bishop first?
Yeah, he just tells us. He tells us right now what's going on. Takes, and takes. Everything equal.
Wait,
and
what about rook c8 here? Rook, yeah, nice move by Wesley, attacking the knight, and the bishop is hanging over there as well. Bishop f8 here?
Bishop a3, yeah, but...
Wait, how do you defend here? This looks quite... Wait, and also, this is a big threat. Wait, how does Shaq keep the game going? Because bishop takes c4 is a big threat, and bishop takes c5. I guess you have to take.
Take and king
we
g2.
take, and like king g2,
yeah,
but wait, 95 or something?
95,
oh, wait,
d5.
Knight d5, rook d5, knight c4, bishop b4, a5, and that's it.
Woof. But yikes. What a line. What a line. Yeah, I mean, he's just too precise. When Wesley is at it, I mean, he's just at it, bro. That was very precise. And you could tell the initiative was in his favor, and it's happening now. Bishop d5. So now we could actually go down that same line here.
Yeah, well, now it's a little bit different, but he can just take the knight on c5. He can also take this one over here, or another. Okay, he takes the knight, bishop takes f7, and king f8. It feels like Shaq is just down a pawn, but he keeps the pieces on the board. Let's see what Wesley is going to do. I mean, still some attacking chances for white, perhaps. If Wesley finds a couple precise moves, it will be over. Oh, that's a KO.
Yeah,
Rook cannot keep protecting the bishop. I think it's
over. He can hit the button. Wow. Dang, Wesley. Yeah, he can hit the button, right? Hit the little pause button on the DGT. Yeah, you're right, bro. Good game. Good game.
All right, nice. So Wesley wins his Armageddon and moves up a little bit in the standings. Shaq is still in the bottom half. All right, so that game has come to an end. We are also going to see the Armageddon between Gukesh and Anish because that game ended in a draw as well. I don't know yet what time, but we see it right here. In the meantime, Magnus is pushing in his game against Ariontari, and Fabiano's game is also fire.
Well, he made it. Adusatora, that is. I mean, it feels like he's getting made it. Well, somebody's getting made it. What the heck is this?
Yeah, and what a big win that would be for Fabiano. He would move up in the standings again, taking the lead. Taking quite a hefty lead. And he's really been on fire. I mean, yesterday, a bit of a hiccup with white piece against Shaq, but before that he was on 3 out of 4. Right now looks like he's going to be Noterbeck, who's down to a minute, and Fabiano's got a crushing position.
There we go. Yeah, this is like, how do you even defend, boy? Rook g7, king h8, and then he's like, and for your next move, my good friend. I think Fabi's just tired of getting hit by him too as well. I mean, Fabi has been losing to Noterbeck and usually in the faster time controls here, but now it's not going to work here, says Fabi. Not today.
Knight takes h6, nice move by Fabiano. But all right, so let's see what Noterbeck is gonna do. I mean, tough position for him. Okay, this king is wide open. Both players low on time. So let's see what Noterbeck is gonna do. But it looks tough. It looks tough. He's down to 40 seconds. Fabiano is still having 2 minutes, and he should have a good position here. So let's see what Noterbeck is gonna do.
Knight takes h6. Wow. What do you even do? I mean, I got to move my rook. I mean, obviously. So, wait.
He takes on maybe C4,
not. Knight g4.
But I guess we take here.
King takes g7. Yeah.
That should be crushing. I mean, he's up 2 pawns. White's king is weaker than Black's king, and Black should have all sorts of threats. But I think we just have to take the rook right now. We can also throw in some check, but hey, why not just keep all the threats in a position? And oh wait, maybe Noterbeck has this move, check, and if you take, then there's this check. So some tricks that Noterbeck perhaps is playing for.
Whoa, maybe we have to go. I mean, not have to, but Queen f5. Well, King g3 there. Because I'm not mated. What the heck is this? If I'm not mated, then what is it?
I have no idea what's going on, but this game is heating up. Let's have a very quick look at Magnus's game. Bishop f8 has been played. Magnus is down to like 20 seconds, and it looks like he's just thrown away the advantage. Queen f4, great move by Arion, Going for checkmate. 16 seconds for Magnus. Wait, he was winning right here. Queen d4, big mistake. Rook c6. And wait, this was a blunder. Queen a1 was winning, but Queen g1 was played. Rook f5. Okay, Queen d4 or Queen c4. But oh wait, Queen d4 was not even a move. Queen c4. I guess a draw here.
Just check. Check. No time. G5 he going for it. Oh boy, this is heating up. This is heating up. He's going for it. You can definitely go wrong here with 20 seconds on the clock.
Exactly. Let's see what Tari is going to do down to his last 17 seconds as well. In case you take, there's probably check and rook takes. You're getting cooked right there. Maybe a check, but f6. This looks scary for Tari. With a little time on the clock, 8 seconds. He takes, wait, Queen h1? Queen h1 and rook g5, isn't that just crushing?
Or
rook g5 right away? Wait, take.
Wait, takes. Wait, check. King there takes.
Take. If you go here, you keep checking. But check. King here, take. Takes on the board, take.
Oh, you play
King
G4?
of 4, only move.
Yeah, and G4, F, Queen H4. Believe it or not. It's crazy. Maybe King E3, though.
You want to go
I think you go G4. I think you can go G4, but maybe not.
But
maybe go and then check.
HG?
And then check.
10 seconds for Magnus. What is he going to do? He's got to go. Got to go. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Queen h4 with 1 second.
Woo-wee!
Okay, g4 instantly by Tari takes.
And you have to check. You just check into oblivion. I think it's D.
I guess there's no way to get out. Yeah, you check and check.
Correct. It's just draw. Wow, wild draw there.
I think it's just a draw. Yeah, check. I mean, you don't walk out of the checks. I mean, you keep checking.
You could go rook g6, right? But we just snatch it.
Well, but what about like take and gf? There's always rook g4 to block.
Ooh, with check.
23 with check even, yes.
Yeah.
So I think this game is going to end in a draw. Someone is asking what happened Alireza versus Hikaru. That game ended in a draw. But the Armageddon is going to start very soon in five minutes.
Yeah, this is draw. And if he goes to the back rank, he loses instantly. Queen d8 and then Queen g5.
Rook g6 by first. Magnus keeping the game going. Now Arjan's got to take only move. Magnus has to recapture. We cannot do this. Rook g4 would be a knockout. Okay, Queen d7 or fg. Both seem all right. But, you know, at least the game keeps going for now. And both players run like 25 to 30 seconds. So let's see what's going to happen. I mean, probably a draw. James, don't you think if anyone is better, maybe it's Tari because his king is slightly more active than Black's
exactly right. I was thinking that same thing, too. Because I'm like, yeah, hey, I know Magnus, you can get in trouble here. In fact, Norderback won in the rapid and the sword. I mean, his queen was on the a1, I think, in that game, but it was something similar. It was a queen pawn in game, to be honest. So you have to be careful here. I mean, I actually have the more passed pawn on b5 over here. It's gonna take a lot, I think, to lose this, but it is possible, especially with the time that they do have.
Someone is asking in the chat, did they draw by agreement or reputation? I think Firouzja offered a draw given the fact Hikaru's reputation that he's so wait, Queen G5, that's not the move. Wait,
is that
checkmate in here?
No, that
wait, and if you take, is there a check? Wait, there's gotta be a trick. There's gotta be a trick. Wait. There's gotta be a trick. I don't wait. Check here.
Check and Queen D8 and G5.
But then King H7.
Oh, but then King H5. Yes, Queen H5. Oh, yeah, you also have that. Yeah, G5, King H7, check. So how is it winning? Why is this a +1? That's very strange.
King G5? I think they're just heading for a repetition. Or is there a way for Arjan to win? And it just ended in a draw.
Yeah, I don't see that.
No, it's just it is just a draw. Yeah, just a weird glitch. All right, so this game between Arjan Tari and Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. All right, in the meantime, we're also receiving word that Fabiano has won his game. All right, so Fabiano won on time, but he had a crushing position as well. But we are going to be taking a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we will watch the Armageddon between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. You definitely do not want to miss this one. And welcome back, everyone, to the Armageddon game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. And the players are already off. Firouzja opened the game with an Italian, with bishop c4, move 3, knight f6, and a6. So, James, what do you think about this opening choice?
Yeah, as a good opening choice from Firouzja. Also, I mean, Black Hikaru here knows what he's doing. He's played e5, one of the most solid players to do it too as well here. I think Firouzja definitely chose a good opening because there's lots of space, there's lots of plans, there's lots of ideas. You can also play the moves quite quickly as well. Put some pressure on Hikaru here, as there is no increment. You have the time that you have, so it's very important to know that. He plays h6. You can play g5 in some of these lines. There is some sacrifices, obviously. Bishop g4, castles, right? Bishop e6. This is all stuff you play all the time. Rook e8, bishop e6 being next. We'll see what happens. You often have knight e7, knight g6, more aggressive routes.
That's an idea as well. I'm a little bit surprised by the move castles by Hikaru. It's a little bit, it's quite solid, but he could have also played g5, but perhaps he didn't feel like this was the right occasion, given the fact that he needs a draw here. Now we see the move b4 by Firouzja, expanding on the queen side. Now the thing is, in case Hikaru goes g5, Firouzja could maybe consider sacking, but he can also move the bishop back. But what I like about Firouzja's choice is that he's keeping all of the pieces on the board. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Perhaps g5, although... and g5 has been played, and bishop g5.
What he played?
Firouzja's thinking, can he do this?
There is a line with it, but it's like, man, it's deep. And it's a very wicked line, but he didn't go for it. Perfect. We don't have to go down that rabbit hole today. Bishop g3, king g7, and bishop b3. Knight h7, want to play f5. Aggressive intentions, I like it.
Knight h7 has been played. Maybe f5 is what Hikaru is aiming for, opening up the f-file, or h5 is an idea as well, going for h4 or g4 in some variations. And Firouzja is really pausing here. So let's see what he's going to play. d4 sometimes is a possibility, sacrificing a pawn in the center, but he won't, maybe making his way to the black king. And look at the clock. Hikaru now only down 2 minutes on the clock, while he started with a 3-minute deficit. He says that he likes playing with the black pieces. He's so extremely fast that he can easily make up a deficit on the clock. And he's so solid. Like, it's so difficult to break him down. Yeah, and that is why he's so good with black.
Yeah, I mean, you rarely see him ever lose with e5. I mean, you rarely ever see that, right? You know that he's going to play a very solid and good game when you like 1 e5 there. Going to be very solid, not going to be very aggressive, but here, I mean, he's actually switching gears here and going into a more aggressive mode with h5. Look at this, guys. Don't try this one at home, but you actually can, of course, as this actually is a line where you can go this aggressive with the bishop bearing down, as you see on a7. So much pressure there. G4 played, knight to d2, and you can eventually play this f5 move or move the knight around the e7. There it is, f5. Yeah, he's just going at him. He's going at him, and I love that. Love the choice.
Oh, wow. Knight e7. Did not expect this move, but I kind of like it. He wants to take with the knight. They would put pressure on the bishop on g3 and also on this pawn over here. So perhaps Firouzja has to consider knight e3, and then we take over here. But what about bishop takes? Is this insane? Although I guess you can still go something like queen e1. So let's see what is going to happen. But what Hikaru is doing, he's not necessarily playing solid. He's just playing the moves that he thinks are best. I mean, even though he only needs a draw. Because if you play too solid, you can end up playing too passively, and that is a very good recipe to lose. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do here.
Yeah, Firouzja needs to think, and he needs to think fast here. I mean, I love look at Hikaru turning around, like, you know what I mean? For just ultimate flexor, you know what I mean? Just flex on you in every area. I'm moving fast. I'm putting it back on you. We're in Armageddon. You know that I'm nice with Armageddon. You know, flexing, turning around, doing something else in the middle of the game, and catching up on time as well. Definitely the pressure is on Firouzja, and he's also attacking him. Knight f5 is going to be really annoying for Firouzja to meet. There was f6, and knight takes f6. Now the knight is rerouted, but on a better square, it's better on f6 than it was h7. Now it's back to Firouzja, who's now under 7 minutes now, making this much easier. And it's like, who was that? Who had the less time here? Was it you or was it Alireza? At this point, you know, so I think Hikaru definitely is doing well.
Exactly. I think Firouzja just has to go 93 so that after 95 he can trade. But if you look at Alireza's body language, I think he's still in classical mode. Like, he's just sitting there thinking like, hey, what is the best move here? But now he's only up 30 seconds. And like we said, he started off with a 3-minute advantage on the clock. Hikaru playing super fast, getting knight f5 and quickly getting a pair of knights off the board. I think his position is more or less okay. He's almost even on the clock. So let's see what Firouzja is going to do. He's really got to speed up here if he wants to keep his chances alive.
Absolutely. Insta Hikaru here right now. You even have weird plans of like trying to get the knight to G6 via G8, E7, knight G6 to hit the H4 pawn, which is extremely weak. Definitely something that may consider giving up the bishop. But he plays D4 here, trying to keep some initiative going. That's a pawn sack. Question mark, says the engine. Engine's like, what are you doing? What is that? Takes,
Yeah,
and
what
I
is
guess
the
we
idea in
take
case we
twice.
actually take it? Like
That's
take,
a
I guess
great
he wants to
question, bro.
capture. Do we just take with the bishop and attack the rook in the corner? Very much possible. It has paused Hikaru to think. So let's see what he's going to do. But I mean, if you don't take, Firouzja is going to take here. So Hikaru takes, and now the ball is back in Firouzja's court, who recaptures right away.
And he takes back. And I mean, we take it. He's like, what are you doing? Thanks for the freebie, my guy. What's wrong with you? Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's a pawn for the good.
All right, so let's see. I suppose rook to c1, making sure that the rook is not hanging, putting some pressure on this pawn over here. Firouzja cannot be too unhappy, even though he's down a pawn. I mean, a lot of pieces are on the board. Black's king is a little bit exposed. So let's see what he's going to do. Exactly, guys. Hikaru needs you guys more than ever right now. He's currently 3 points behind Fabiano, but if he wins this Armageddon, that will close the gap down to 2.5. So it is important for the standings. So rook c1 has been played and bishop b2.
Yikes. Shoot. Is he going to give the exchange up or play rook c4?
I guess you have to. I mean, rook c4. Can we trap? Wait, we have bishop d3, but I feel like something bad is going to happen there. I feel like the pieces are a little bit overextended, but at the other hand, what exactly is the move? b5 a possibility as well, but I think Firouzja sooner or later is going to sack something. Oh, b5, nice move.
b5, okay, and rook f4.
Wait, what
Only
about bishop
move?
d3 and bishop b5 there? I mean, the rook is getting trapped.
That boy getting trapped. Yeah, that boy getting trapped.
e5,
Rook
fantastic move. Rook f4. We can also just move the bishop back, followed by bishop b5 in the next move. I mean, the rook is not really going anywhere. And Hikaru plays that instantly, evening up the time. Both players around 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, his Armageddon skills is just, it's very crazy how good he is when you have Armageddon. Hikaru has won many matches. I've only seen one loss, I think, Armageddon, one match or ever from Hikaru. And of course, he's probably more, but just tells you can probably count on one hand. So it's really strong stuff here. As the time gets lower, Hikaru gets stronger here, and he's just dominating right now in this position. Looks like he's going to go up some material quite soon here, especially with bishop e5, which is kind of trapping this rook here.
Yeah, bishop b5 traps the rook, so that is the move I expect from Hikaru. I don't know what Firouzja has in mind there. I mean, these sacrifices don't really work. You're going to have to play something like knight f1, give up the rook, and just go all out and gamble, but I don't think it works. I mean, what about takes? On a knight e4, there might be some queen d4 check, which is annoying,
I'm not a fan.
but I definitely think we just take the rook, right?
Yeah, just take it. And you know what? 94 is right. Queen d4, queen f6. And then like, hey, bro, get him off the board. Like I'm up in exchange. Bishop d5, rook e8 there. So, everything is good. Everything's fine here. We're just feeling ourselves here, feeling good here. Hikaru, look at him. He even glanced. He glancing at Firouzja. He calculated and glanced at Firouzja twice. If you caught the cam there, chat, he looked at Firouzja 2 times as he's calculating. And he plays queen d7. He says, I'll take it when I want to. I'll take it when I want to. I am number 2 in the world.
Exactly. And what I like about this move is that he can still take on the next move. Had he taken right away, Firouzja can recapture the bishop. Let's say you go queen e7 here. There's knight g3, but also moves like bishop to e6. So what Hikaru wants to do is take the rook on f4 and then play something like rook a8, get more pieces of the board. And I don't see what Firouzja could do. Firouzja, by the way, he has an interesting possibility. He could sack the rook, sack another one, because if we take, he can take here. And how to evaluate this position? White has 2 bishops and a knight against the 2 rooks. So I think this is the one opportunity that Firouzja has to perhaps, at the very least, maybe equalize the game, right? Otherwise, he's just worse.
Yeah, okay. He can't equalize there.
They're going down that line. Rook takes c5, pawn takes rook f6, queen d1, take, and bishop d1 on the board. Now I guess rook 88. I guess you give a check. But black's rooks look really active.
Hikaru with the head shake there. He doesn't like it. But I mean, hey, like, when does he like his positions? Even when he's better, like, I'm better, but I hate this. Like, but okay, a draw. Remember, a draw still wins. So, like, it's hard to see white actually winning this. Really, really, it is. So, black's doing well. I think rook d4, a3. C5
I think he's a
takes rook
little bit
A4.
unhappy. I think he's a little bit unhappy that he allowed this whole sequence, but the endgame is still looking great for Black. And apparently Black can play rook F4 here, giving back the exchange. But Black's pieces are so passive that I mean, Black is just going to pick them up. But okay, rook D5, a little bit more human perhaps, depending upon. But I think it's definitely an idea to at some point give back one of the exchanges to make it easier to get to the white pawns. Like bishop F3, maybe you just take.
Yeah, I like Black here. I mean, the initiative of like the pieces of how active I am is just obvious here. C5 is nice, take, and then the rook is still super active. Put the king maybe on F6, no checks, and then play rook C2 at some point, rook C1 and rook A1, right? I definitely see this going in Black's favor, even though I'm down a piece technically, quotation marks there.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, if we say like rooks are worth 5, generally minor pieces are worth 3. So it's like 10 and a pawn versus 9. So 11 versus 9.
Right.
But I like Hikaru's position. The minor pieces are not fully coordinating, and these rooks can easily go after white's pawns on the queen side. So I think he's got this in the back, but he, of course, still will have to make some accurate moves to finish this one off.
I mean, his pieces are passive. Bishop D3, I go king F6 and like chill, relax.
Then maybe 92, 94 is what I guess Firouzja's hoping for. Can also just go to like F7. Make sure there's never any checks.
Yeah, you're right. Or H6.
Start moving in the rooks. All right. So Hikaru's thinking. Also, look at the clock. Up
flexing
1.5
his time
minutes,
advantage.
and he started down 3.
Right, I know. King F6, but okay. I mean, he could have played any move. Okay.
All right, I expect 92 here, moving the knight into E4, which would be a fork. So he has to perhaps play something like rook E5. But overall, it looks really good. I mean, the rooks are just dominant on the D and C files. And it feels like sooner or later, this A pawn is going to drop, and then Hikaru will just push the pawns home.
Yeah, wow, look at this. We have almost a minute and a half here. Or just like 2 minutes, actually. Yeah, and there it is, 2 minutes. 2-minute time advantage, chat. Look at that, all that spam in the chat. That power is going right to Hikaru right now. Oh my goodness, you guys are helping him win. You do it every time. Every time. You do it every time, chat. A lot of it is up to you guys. Shout out to you in the chat. That's giving us energy, just like, some people standing in the house like this, like with their hands up. And like the family's like, what are you doing? I'm sending my energy to Hikaru, mom. Like, leave me alone. So shout out to you guys, chat. Shout out to you.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it always works, and that's what we're seeing right here. He is up 2.5 minutes on the clock. Bishop F2 has been played, attacking the rook, but I think we just move here or here. Both look completely fine. Also, this check looks pretty nasty. Maybe like rook C1 or rook D5, rook C3. Nice move attacking the bishop. Bishop here, then maybe rook A3, and it's starting to become really difficult to see how Firouzja is. Yeah, rook A3. Wait, what does he even do? Bishop E1 hangs this. Bishop D5, rook D8. Right, rook D8.
Bishop B3, exactly. Bishop B3, but A5.
But then you can even just take and go rook D3, and it's completely over.
Sick. Oh, that's gross. That's gross. I was just gonna play A5, but rook takes B3 is like, yeah. He played rook. Okay, same idea.
Knight G3 played by Firouzja. I think you just take twice here, and the pawns will push home. And also, I mean, there's never any more tricks. So I think very practical decision by Hikaru.
Look at this body language. Did you see that? You see him on the cam? Body language, the lean back, like what am I doing? This sucks. Great. Like, I mean, exactly. The lean back there.
I could have been designing Gucci shirts by now.
Oh man.
King G6.
And he resigns.
And Firouzja resigns. So great game by Hikaru Nakamura. He completely crushes Alireza Firouzja in the Armageddon. I mean, look at the clock, winning up 2 minutes on the clock, and he gets an additional half a point on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's nice. That man Hikaru is doing it and getting it done in all the Armageddons, like almost all of them, besides the Magnus one, obviously. But Armageddons, he's getting them done, and he always does, as he usually does. I mean, great job from Hikaru here, and he's winning once again.
Exactly. Can we get some easy claps in the chat? In the meantime, the Armageddon between Gukesh and Anish has also started. This game started off as an Najdorf, so take, knight C3, A6, bishop B2. Keeping all of the pieces on the board. I mean, Anish, he's really an expert in the Najdorf. H4, I don't know what Gukesh is doing. I feel like sometimes in these Armageddons, people play a little bit too aggressive. F5 by Anish, creating some counterplay.
Okay, now actually, I loved Gukesh's G4, but then after F5, I don't. Oh, you know what? I have light square. Okay, yeah, I like this. I have light square weaknesses, for black here, but I can't really get there yet, which is the problem. Maybe just Rook G1, H6. He goes G6. I can't go Bishop G4 yet. How do I get this pawn? Is it possible? Oh, there it is. Rook H4, big fella. Okay, he answered my question. Yes, Canty, I can. Okay, Rook takes E4. Yes, Rook H4, nice. Very nice move. I like white here. I'm not even gonna lie.
B5 by Anish, creating some counterplay on the queen side. I guess we take, and after queen takes, like queen C3, defending this, and difficult to see for Anish how he creates some real counterplay. Although he could move the knight, followed by bishop to E5 there. So knight D3, let's see what is going to happen. We could also take over here. Takes and then take the pawn.
That's probably nicest. That's probably nicest. Yeah, CB5 first. AB5, rook E4. And then F4, kick the knight, play bishop G4. But he's going to probably play knight C4. Yeah, definitely some knight C4 in there.
Exactly. No, all of that looks good for Gukesh. He's not thinking only up 2 minutes on the clock, but he's got a good position. He's got a time match. So all of the ingredients are in place for him to get a win. He takes with the pawn on B5 and rook takes C4. C4 by Anish, setting up some knight D3 trickery. This game is not over yet. This king in C2 is quite exposed, but can Gukesh keep things together? Then he has very good chances to win.
I love it. A6 looks good. I still can go F4 and if knight D3. I can take that twice, big fella. Well, he played A7 first, take on D3, and then take with the king and say, like, whatever. Yeah, my king in the middle of the street, but so what? Rook takes E4, bishop D4.
There is rook D5, bishop D4. Oh, great move by Gukesh.
Bishop G4. Wow.
And if you take bishop B6, no, I think this one is looking very good. I mean, maybe a check or something like takes. And you even have at least the line of the bishops combined with an H6 push. Woo. And yeah, Anish in some big trouble here. Can he keep things together?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so look at the eval bar first off. So king H8. What do we do here, Bach? Do we have anything sick? Nothing yet, huh?
By the way, in the meantime, we are also getting confirmation that Hikaru should be joining us shortly for an interview. Might take a second, but he will be joining us very soon. In the meantime, things are looking great for Gukesh, who has just traded the rooks.
I think we had to do that. Now, queen A5, good move, bro. Definitely want to trade the queens off. I have to pass pawn, and then bishop D7, C6 being some ideas. Queen takes B5 to C6 or B7 being ideas. Great job.
How does Anish keep the game going here? I mean, the pawn on B5 is hanging. He's offering the queen trade. So let's see how he is going to try to fight on. But I don't see it. I mean, white is just so dominant with this pawn on A7, which paralyzes the rook. The queen has no way to get in. And look at these bishops dominating the board. I mean, I think Anish is going to lose another Armageddon.
Yeah, it's tough here. I mean, very tough situation. I mean, strong players too as well. Exactly. Just take it, right? Knight B4, maybe king anywhere, but there's not a check. Which I think all the squares, all of them, you can go any one of the squares, maybe. But queen takes B5, knight B4 check, probably, just to throw a check in there. King B1, C1, D1, D2, don't matter. Just move the king somewhere. Out of the way.
All right. And Hikaru should be here joining us for an interview. Hikaru, welcome. Congratulations on winning the Armageddon against
Firouzja. Go. Another one, bro.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's kind of weird because, of course, for all of us, I mean, we play these very intense classical games and you have to go play a whole nother game. So, yeah, I mean, it was pretty insane. I think, all's well that ends well objectively. I mean, probably I had some chances in the classical game, even with the black pieces, but, draw was a decent result anyway.
All right. So, do you want to go straight to your games today, or do you want to keep watching this classical game or this Armageddon game between Gukesh and Anish?
Well, I mean, Gukesh is winning, so that's no big surprise. Yeah, I mean, basically in my game, I haven't had a chance to look yet, but either I was like better or I wasn't better. But I think I let the whole time advantage kind of influence my general views on the position. Because I thought I was just better at a couple moments, and then somehow it didn't quite work out. Like maybe here I should have gone bishop e6 instead of queen b7. This was the other move I was considering. Yeah, and if e5, I don't know, like bishop f5 or something like that. But I mean, I wasn't really sure what was going on, and so I played queen b7. And again, I was up like an hour on the clock. I was feeling really good, but I couldn't figure it out. And then I allowed Alireza to get this b4 move in, and after that, I think it was just highly unpleasant for me. I don't know what I did wrong necessarily. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have played a5, but yeah, here there's g5. But again, it's very tricky, and I wasn't sure what I was doing. But I mean, it's sort of on the edge, and once I don't go g5, I'm just significantly worse. But you know, I found a way to keep defending, and I don't think it was ever too bad, but it definitely looked very unpleasant to play for sure.
There was never really any problems actually in the game that you played here. Of course, bishop takes f6. You thought on that for a while there, which is I remember actually even from the black side. I was an accelerated dragon player for a while, having this with like pawn takes f6. It was just very tough to play these positions. But I didn't. I did see actually in the confession when you were talking about bishop takes f6 there and going for that. So what were some ideas actually that you could maybe show the chat here of what what deterred you from playing bishop takes f6 instead?
No, I mean the reason I didn't play bishop f6 was quite simple because I felt like I would get less winning chances. I basically felt like bishop takes f6 there were going to be multiple ways where you could even sacrifice material and there were no chances to win. Like if I go bishop takes f6, what did I think? I thought even something like bishop f4 or not bishop f4 right away, I guess, but something like b3 first and then just bishop f4. And I mean, I'm not saying that black isn't okay here or there aren't chances, but I didn't really see how I could get winning chances. That was the problem.
Interesting.
So I wanted to keep it more complex by taking with the pawn.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I actually think I think you played pretty well up until this point. I think maybe you shouldn't have initiated the trade of your knight for his bishop. But after g5,
yeah, I mean, basically the problem was here. The only ideas I saw were ideas like bishop e4 and f5 or knight d6, knight e4. So like I kind of got stuck on these ideas, and then I didn't think about this whole g5 plan. But it's also hard because g5 is either very good or it could be very bad too. Because you know, if you go g5, bishop h2, and just like one example, something like I don't know, rook e8, knight e3, yeah, like rook e8, knight e3, I don't know, bishop e4, knight d2, bishop g6. Like even here, I mean, I wasn't sure if white goes like g4 here and knight f5. What's going on? I mean, I guess here b4 is hanging, so maybe it's a little bit different. But the general point is that yeah, if white can get g4, knight f5, I mean, I wasn't sure what was going on structurally, which is why I kind of didn't do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a very complex scheme for sure. And it looked like you were under some pressure later, but you did a great job hanging on. And as he got low on time, he didn't really see a way to improve. And yeah, he just offered a draw. I guess he didn't see a way to improve.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is also at that point it's getting very messy because it's like I have 6 minutes, he has like 3 minutes, or we're getting second increment. I mean, I basically have the choice: do I want to play on? I mean, I know that I should be a little bit worse still at the end, but should I play on and just play the blitz game, or you know, just take the draw and go to Armageddon? I mean, that's really the question. And I mean, I guess I clearly misevaluated Fabiano's position because I thought Noterbreck, if anybody was attacking, but apparently Fabiano was the one attacking. So in retrospect, I think I probably should have played on at the end. But again, it's always, you know, in retrospect, it's always easier to tell what you should have done than what you shouldn't have. And I mean, I am worse here. Like, yes, I can play on and hope for the cheese and everything else. But I mean, it's still, I mean, it's Alireza. He's a very good player. And I think if he had maybe 1 minute or even like 30 seconds, I probably would have tried to play on. But with nearly 3 minutes on the clock, I mean, if I make one wrong move, it's just game over. And, you know, it's very hard to know. I mean, with Fabiano winning, probably I should have played on, but you know, it's what it is.
And we still got more rounds. Very practical result is you do very well in Armageddon as we see, and then you chose your e5. I mean, you're unbreakable really with e5, and of course he lost the game there. So it happens. It was a great practical decision, I think, here to go for it. Obviously, have the draw accepted and go into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just a matter of the tournament situation. Like it's like what matters more, the rating points or trying to win the tournament and looking like an idiot if I lose. I mean, it's very hard to know what the right decision is. I mean. But there still are 3 more rounds, so anything can happen, obviously.
Yeah.
All right. And Firouzja, today he was wearing an orange shirt. Do you think that was a little joke on the fact that you like your pineapple shirt? And were you looking to squeeze him? Because he was wearing
very funny. Very funny pun. No, I mean, I actually noticed as soon as he sat down at the board, I thought it was kind of funny. He was wearing a shirt with oranges on it. I thought that was a nice little touch. I assume it was on purpose and it was a bit of a joke. So yeah, if I'd known, I would have. Well, I didn't even bring my pineapple shirt. Probably if I'd known in advance, I would have brought a pineapple shirt. But it is what it is. But no, I think it's all in good fun.
All right, and yeah, what did you guys discuss after the game? Just out of curiosity.
I think we were just discussing discussing h3 h4, basically if he could have played it without pushing the pawn to h4. That's what we were discussing. And I don't think we reached a clear conclusion either way in terms of what was going on. I think we both were very unsure about it, you know. But the funny thing is, like in the Armageddon, also like it's just an example of playing too much because I also blundered in this Armageddon. Like, I mean, I played queen d7 and when I played it, I just missed rook takes g6 check. Like, and I'm
Oh,
lucky
yeah,
because
yeah,
I think it's still good, but I just completely overlooked it, and it's just so bad to do that. But you know, it worked out.
You know, we
Yeah,
saw the
no, this
head
whole
shake there.
transition. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this whole
Uh-huh.
transition actually worked out pretty well for you. But yeah, go ahead, Kenty. What were you gonna say?
No, and absolutely, we saw the head shake there. I mean, but it was still like after Rook takes e5, and like we saw, and it was like, oh man, Hikaru shaking his head there. But also, I mean, you still have enough compensation here. The position was good. It was very aggressive. Nice job with the G5 here. I think it was really clinical. I think up until this point, obviously, it was a slight inaccuracy, but I mean, you still have active pieces here. The pawns on the queen side are weak, so you definitely made a good choice of that. Also, with the sort of a winter bishop in a way on bishop G3, which is pretty nice. So you know, you definitely clinical here at the end worked out.
Yeah.
All right, and Hikaru, tomorrow you play with the white pieces against Shahryar Mamedyarov. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I haven't really thought about it yet. I think you know, obviously Shakira is playing well. I guess he probably lost the Armageddon today to Wesley, I think, but you know, he beat Fabiano yesterday, so very dangerous player. I'll just prepare something and hopefully it works out. But you know, I'll worry about that a little bit later on for sure.
All right.
And Magnus is playing
still...
or something?
Yes, Magnus is playing against Ariantari. We also had the game between Gukesh and Anish.
Oh, is there just
one of the
checkmate?
two
There's
games?
just checkmate in one. King H2 knight f4.
Oh my
god.
Oh my.
Yeah, knight f4 G. Oh wait, no, it's not. You can't take G2. No, but you trade the queens first. Yeah, okay.
That's gross.
Yeah,
Oof.
yeah.
This one looking pretty brutal. This bishop on a2 is just a spectator, and Gukesh is also crushing it, and he has won his Armageddon as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, pretty standard day. So it's time to just relax and obviously get ready for, you know, one more game before I get back to my real job and I stream Title Tuesday. So that's the plan.
All right. So yeah, Hikaru, not a bad result today. A draw with the black pieces against Firouzja, and you won the Armageddon. You had lots of fans here today sending you in energy. Is there anything you want to say to all of them?
No, not really. I'm just gonna keep trying to play good chess, and I hope everybody enjoyed the show. And I'll be back to see you guys later with a recap, and then tomorrow, of course, after the game as well. So hope everybody's enjoying the show.
Absolutely, they are, bro. And congrats to you, and just keep up the great work, bro.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
All right, see you, Hikaru. All right, you guys. So we were fortunate enough to get Hikaru for an interview, but all good things come to an end. It was a very exciting round. He drew his game in the classical against Firouzja. He was under some pressure. So, James, I don't think a bad result there at all. And then he showed his blitz skills in the Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really wants to go to Armageddon with Hikaru. So it's tough here. Every time he's going there, he's winning, besides the Magnus game, obviously. But it's really tough when you go to Armageddon. You already know you're going to face a more different type of game and switch from classical right into Armageddon. So great job today. I mean, winning with white, draw with black. That's usually how you like to do it. Or if you go to Armageddon, you are usually the less favorite facing Hikaru. So good stuff. He has Shaq tomorrow, who's super aggressive. So we'll see what happens in that game, is if he's going to go aggressive or not.
Indeed. But yeah, we are gonna wrap up over here. We had lots of fun commentating this round. You guys sending great energy. It paid off in the end. I mean, he won the Armageddon. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be fire as well. Like I said, he will be playing with the white pieces against Shahryar Mamedyarov. We really do appreciate everyone's positivity, their great questions, all the energy he sent in. And James, I will leave the final words up to you.
Chat, we love y'all. Thanks for the energy today and being so nice in the chat here. All the good people chilling with Bach from every block, the man himself, Benjamin Boxster. Of course, chat, it was amazing. Hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, guys. Love you. Can't tell you streaming tonight on your channel. I will be. I'm back in town, so I'll be streaming tonight. I'll see you guys there, hopefully. So lovely. Hope you have a good one, guys.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming.
Bye.